Welcome to Down the Rabbit Hole with Oz and Jesse. How you doing, everybody? And tonight we're going to be talking about demons and dolls. Demons and dolls. That is tonight's topic. Different things that have been possessed by demons, and they are inanimate objects, obviously. Is there anything you want to add to that? Or
No, I mean, I think we're specifically looking at the ones that are the most popular and the ones that have had movies made about them, and then but mostly these dolls being not like spirits or whatever, but demonic possessed. Like, you know, everyone has a theory, but this is
so like my mother-in-law.
That's probably true for most people. But going over the stories of them and how these dolls have left its mark on culture, on our pop culture.
So if you're watching right now, we are on YouTube, we are on Abstract, we are on X, and that is at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. So don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. If you're watching on Abstract, make sure that you follow us. And obviously the same goes for Twitch and X as well. And whatever platform you choose, we appreciate you. But we are trying to build our YouTube. So if you can go over to the YouTube and hit the subscribe button, like and engage, much appreciated. All right, let's get into it.
All right, our first doll, you want to pull up the picture?
Yeah, which one is it?
Annabelle, because she's the most popular doll. And what people don't understand is she does not look like she does in the movies. Annabelle is very much a Raggedy Ann doll that has been said that it is possessed by a demon. So I didn't realize that this doll isn't as old as I thought it was, this whole story. So this starts in 1970 when a student was given this large Raggedy Ann doll as a birthday gift. And her roommate just noticed that the doll was moving on its own. It was like started subtly and appearing in different positions, not how they left it, not where they left it. It would be in different rooms in the apartment, like weird stuff, like just randomly doing weird things. It even escalated to the point where they would find little pieces of paper that were like, please help me or help me, all over the house. The messages, everyone was like freaking out. So it intensified to the fact where people were getting scratched when they came too close around the chest. People could feel someone pulling on them anytime they were too close to Annabelle. They even had a medium who said that the doll...
Does that mean they're like...
No, they're
not a large
steak.
shirt size.
They're not a steak.
Medium
No.
Okay.
So like
just want to like clarify for the chat. A medium, guys.
Like a seance.
So a psychic seance.
I have my
one of those. They have like the little finger bells and they dance with the pointy shoes.
I don't know. When I think of seance and psychics, I think of like the big crystal ball and everyone's holding hands and saying weird things. Or maybe that's just because
everybody thinks I have a crystal ball. They're like, Oz, can you look into your crystal ball and tell us the future every single day? And I'm just like, you know what? Every time you ask me what's in the crystal ball, it gets a little bit fuzzier every time.
No, that's definitely not.
Unless you donate, obviously. If you donate, it gets really clear. Either. It's like it polishes it up,
Okay, so
I'm just messing.
The medium claims that the doll is possessed by a spirit of a young girl named Annabelle Higgins, who had died on the property several years before. And feeling sad, they gave the spirit permission to stay with them. When the paranormal activity escalated, the original owners were called in. They concluded that the doll wasn't inhabited by a child spirit, but which they said doesn't possess objects, but was being manipulated by a demonic entity, which means they were just manipulating the doll, making it like, oh no, I'm a cute little girl stuck inside a doll, don't get rid of me, when it really was just something horrible and demonic. Because that's like the case with most things. They pretend to be a little girl. Like, oh, I'm a little girl, you know,
Little girls are the devil.
They aren't, but that's how they
Girls.
used it. Anyways, because
My mama said little girls are the devil.
no, her activity got worse and worse, and then they put her in the box.
Activity? You mean like
she was physically okay? So she was either physically lashing out, knocking things over. She was never where she was supposed to be. They'd put her in one room, they'd find her in another.
You know, there's this story I have, and we had this like tiki face thing, and me and my friends like growing up, and there were a couple of girls that were in the house, you know, my friends' girlfriends at the time, and we were pretending that this thing was alive and it was doing things, and it would move, and we would turn it upside down and put it in different places. They'd wake up in the morning and be like right next to them on the pillow. It was so like I could imagine that there could be some human interaction with this, like
everyone just messing with each other.
Yeah, like I mean it's all fun and games. Like it's kind of normal for people to play tricks on each other, so like
absolutely
I give that a little bit of validity here.
I mean, I could see where you're going with that, but according to these people who experienced it, from visitors and everything, the scratching, the feeling like they're overheating to where they're gonna pass out. Like, I mean, that's like moving something. What do you want? Like moving something, that kind of stuff, that's a whole different ball game. Like scratching people, these people really believe these things happen. So is it in their head? I mean, how do you fake some scratch marks on your back?
So here's the thing. Okay. This is what makes it valid for me. Okay. Ed and Lorraine Warren. Okay. They work with the Catholic Church. They were ordained ministers with the church. And if you know anything about the churches, they do not allow you to do basically like exorcisms and things like that without approval from the Vatican, right? So you have to have approval from the church. Somebody has to come forward and say, hey, there's some validity here. It has to be proven that there is something, because they do take into account, you know, for mischief and mental health and different things like that, right?
Well, they didn't always used to do that. That's fairly new.
Right, but they were, at that time, they were doing that, okay? So when Ed and Lorraine got involved, that was the case. So the fact that the church got involved and were like, this is serious enough to do something about it, is what makes me feel like there's some validity to what happened, because there had to be some type of thing that they saw in the doll that, you know, made them take it. Otherwise, they just thought it was a collector's item, and they were like, you know what, we could totally just take this thing and we'll put it in this little case and it'll become very valuable. But I don't see that.
It's not valuable. It's terrifying.
It's very valuable. It was stolen.
It was stolen. That was actually debunked. That never happened.
No.
It never happened, but people wanted to.
See.
This is another
and
thing.
Here
people
comes the
play
conspiracies.
Pranks. No, people play pranks. And I looked into that because I thought that too. And I was like, well, that's not great. I don't like dolls. I've always made that very clear. I hate dolls. Dolls are creepy. Their eyes follow you. It's odd. Like, I never owned dolls growing up. But the fact that they were so scared of it, it literally says, warning, positively do not open. The box gets taken. She does not get taken out of it.
Okay, so here's my thing is, if Annabelle is this supernatural doll thing, right? And they decide, oh, we're going to take it on tour and we're going to show it off to people. And
yeah, because people are weird and they like being around that.
Right, and I get it. But who's to say if this thing that literally, when they brought it to Louisiana, the plantation burnt down, okay? And I have a clip. We're going to watch the clip here in just a minute. But what I want to say is if it did go missing and it was gone, would you believe the official story that, oh, we totally found it, it was never lost? No, I would. First thing I would do is I would go get a Raggedy Ann doll, stuff it in the box, and say, look, we found Annabelle. There she is. For all we know, Annabelle is lurking in the shadows behind your bed, in your closet right now, prying from around the corner, looking to menace society right now, for all we know. As far as I'm concerned, I do not trust the official story. I think she could potentially be out there like Chucky, roaming around, doing little things and whatnot. I refuse to believe the idea that she's just, oh, she went missing. Oh, no, she's back. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
You can't prove that one way or another.
Either way, I choose to believe to look over my shoulder because Annabelle's down the rabbit hole over there, okay?
But hear me out then. Okay, so by that logic, maybe she never even left and it was all a publicity stunt and it wasn't the real doll, but because people will buy anything and people are delusional and they love this creepy kind of stuff, they could have just been faking it.
That makes more sense. Except for the videos that I found while she went on tour. Some YouTubers went and they opened the box and were allowed to like touch.
That's impossible.
So we're gonna watch the video.
Because then it's not the real box. There's just no way.
You're not real, man.
None of us are real, technically.
All right, so let's start with this, okay? Let's give this a little gander here. I'm gonna put my headphones on so I can hear. Or do you want to hear it?
Drop my stuff.
Because I already heard it.
Okay. All right. Make sure it's on the screen.
So you can just put this up to your ear like this and take a little listen. And so let's listen to this. This is from YouTube. These guys are freaking hilarious, by the way.
Can they see it?
Yeah, they can see the. So it's right here. Okay. So let's take a little listen.
Recently too, what happened in New Orleans? What happened? Fam, they moved the Annabelle doll. Did you see that? They took the Annabelle doll off the real case and they're doing a tour with it.
Oh shit. They brought it there?
Yes, and the first one was Louisiana.
Oh my god.
The warden literally told that person, this is the most dangerous thing we have at our museum. You must be sick in the head if you want to do a tour with it.
And they're doing a tour.
Yeah, look at this.
He's doing that then.
Fam, he has holy water and a prayer beside him, and the Annabelle doll is right in that black thing.
Oh my god.
And then you see him every time they have to do this.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you said a lot of like the were like buried and stuff like that.
There's a lot of that were
Damn, right after the Annabelle doll left, two things happened in New Orleans that was really big. One was the plantation caught on fire.
Oh shit.
One of the longest standing plantation houses burned. I saw a video where people are saying when they took pictures of the fire, there would be silhouettes everywhere, ghosts. And I'm like, yo, that makes sense because if people died there, so boom, if you see right here, zoom in on the circles, the ancestors.
Damn, so right away they brought the doll into the fire. That's crazy.
The Nottoway plantation started burning.
That's crazy.
Yeah. You see all these silhouettes like actual like ghosts, fam. No, and just recently too, what happened in New Orleans?
What happened?
Fam, they moved the Annabelle doll. Did you see that? They took the Annabelle doll.
Okay.
You want a real answer to that? Because I got a better answer than the doll.
Okay, tell me.
What are the history of these huge plantations that have been around for over 100 years, and what kind of apparitions or ghosts would be lurking there wanting to set it on fire? Let's go back in history a little bit.
Master sir, please, master sir. And
so
he'd be like, go pick my cotton. He's like, I'm gonna voodoo the ghost of Annabelle on you.
If anybody wanted to burn it down, that's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is I want to burn it all down.
Well, that's
I'm with
a little
it.
different.
Let's leave the government shut down. Let's just leave it that way. Anyway, let's not get too political on that. But yes, so the plantation did burn down, and also I believe it was 12 inmates escaped from prison.
And that I don't know.
The same time. So let's pull that one up here.
Oh my gosh.
So the rabbit hole gets deep, chat. All right, the rabbit hole is deep. So they're moving the Annabelle doll to the French Quarter. He's blessing it and praying over it. Right, this is their little ritual thingy that they're doing. Right, and that's his little prayer. He's got to read. He's got it written down so he doesn't forget. He's just like Jesse. She got
Most gracious Virgin Mary, thou who was crushed the head of the serpent, protect us from vengeance from the evil one. We offer prayers, supplication, and sufferings, and good works to thee, so that thou may purify them, sanctify them, and present them to thy Son.
I'm going to open up the case.
So,
You're going to quickly,
Annabelle
I mean quick.
in the case, right?
Grab it, put it in.
This is obviously not the real Annabelle.
It's Annabelle is worn looking, not bright,
Right.
and
So this is a regular.
They
this
said they can't
video
see.
right here. You guys can't
Close it
tell.
up fast.
Sorry. Let's go back
Close it up
to.
quick.
So look, he's blessing it. We saw him blessing it, right? And then this is the Annabelle doll. They're supposedly are moving. That is not the real Annabelle.
it's not. It's that red.
100%.
That hair is too red.
Yeah, and they move it into this other box. This is, I don't know what this is. Maybe it's a haunted house or something.
That's all right.
That's not the real doll. There
In the name of the Father,
in the
Son,
other
and Holy
video we
Ghost.
just watched.
Hail Mary,
that
full of
was
grace,
the
the Lord is with
actual
thee.
Raggedy
Blessed art thou
You know what's
amongst
crazy
women,
is
and blessed
I-
is the
Getting
fruit
one
of
that
thy
I
womb,
had, yeah.
Jesus.
I had a
Holy Mary,
Raggedy
Mother of God,
and
pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our
my
death.
parents had.
Amen.
And
Yeah.
one year for Halloween,
Let me see your hands
my
again.
sister and I dressed up as Raggedy Ann.
Yeah, okay. And now she's
That's
transferred.
Well, my parents always
One
chose
time.
it. He's got to watch.
Now she's transferred over.
It's actually whole water.
And we're going to keep her in there temporarily.
Do you
It's
remember
not
when Lorraine
that
Warren said this about the
Raggedy
Annabelle doll?
head.
Don't
What?
ever touch
It's
any.
Raggedy Ann.
And if you do, let me know.
That's a long video.
This is the
Yeah,
worst
so
thing.
that's
And
the actual.
that doll.
But I guess some people forgot about
That's
that
not
because
it.
she's on tour right now.
Right?
So they took her to New Orleans, and why does a plantation house from
There's no-
1859 burn down after?
No.
So
This
here's
mansion
the
was
thing:
about
is
53,000
What
square
happened
feet
in
with
1859 on
64
that, little
rooms,
plantation
and it
there,
burns
my
down
friend?
after Annabelle
tell
decides
me.
to visit the city. The fire is
Slavery.
still under
hold on.
investigation,
Well,
so
yeah,
you
we
could-
know that, but let's.
There's
rewind.
more things at play than a doll.
Is that
and it burns
Let me
down
tell
after
you.
right? But
If I was
that is not the actual doll. This is the one
So
that was
then-
supposed to be on
so if
tour.
it's still in New Orleans and nothing's ever happened because they kept it in the box, why would the fires? That doesn't sound right.
I think they took a fake doll on tour.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's why they're like,
But-
oh, we lost it to cause hysteria because people
Right.
are dumb.
So if there's like a spirit or something, and there's supposed to be like a legion of demonic entities attached.
I can
to
believe
Annabelle.
that.
It's called Legion, and if you ask it its name or whatever, it identifies itself as like thousands of entities. Right? Who's to say that a spiritual force couldn't attach itself to this doll? Just based off of the rhetoric, behind it and everything that they're doing, it could have created a whole new entity, or not created, but a new entity could have latched onto it. Who knows? They could have done some kind of ritual thing to it. Who knows, right?
Demons don't like other demons.
That's not true, because Legion is one that possesses, like Judas was possessed
That's-
by Legion, right?
There's
Which is
no actual
right. But if you go off of
structure to
biblical, right. But
but that's the problem.
it doesn't have to be one entity. People can be possessed, and objects can be possessed by more than one entity. Okay.
No,
Yes. Read your Bible.
no.
In the Bible, it states that there was a man that was he was full of demons, and Jesus cast out the demons and sent them into a herd of pigs, because there were so many demons. They went into all the pigs,
Well,
and the
those
pigs
pigs
ran
didn't deserve it.
into the sea and drowned themselves.
Poor pork chop.
I'm just saying that
No,
this is
that doesn't make any sense. Take the Bible out. Explain it to me.
there.
Take the Bible
There's more-
out. Explain it to me.
It's a spiritual entity. It's not like it's taking up physical
Because
real
there's
estate.
a difference between demon, spirit, and
Haven't
ghost
you-
if you see it that way.
Haven't you seen people so there were these people that I interacted with, and I'll tell this full story later on. Now is not the time and the place, but I'm going to breadcrumb you guys a little bit right now. This is part of the breadcrumb trail that I am leaving for you guys. But there was this man, and he would talk, and sometimes he would talk really like this, and then and
he went from Elmo to Louis Armstrong.
yeah,
Okay,
he
got
was
it.
like, I see skies are green,
And now you're just Schwarzenegger.
plantations too. I whip them too.
Don't sing.
All right, just me and you, and I think to myself. Okay, I'll stop singing. What a wonderful world.
I have to hear this like live. Yeah. Please
So-
feel sorry for me.
This guy was possessed by multiple entities, and each one of these entities that he had in him had a different ability. One of them was this,
Schizophrenia.
I mean, if that's what you want to scientifically call it, but I seen it in a way where God showed me through my path and my walk and my journey that there was something more than that.
Take the Bible out of it. And then there's no argument anymore.
And that's, I mean, you can label it as whatever you want, but here's the thing is we have to have an open mind that there are some things that science cannot explain.
Well, clearly, or we wouldn't be doing this.
Exactly. So tell me when I can unmute. What do you mean unmute? So
Unmute what? Are we muted?
I don't know. But basically the
Oh, he's talking about your horrible singing. Now I know what he's talking
oh
about.
my God.
You are correct.
You're not allowed to mute
say
me.
that.
Okay. You
I
have
get
to
it.
watch
I
the
can't
whole
mute,
show.
but you mute for me.
Okay, so we have to understand that yes, we can put a scientific explanation on everything, okay, and we can look at it from a logical perspective, but we have to, especially with these things that we're talking about, that we're looking into, we need to have an open mind, and we need to start, in my personal opinion, I think we should blend science with spirituality. I think that they go hand in hand. Because we have the separation of church and state and all these things, right? That's a no-no, right? But I do believe that they are similar, one and the same. Yes, we have physics, but there are things that defy the laws of physics. You know, there are things that we can give it this label, and that's how we can describe it and give it a way for our puny little brains to understand. But there are just some things out there that we cannot explain. No matter what scientific explanation you want to put on it, for me, in my life and my experiences, I have come to find that yes, there is versions of people who are mentally unwell and they are schizophrenic, and then there are other people that are possessed by demons and they are granted powers because of those demonic entities that are within them, and that's what I'm referring to with this guy. This is how I knew that he was possessed by demons and that he was not schizophrenic, because the different personalities or whatever that he had, they gave him abilities that no human could do. And you ever saw the movie Split? Remember? It was the Unbreakable.
I remember the movie.
And basically the beast, right, had this special abilities and stuff. I believe that those are demonic forces that actually possess people, that give them abilities. And then I believe there are people that are just unwell and they have split personalities. But I believe that the difference is that when you are given the ability to speak perfect Latin and you never spoke Latin before in your life, that is one thing that the Catholic Church uses to determine whether or not something is just a person with mental illness or someone that's actually possessed by a demon.
Okay. Or maybe someone has access to more of their brain than we do.
I mean, that's possible.
Because you could remember, like, they've even said we could have memories of a past life, hence why we don't get the full access to our brain, because we're not allowed to have it. Our brain can only function at 20 to 30% at max. That's if you're super, super smart.
Gen X says Mark 5'9". You wanna look that one up? Should we?
I don't have the computer.
Let me see here. Let me see if I can pull that one up right now. Mark 5:9. I believe that is the demons in the man. So I have actually read every page in the Bible.
So have I. We both went to Christian school.
Well, most people who went to
We
Christian
got
school
tested
never
on
actually.
it.
Okay, so here it is. And this is from the King James Version, Mark 5:9. And he asked him, "What is thy name?" And he answered, saying, "My name is Legion, for there are many."
If you believe the Bible, right?
I do believe the Bible.
I don't.
And you're entitled to have that opinion. But those of you who don't believe in the Bible, I would encourage you to read it. And as you read it, reach out to God and say, "I would like for you to reveal yourself to me," and he will, and you will see that it is real.
Okay, I'm not having a Bible lesson with you today.
I'm just saying.
And the reason that we aren't allowed to use our full capacity of our brain, we have no idea. But as of now, most people don't ever use more than 20%, and only the high elite use a little bit higher percentage. But for whatever reason, our bodies cannot actually process using our brain at 100% capacity. And I think there's they think that we would be telepathic or whatever that case, there's a block that we're just only allowed to use bits and pieces of each part of our brain to answer that question.
And I agree with that. And I think that that is a real explanation for some cases. And in some cases, I believe that there is a more likelihood of a demonic possession. And there's a list of things that, the church
That's my whole issue is the church.
And I'll tell you this,
creating this demonic possession thing to make experiments out of people, or to be like, these are the same people who are like, mental health isn't real, you need God, when they really just needed medication.
And I agree with that. But I think that there's also something else that is real out there that can't be explained.
Possible.
How do you explain the spirit box thing?
I believe that ghosts are real.
Right. And I believe that I don't believe that all of them are ghosts. I think that some of them are demons, which are basically the fallen angels, and whatever you want to call it. Like in any religion, right? First of all, I'm not religious, okay? I just understand that there's something bigger out there that we can't begin to understand. I do not believe in church as a religion. I think that most churches and the people that are in churches are very hypocritical and are probably some of the worst people, and I do not find myself equally yoked with them because they have these righteous blinders on, and they refuse to see the truth because they think they're holier than thou. So I do not find myself having church with them in a building. I do not believe God is in a building. The best church I ever had was with my grandfather. We used to feed the homeless every Sunday from 1983 to 2007. Every single Sunday, never missed one. And one time, my grandfather, it was just me and him, and on a Sunday, we went down to the liquor store. We grabbed a couple 40 ounces of malt liquor and went to the park. Just me and him. I was 21 at the time. This was much later on. And we just sat down with some of the homeless people there. And we said, "Hey, you guys want to share a beer with us?" And we passed around the 40, and we were just sitting there talking, and we were just fellowshipping with one another, telling our past stories and things that we've been through, our struggles. We prayed for them, and that was the best church I ever went to. It was helping people, even with just a beer as a way to open it up. Nowhere in the Bible does it say you can't have a beer. I don't understand where all these
if you believe the Bible, he turned water into wine.
Exactly.
And that's lit. Just saying.
That's what I'm saying. That's the kind of God I want to have. If someone
could do that in front of me, I'm like, I'd be a believer. But
I turn water into wine. I just add a little bit of fruit and sugar to it.
That's not how that happened.
That's how I do it.
Are you done preaching to me now?
I'm just saying,
I
I'm
get
not
it why you
religious.
guys have to believe what you do. It gives you purpose. It gives you something that's greater than yourself to explain things you don't understand. I totally get it. But there are things that just don't make sense because they don't make sense.
Right. But according to Mark 5:9, he calls him Legion, for there are many. And Legion is apparently what is in Annabelle. Okay? At least what I've come to find. So let's finish watching this clip.
Oh, it's so long.
Annabelle decides to visit the city. The fire is still under investigation, so you could call it a creepy coincidence, but if you watch
So
the
these are not
Conjuring
the
and
real,
Annabelle movies, you will know
It's a
how
movie,
evil
I
she
think.
Robert
truly
and
is.
Lorraine.
But that's not the only weird thing that happened over there. 10
That one
inmates
is.
escaped from a prison shortly after.
So these are the
The
inmates
way they
that
did it, they like
escaped
escaped
from
from
prison.
a wall behind the toilet. This is not
Now
even
what
their
she
size,
says is a
this
little
Annabelle's
hyperbolic, like,
size.
oh, only a doll could fit through
She
there.
could have
No.
helped them. And
Only
guess
could
where
fit
she's
through
at
there.
now? San
Okay.
Antonio, Texas. I'll be praying for you all.
Can we also point out that when these fires happened, everyone was angry? The world is divided. And these were representations of ugly history, of ugly U.S. history.
And
I don't think
that
one is connected to the other.
someone could have literally just gone out and said, hey, Annabelle is out of her cage. Let's go light something on fire because it'll go viral. You know,
What?
people are crazy. Okay. I'm just saying, but maybe it was the spirits that were let out from Annabelle that caused someone to do such a thing. Me personally, I think it was just somebody was like, hey, we should totally set this plantation on fire because,
The history that
you know,
it holds.
fuck these people. And two, oh, we can blame it on Annabelle.
That's what I would do.
That's what I would do too.
But right, we don't know. But that the most likely scenario, the history that those plantations have, they probably deserve to be burned. Not saying that anybody should have got hurt. I'm just saying.
I don't care what happened there. I don't think you should burn down a building just because it was the man who, you know, was the judge for the Salem witch trials. Like, you don't burn the building down. No, it's a part of history, and there's things we can learn from history.
They literally rename cities when atrocities happen there. There's a few in California. They're like, we're going to rebrand. We can't be
but if you
associated.
burn the building down, there's nothing there to point at and say, hey, that's where this thing happened. No, once it's there, eventually, over time, it's lost and no one talks about it anymore. There's no remnants of it. There's no history left behind
That's the point.
I know. So like burning down a plantation because atrocities happen there doesn't mean that we should burn all those things down, take down all those statues. No, they should be put there in place so that way there can be teaching that happens from it.
Do you know what they're taking out of the schools for kids to learn?
What's that?
Anything that has to do with that time period. So it is in someone's best interest to get rid of them so they're not landmarks and people can't be like, see, we were terrible people. No, it didn't even happen.
History is written by the winners. So whoever wins rewrites history in their favor or whatever they're liking to be.
That's not what's happening because those plantation owners didn't win. And so if you take out there were no losers and the Confederate Army really won, where are we at here?
The South will live on.
Like, it's so weird because, like, I see that flag and I'm like, you know, you lost, right? Like, that's a loser
We're proud
flag.
people here. I'm being hyperbolic, by the way. I'm poking fun at the idea.
I believe there's some sort of balance between spirituality and logic, but I'm always going to lean towards that logic angle.
Right. And for me, I'm going to be in the middle with both. I'm going to give there some validity to the mind is a powerful thing and give some validity to that there just might be something supernatural. So I'm going to be open to both aspects and not discount one or the other just because one is easy for our mind to wrap around.
Okay.
Okay, so let's finish watching our little clip here.
It's not. Oh, it's 30.
Let's finish it here.
25. We like to fuck around and find out. So what do? We take Annabelle on a world tour. Okay, we're just moving her all over the place. They send her to New Orleans.
So they're moving her all over the place. New Orleans, man. There's a lot of creepy energy in New Orleans.
I disagree. It depends on what you discern as
to
creepy.
the ground.
I mean, there's vampires.
They
and,
literally had the fire out at one point and it reignited
Little
itself.
clip.
If
Little
that's not
clip.
the ancestors speaking their truth.
Yeah, it's not a
Anyway,
little clip. I know, that's what I
then
just said.
11,
But I want you guys to see.
10 or
So these are
11
the prisoners that
convicts
escaped, right?
Escape a prison. Okay, there are 10.
That's pretty much
convicts.
all there was to
Some
take from this.
convicted
Hold
of unaliving people on the loose
This
in
is
New
what I want
Orleans.
you to
Actually, I
see
think they've
right
called.
here.
She would cause chaos. I just didn't think it would end up like this.
Annabelle.
So this is
a
the actual Ed and
Raggedy Ann
Lorraine
doll
war.
that's made like thousands
So
of
I
other
wanted
dolls.
chat to get a chance to
Except
see
that this
them,
doll
and
was used in
this is
communication.
supposedly
having
the original
seance.
doll. I don't think it
A
is though.
nurse had
Maybe it
received the
is.
doll 1971 as a
And they're just
present,
kind of
Christmas
explaining,
present from
you know,
her
what
mother.
happened. The nurse
And the doll
received the
stands
doll.
about 3 foot
What
high.
we talked about.
Right,
And she would take
exactly.
it to bed with her at night.
So I just wanted you guys to get a little context to who they are. They're not the people that you saw in the movie or whatever. So there's that, okay? So this is the video. This one is short. So there were some YouTubers that while it was on display, and this is what makes me believe that it was the real people. Oh, did we lose it?
They've opened Annabelle's box to investigate whether she's
yeah, so this
actually
is the one.
haunted or
So
not,
these
and they
YouTubers
found
right
out
here,
something terrifying. Owner of the museum
they
let
were
them
given
open the
an
case for only
experience
5
with
minutes
the
to make this
doll,
meeting
with it
relatively
opened,
safe. And they even asked
and
a
watch
priest
and
to
see
say
what
a prayer.
happens.
So after opening the case, there was no coming back.
We didn't want to waste any time that we had to be able to do this.
At any point you feel threatened or anything like that, don't hesitate to leave the museum for a little bit.
They used the Estes method to communicate with the doll. It's the same one they used to talk to Peggy. Watch what happened.
Annabelle, or any spirits here, you can speak through Colby to tell us a message or to talk with us. Is there anybody here in the museum with us?
200,000?
What? Are you connected in any other way to other haunted dolls?
Everybody against you.
Meeting with the doll showed immediate results because after getting into the car, they had a serious argument and finished recording.
You believe. You always believed.
I mean, these guys were seriously traumatized from this.
They've opened Annabelle's
seems
box to
pretty real and legitimate to me. This is why I believe that they had the real doll on tour. This, I think, is the real doll right here. I thought it wasn't. There was another image, though, that looked more like it. Maybe that was the wrong image. I'm not completely sure. But I do know that this image is from Ed and Lorraine's basement, where they have all these different artifacts and things that they've gathered over the years. Maybe they're just pack rats and they saw cool things and they're like, oh, it's got a demon, we better take it with us and add it to our little collection. I think that's plausible. Maybe not. I mean, my dad's a pack rat. Okay, my dad wants, if you've got something that he doesn't have, he's got to have it, and he would blame it on the devil to get it away from you. I'm just saying, it is plausible, right?
I think you're way out there with this one.
Why not?
Because, like you said, they were religious people.
It's the devil. Give me your action figures.
You know how I feel about hiding behind God for your bad actions. Own them. Don't say, oh, I did this bad thing because the devil made me do it.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's maybe what they were doing. Like, for instance, I have this. Those of you who have been around for the show for a long time, on my desk I have the baseball here, right? Signed by Mike Trout. Now, if I had this and you were a preacher and you were like, oh, the devil lives in that ball, I better take it with me. I better take that ball from you.
People use God to do terrible things. You're proving my point.
I believe that is a possibility. Like, I'm not taking that off the table. I'm open to the fact that there are some things that we can explain and we can wrap our head around, and there are some things that we can't. And just because something happened doesn't mean that we just jump straight to ghosts, right?
Right.
We should look at the logical explanation. Why would they have this whole pack rat, display of things?
Have you seen New Orleans? They just do stuff like that.
Well, this isn't New Orleans. This is Ed and Lorraine's basement. All these little artifacts are supposedly.
I got that picture from New Orleans.
Oh, this is from New Orleans?
That's New Orleans.
Okay. Well, there is a place, and it's Ed and Lorraine's basement. And we can maybe post a
They
clip
moved
of it
it
later.
though. That was the whole thing. They gave it to this place, and they kept it in that box and gave them the box so that people in New Orleans could go see. You
Well,
can
I
go
think
see
they
it
got
today.
older, and they were like, you know what? We need
Yeah, I
to
don't
make
think
some
they're
money
around
off
anymore.
of this stuff
Yeah,
now.
they're not around anymore.
We've been pack ratting this stuff for umpteen years. It's time to cash in on our
Don't you
investment.
think it would be weird if you were religious and you want to have all this negativity in your basement? Don't you find that odd?
That's why I'm leaning towards the idea of maybe they're just hoarders, and they were like, oh, that looks really cool. I want that. It has the devil in it. Let us take it off your hands. Free of charge.
Sure.
It seems plausible.
No, it doesn't. All right, next doll.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah, I know.
here's my thing is I don't think that the real Annabelle went on tour.
Whether you believe it or not, do you believe the stories about the doll? That's what it's about. Whether
do believe
it
the
went
stories.
wherever, whomever, wherever it came from. Do you believe that this doll had a demon in it that was literally just harassing and terrorizing people?
I do, based off of the video of the YouTubers. Because the YouTubers,
This
you
is
know,
where we are.
I mean,
But there's history. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but what I'm saying, there's a lot of history of people like, oh, we visited in the doll. Well, you know what I mean? Like,
right. So there's a long track record of things happening. Obviously, YouTubers can be YouTubers, right? We're YouTubers, you know.
right.
I make up things on the fly all the time just for show value, right?
That's fun.
It is what it is. But, you know, let's not, you know,
Because when you bring religion into anything, you make it a touchy subject.
I understand that. I just think
Not
that
just for me, I don't care.
there's
but
some
for others
validity.
that don't want to hear that.
There's some validity in the fact that it may have been the real Annabelle doll that went on tour. There's some validity in the fact that it possibly does have demon possession because of what happened with the YouTuber. And there is some validity to the fact that it may or may not have gone missing and is still out there lurking in the shadows underneath your bed, waiting, watching.
In this world, all of those are are very, that could happen. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the main thing here. It's like, let's think about it. Let's have an open mind, chat. Like, let's, you know, explore every possibility that it possibly could be, because we don't know. We have no hard facts here.
No.
That's the fact of the matter, is there is no hard facts.
Everything we talk about, there's no hard facts, whether it's alien, ghosts, whatever conspiracy theories that we are jumping down, there are no hard
Well,
facts.
the moon
It's all
landing is a hard
speculation.
fact.
That's
Okay, we definitely have the video footage of something
Okay,
happened.
so
Millions
that-
of people saw
no.
it.
So what I'm saying is it's all speculation, and we all have to come to our own logical.
Right. And the idea is for you
Answer.
as the viewer to decide for yourself. We're not here to tell you what to think.
We just decide what we think and our opinions, and everyone has their own.
You know what I think? Little girls are the devil.
That might be true.
The devil is in the doll.
I'm raising psychological warfare. All right, bring up Robert the doll.
All right, Robert the doll.
This story's a little older.
This one's freaky. Okay, I'm not gonna
It
lie.
looks so sweet and innocent, but oh my goodness.
I'm not gonna lie. This
Okay,
one
so
is
the
freaking
story
weird.
of this one.
Hold on, before let me just set the room real quick. I had never heard this story.
I did.
Until you told me about it. And then I started deep diving into it for the show. And I got a little freaked out. Okay. Yeah. This is crazy, chat. If you haven't heard
Robert
of
is
Robert
something
the
else.
Doll.
Robert the doll.
So tell us, who is Robert the Doll? I'm sure most of you haven't heard of Robert the Doll. I would say Robert the Doll is creepier than Annabelle.
Oh yeah, and not only that, Robert's been around for a very long time.
Right. So tell us about Robert the Doll. Who is he? What does he do?
So Robert the Doll, this toy was given to a little boy in 1904.
1904.
He was originally given to Robert Eugene Otto, a young boy from the Key West.
So that's 120 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah,
121 years ago. Dang.
The doll was manufactured in Germany and was brought to Otto's grandfather during a trip abroad. They speculated that the doll may have originally intended for a window display, and it was not to be for sale, but the grandfather convinced them to sell it to him. A variation of the origin story claims that a Bohemian servant, like somebody off the street, is the one who sold it to him, or practiced voodoo, cursed the doll, you know, the same old rhetoric.
Voodoo.
Right. It comes back to that kind of rhetoric. Young Robert Eugene Otto became so attached to the doll that he gave it its own name, and instead on being called Gene. So this boy goes, okay, this doll is named Robert and my name's Gene now because I love this doll so much.
Wait a minute. So let's jump down the rabbit hole a little bit here before we go any deeper. So the little boy's name's Robert.
Robert Eugene, yes.
Right. And so the boy says, I want the doll's name to be Robert and for me to be Gene.
Right.
Now that is a sign of demonic possession.
Well, that's a sign of some kind of connection where the doll, either the doll's like, I want your name, call your name.
Right. Or basically he's like, I no longer live in my body. I'm a vessel for this entity to take me over. And now I reside in the doll and it has possession over me. So that is,
it is odd.
Sign number one.
It is odd for the little boy, for a little child to be like, I'm Gene now. The doll is Robert. Like I don't know if my 5-year-old came up and said that to me. I'm like, oh, okay, that's a little weird, but sure, son. Like, I don't know how I would react to that.
Every time you say Gene, I think of Gene from Bob's Burgers going a jiggly, 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 jiggly.
Anyways, as a child, Gene would often blame any mischief or misbehavior on the doll, saying Robert did it when toys were mutilated or objects were overturned in his room. Neighbors, according to legend, neighbors claimed to see the doll moving in the upstairs window when the family wasn't at home. The Ottos and their guests also reported hearing giggling and seeing the doll's face expression change wherever the doll was.
Okay. Let's rewind a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So the story that I read about it is basically the doll was doing weird things and moving on its own, and creepy, weird things were happening. So they locked it away in the attic.
Okay. Well, before we get to that, that wasn't just the only case. The incident that occurred for that to happen. Okay. So one night after hearing commotion in Gene's room, his parents found the room in disarray. Gene was terrified, shaking and screaming in his bed, insisting Robert was responsible. All of his toys and everything were mutilated. Everything in the room was destroyed.
Hold on. Don't you think that a kid could be having a temper tantrum and did a bunch of crazy stuff, or maybe split personality disorder,
yes,
or you know, whatever,
very logical, yes,
and then uses that as a reason to blame it on something? Because I'll tell you what, right now, my 5-year-old, or I think she's like 6 now, when she was younger, even now still, she would do things and blame it on the devil. The devil made me do it.
I believe that.
So, is it perfectly logical for a child to lash out and do something like that and then blame it on a doll?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The question is this. They were not home, and the neighbors saw it moving around in the attic.
Right.
That's what's creepy to me. That's what leads me down the crazy rabbit hole of this is some demonic thing, right?
But here's my issue. So Gene, and he stayed with this name. He never went back to Robert, even after he went to college. And he kept the doll. He kept it. Okay, so
not me. I'm gonna light it on fire. You know, I had a Furby one time, and this thing was possessed. Okay, and it was like going. It was going like crazy. And we took the batteries out of it, and it kept like going. So we torched it with a torch.
Yeah, that was the right move. Those things were creepy.
And it was literally on fire, still going like yeah. It was creepy.
No, so this dude, he literally brought it back to his childhood home after studying and being abroad. His wife, Anne, was reportedly uneasy with Robert and had him moved to the attic. Visitors claimed to hear giggling and footsteps coming from the attic after the doll was confined. So this is Robert's reputation. He's obviously in a museum now, locked up, like you see right here. And the story is, if you take a picture of him without asking for permission, you just get bad luck and bad things happen to you. And they literally
Elaborate. Okay.
like car accident, something bad happens, they lose their job.
You get the bad juju.
Yeah, they get that bad vibe, that bad. And so what they have to do is send in an apology or come apologize to the doll for taking its picture
Dear
without
Mr.
permission.
Doll, Robert the doll.
Dear Robert,
we are so sorry that we used Flash. Please forgive us. Our utmost apologies. Could I please get the winning lottery numbers this week? I've been doing so bad.
I believe the government was surveillance through Furbies. I think that was like a test program, by the way. I
believe that too. They had like that little like camera sensor thing.
And you just do you remember the Simpsons? Oh, you didn't watch the Simpsons. There's a Simpson episode that made fun of the Furbies, and they were literally monitoring children to see what kind of toys they like, so they knew which toys to make for Christmas.
I mean, that checks out.
It does, right? Yeah.
I would not.
When it comes to the government, anything's possible.
I would not put it past any government entity to do something with toys, especially toys, right? Because children, because it's about money, right? Like that's why they monitor everything we do online. They want the data. The data can literally, Facebook knows when you have to poop. They know you have to poop before you do. This is a real thing.
Are you talking about that? This is how we all only watch cartoons. Are you talking about that American Dad episode where she finally got a conspiracy theory right, and it was Project Poop, and they were filming everyone while they were people who were on the toilet looking at their phones, and they were filming them?
Yeah. and like, so the camera's looking at you and it's looking down. So if you're beating it in the bathroom, the CIA's got footage on you. They're watching you. Big Brother is watching you. Spank the monkey. All right. So you just remember that. And one day when you run for Congress, they're going to say, you better play ball or we're going to show them videos. We got a whole spank bank full of them, baby.
Spank bank. No.
I mean, it makes sense. Why, next time you're beating your meat and you're in the bathroom, look at what direction the cameras are looking right at your face.
Who takes their phone in the bathroom? That's disgusting. That's where germs live. I mean, never, I get, I put when I have music, when I take a shower, but when I'm using the restroom, why would you take your phone in there where germs and poop and pee live? What the hell is wrong with people?
I get my best TikTok work done while I'm on the toilet.
Oh, that's so disgusting.
Those are my best lives ever.
No.
Yeah. And you know what? As long as you're using a mic, they don't know, because, if you got your regular phone mic, they hear the echo, right? But if you got your little mic going, and then you're good. They don't even know it.
That's disgusting.
True story, chat.
That's disgusting.
True story, chat.
No.
Yeah. Next time I'm live, I'm just going to say this is a TP live, and all y'all from YouTube are going to know what I'm talking about. Like, we are on a TP live right now.
I don't understand it. I guess that's a
toilet paper.
I'm not gross, so I'm not.
Oh,
gross.
I'm just kidding. Come on,
Don't lie.
Entertainment.
Don't lie. You're a man. I've seen every male do it. Just take their phone in there, and I have teenagers. I can hear the YouTube videos coming out of there.
If I don't take my phone to the bathroom, I have the most boring poop I've ever had in my life.
You mean you're left alone with your thoughts and you don't want to be?
Yeah. I need entertainment while I poop. At least Angry Birds. I used to do the Angry Birds while I poop. That was my main thing. Yeah. So I'd be dropping poops and shooting birds.
Okay. That's I think you're addicted if you can't. That's what I'm saying. Remember when I like doing things I put my people are like, oh, I was trying to get a hold of you. I put my phone down. I don't remember where I put it. I'm going out and doing stuff and living my life, or baking, or talking to my kids. People have gotten so dependent, and it's go live. Don't be on your phone. If you can't go to the restroom without your phone,
I get the most work done on the toilet and while I'm golfing. That's where I get the most business handled. I'm killing 2 shits at one time.
I don't think that's
2 turds in one stone. What? Getting 2 birds with 1 stone? I'm killing 2 turds with 1 stone.
No.
Yeah. No. I can kill 2 turds and get stoned.
But think about both those things you said are solitary and confined.
Yeah, I don't like solitary confinement.
But that's what you're choosing.
No,
because
no.
you're using your phone.
I'd rather have my celly in there with me. My phone is my celly. It's my cell phone. You gotta have the homie in there with you. Can't poop alone.
I digress. All right, next one, Valley of the Dolls.
Some of y'all never been locked up, and it shows.
Okay, well, that's a different story for a different day, ain't it?
It is.
It is. What is it? Some of you never had a second cop car pull up, and it shows.
Yeah, I've had like 11 cop cars pull up on me.
You got me beat.
I was a menace. He told that one. I didn't tell the whole story, but they did put me in solitary confinement for 15 days straight in the dungeon. I was in the dungeon. And that was the most awful and mentally trying time of my life, was being in that situation. And if I didn't have the mental fortitude that I have, any other person would have cracked.
All right, Shelly's in second place with the 9 cars.
9 cars.
That's pretty good. I only had 2 because I was
9
pregnant
cars.
and I beat someone up.
What did you do? You got caught stealing cats, didn't you?
No, she got caught stealing horses or chickens. I knew it.
I think it was the cats. Every time I see her, she's got a new cat.
No. She's just a good person that loves animals.
I mean, I do love cats.
I do love cats. I would steal some cats. I'd be like, oh, they're sitting on their porch. They need a home.
It was horses?
I knew it.
You're lucky they didn't hang you for it.
Hey, that was the old rules.
That's what they do. They
lynch you. She wouldn't have stole anything bad. It would have been something that was beautiful and she was trying to help.
They said, oh, she stole a horse.
You're in the bathroom now. See, this is what I'm look at. I'm in the bathroom. This is what I'm talking about.
See,
what is wrong with y'all? What is wrong with y'all?
Hey, make sure you wash your hands, please.
It's too late. What is it? Okay, so that's my thing. If you're on, okay, so we really got down a rabbit hole. I know here, because didn't we? I mean, we have other stuff to talk about, but look, okay, I'm gonna visualize. Okay, you're in the bathroom. No. Oh, okay. You're in the bathroom. No, okay. So your phone is in your hand. How do you squiggle out? So you take your phone and you like push down, right? And the undies, and you lift up your phone, but then how do you wipe? Do you just like lean to the side and not to your phone? Like, how does that work? And then how do you wipe?
I will tell you how.
Okay, no,
very
let
carefully.
Me finish. Let me finish.
Very carefully.
And not only that, do you wipe, and you're not going to do it well with one hand and do it correctly because you're too busy looking at your phone. That then you got to. How do you?
I got one of those neck things from the TikTok shop.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
And I got my phone, and then I just use my nose.
Not only that, then you have your phone.
Swipe. You swipe in like this.
Do you put it on the sink and wash your hands? Your poop hands next to the phone. How? Am I crazy? Like, is that not disgusting? Like,
I would say
visualize that.
This is why I never want to touch anyone else's phone, because I would imagine that
they're disgusting like you.
Every phone. Every phone has shit on it. Guaranteed. And then you put it up to your face and you talk to it. I only talk on my phone in speakerphone. All right, more on Robert the Doll. Reel it in.
I know. I'm sorry.
You got to reel it in here, guys. We're out here.
I don't know how we even got there.
Okay. So Robert the Doll.
Okay. So that history. So he's still, again, he says that they say that he gives cursed energy. And not only that, you can see all the letters in the background. They keep every single one of them. There
so
are
if you
thousands
take a picture
without permission, and if you don't come back and apologize or send in an apology, you just get bad luck.
What if you call it names or something like that? You
Yeah,
piss
it doesn't
off.
like disrespect. Yes, it's been
So
around a long
it
time.
wants reverence.
Kinda.
So basically, you have to be all hail to the Robert.
Right.
Robert, please, if it would be all right with you, may I take a picture? Now, does it answer you and say yes or no?
No, the bad luck just stops.
I know, but what if you do want to take a picture and you're like, hey, bro, can I totally take a picture of you?
And then nothing happens to them, according to Key West, where he is staying.
Yeah, but don't you think that there's a possibility that they made all this up?
Absolutely.
And that people just get it in their mind.
Absolutely.
And it's like...
they are manifesting it.
Yeah, they're manifesting the negativity
They're like, oh,
into their
let's
life.
see if this is true. And then they manifest it and they're like, oh, my life sucks. I better
Right.
send
And
in
then
this.
they start
Sorry.
noticing negative things happening in their life because they're dwelling on negative thoughts that this might have happened, or it's freaking real.
This doll, I knew about it because it was connected to other things, that the stories that we had growing up. So, but this doll has been around. Like, look at it. Like, that is
121 years.
121 years in almost beautiful condition, but you can see it's wear and tear. It's the moth eating, like all that kind of stuff, because it was left in an attic. But that thing,
was this doll ever cute and loved before?
yes,
I would imagine so.
Okay, so this doll's name is Robert, right? That
Mind
was
you,
the boy's name. He loved his doll so much, he gave his name Robert to the doll, and he used his middle name as Gene, and still went by Gene his whole life, leaving Robert with his own name.
But mind you, that 120 years ago, the quality of craftsmanship for dolls wasn't like what we have now. Now we have all these different materials and things. So like, back then, like, kids would get a hand carved wooden horse from their dad
And they would, yeah.
for Christmas. You know what I mean? So it does. This is the quality of what it was. So I don't see it being
No
of much
idea
more
what the
quality.
dog's name is. They never mentioned that because it was just an entity of its own.
I'm
was Robert
scared
the dog.
of the dog. Like, it's gonna bite my ankles. I hate Chihuahuas. They are the worst dogs ever. Like, I mean, we'll never hate an animal, okay? But I don't want it around me. I don't want to look at it. I don't want.
They're fierce.
It seems
They
like
don't
it's an
care.
abomination. Okay, dogs were not meant to be that small and that angry.
I disagree because I'm Hispanic and I'm small and I'm angry. So
And
let's go down that road.
So
if
your
we're
new
good.
nickname is Chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
We'll call you Yo Quiero Taco Bell.
No, that ain't it. Okay, Valley of the Dolls.
All right, Valley of. So that's it.
For this one, yes.
So-
There is a hard to find history on this one, except for people are terrified.
So don't piss off Robert,
Don't
or
go
you're
take
gonna have to write a
picture.
letter.
Don't do that.
If you don't like homework, don't go visit Robert.
And if you're gonna go take a picture, please ask for permission. This dude don't play.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not buying it.
I
before
history
we get
is
it,
history. It's like saying that, what does the Bible say? Some guy lived to 500 years. We know that's not true.
it seems psychosomatic. And like, wouldn't you want to write a letter that they're possibly going to put up in the case for somebody to
I would
read?
never be around dolls. So that
I'm going to
not
write a
the right
letter and
person.
never been there. Be like, I'm so sorry, Robert. I didn't mean to piss you off.
What if you do that and it's like, this lying piece of... I didn't curse him.
I feel
He's
like-
cursed now.
I feel like we need to write a letter just for talking about it right now. Right? Because
What? I
if
have
it
the
is
worst
real, he
luck.
must
Like,
know that we're talking shit right now.
Well, if we send the letter.
You wrote those. You better write a letter. You better write an apology.
Look, my life already sucks, and I already have bad luck. Come at me, bro.
There you go.
I'll call their bluff. You know how I am. Do
Jesse is
Do
gonna
it.
get. So we got another image of Robert the doll. Let's check it out here.
it. Cutie pie.
Let's take a look.
I just
here.
can't see how this doll did so many bad things.
So this is another image of the doll from the side, and what I want to know is who is this guy that looking like Walt Disney right here?
That's what we're focusing on.
I'm just saying, did Walt Disney have something to do with this?
I don't know. Maybe they had beef. This doll's been around forever.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
a doll that's been preserved, and it's very rare, over 100 years. There had to be, whether you believe it or not, there had to be something very special about Robert for them to keep.
Let's see here. That's Walt Disney.
No, it's not. Actually, that
looks
looks like
Walt Disney.
Remember,
chat.
this doll was made in Germany, and that looks like a German.
That's the devil.
No, it's Germans are not. Certain people.
What about this? Look at this. This looks like an official seal from the government. Maybe
they're the ones who own it.
That looks like
it
a
was
state
given to
seal.
Key West Historical Society.
This looks like the Florida State seal. Obviously, it's a bit pixelated. You zoom out, and then this looks like maybe it says like the something. So there's some kind of something to it. But look at this. This looks like the swastika with the eagle above it.
No, it doesn't.
I'm just saying, I deep dive into this stuff. I
Okay,
was
I
looking
get
at the
it.
background stuff here. What I want to know is, what is this?
I think it was the little boy holding it.
What is that?
I don't know.
It looks like a goat eating a child.
What?
You don't see the goat? That's a goat.
I think just everything's a goat to him. That's not a goat.
That's a
It's not
goat.
You always think you see goats when
Okay.
there's no goats.
What is this? What am I looking at?
I don't know. I wasn't looking at that stuff. I was looking at Robert.
TikTok seller says, I blame Israel. I'm sure
You're
Hitler
probably
Youth
right.
does as well.
McDonald's.
All right.
Okay.
Reel it in.
Okay, where's
Jesse, you keep getting off topic.
It's not me. It's not me.
All right. Here we are. We're back. So
Bring it up.
The next one. I think it's this one here.
Okay, that's a good one.
You want to do that one?
Yeah. Oh, we lost us.
Oops.
Oops.
Hold on, chat. We're here.
Okay. So the Valley of the Dolls, and I'm sure most people, especially if you're Hispanic, you know about this place and its history. But in case you don't, this is part of the Chamilago, I can't say it, canals in South Mexico City. This particular
A D in
island,
English, Bobby. You speak English.
dedicated to, okay, so there was a hermit caretaker, Julian Santiano Barrera, reportedly discovered
you
a
can say
body,
that.
yes, and this was in the 1950s, the body of a young girl who had drowned in the canal. This canal is infamous for the horrific things that have happened. While some say he found her body and a doll floating nearby, others, including relatives, believe he might have imagined the girl entirely due to his reclusive state. Haunted.
Wait. Hold there.
Yes.
So they're saying, because he was basically a hermit to this island, that he was seeing things, is what people are trying to say. See, that's you. Your missus, everything has to be scientific and has to have an explanation behind it, right? Okay. Don't you think that he could have seen something?
I do. Now, I'm not dismissing what he saw, because there's something that deeply troubled him that started him on the venture that he went, because I don't think he could have just decided one day, I'm gonna be weird. And when he grew his own food. He didn't bother anybody. People came and, he traded food for other stuff. Nothing about him screamed crazy. He just didn't like people. Being a hermit doesn't mean crazy. Being a hermit means I don't like people. That's my thing.
It seems like maybe trauma could have been due to it.
Seeing a dead little girl might be traumatized.
Right, and that would totally do it. But and that would explain some of this. But at the same time, don't you think like maybe there was something that happened before? Like, let's say that, because he said he found a drowned girl, right? Mm-hmm. But where's the girl? There was no body found. There was,
we'll get into that.
Right. So my question is maybe this is induced paranoia.
But I'm the logical one?
I'm just saying, like, we got to look at it logically and illogically.
That's what I was getting to.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so elaborate.
Okay. All right. Haunted by his inability to save her or by her spirit, Barrera hung the doll he found in a tree as a memorial, and it is still there, but it's in the spidery part of it. Driven by a perceived need to appease her restless spirit, Barrera spent the next 50 years scouring canals and trash heaps and trading produce for more dolls. He hung thousands of dolls, many of them mutilated, dirty, and broken across the island. So pretty much anybody could bring a doll and hang it as tribute to the little girl.
I'm hanging a doll.
In 2001, Barrera was found dead, drowned in the same spot in the canal where the little girl had said to have died decades earlier.
I don't understand. Like, how is hanging dolls?
It was like in a tribute to the little girl. So when he found the little girl, she had a doll. He took the doll since he couldn't help the little girl.
I don't think the little girl liked this. I don't think this is what the little girl meant.
She was deceased. How would you know?
If she existed at all.
She had a little doll with her when she passed away. What are you talking? Every girl has little dolls. Well, most girls. I didn't.
Yeah, dolls freak me out.
Dolls freak me out.
That's why we did this show, because I was like, what's something
I don't like
freaky?
Dolls. Dolls are creepy. But my thing is that she apparently when he found her and she was drowned, she had a little doll with her. So he took that doll, and to appease her spirit, because we don't know what the little girl just drowned, nobody came looking for her and all that kind of stuff. So his way of dealing with that trauma was collecting the dolls for her.
I'm leaning towards, like, the dude was smoking some good stuff and, had a traumatic experience, thought he saw something, maybe went a little bit off his rocker and started doing this to find a way, like a coping mechanism for.
Yeah, I would think
this
that
seems more psychological than it does. Like the other ones seem more demonic. This seems more psychological to me.
Okay, so remember, he was found dead in the same spot the little girl had died. His nephew Anastasio, who had inherited the island, continued the tribute. Then he also died of a heart attack in the same location. All three of them died in the same spot. The island is now. Legend centers believe the dolls are possessed by a spirit of the drowned girl. Over time, it included the souls of the other dead children as well as Barrera's own spirit. And there's also the conspiracy that he was killing children, and this is why he put up all the. It depends.
Where's the children?
Yeah, I mean, you can kill somebody and no body, no case.
So that's a lot of kids.
But their thing is that it was to appease the spirit from bad things happening. But 3 people dying but here's the thing about this canal, and what people don't really understand. This is the same canal that is connected to a lot of folklore. I can't say this one either. Nojales? No, that is right. Dark spirits that disguise themselves as black-eyed girls or animals like fish and leopards lure victims into the water. This is the
like
same canal. Yes, the canal that is connected to this island. Also, part of this canal is La Llorona, the legend of the weeping woman searching for her children that she drowned. It is also associated with these waterways. The paranormal activity to this canal's dark history, the canals were part of vast Aztec lake system. After Hernan Cortez conquered the region, it is said that more than 30,000 Aztec bodies were dumped there, potentially opening a portal of evil entities.
Okay,
it's a whole different, because everything connected with this canal is connected with a lot of dark folklore for Mexico City.
Okay, so I'm leaning towards supernatural now that we have the full story here. It does seem plausible the dude could have, went off of his rocker on this one.
Oh, of course, anybody.
But maybe something drove him to that. Maybe some type of spiritual entity. Like, if La Llorona is in my backyard, I'm probably not going to be the sanest person.
Well, think about the water. It's all about the water. Like, this is all attributed to this canal and this island that is right next to the canal. Like, the drowned children and...
water can store energy.
Right, and I don't know how familiar people are with Aztecs, but they were not kind. And if they were leaving this world, they did some horrific things.
Child sacrifices.
Sacrifice anything that they thought would please the gods, they did it.
That's terrifying. And this is why I don't like religion. For that reason right there. I'm not a religious person. I'm a spiritual person. You know, I see it more as like a relationship. But yeah, I think when you get religious and things, it can send you down a very, very dark path. You know, they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? So, you know, these people may have had good intentions. Oh, we're going to make it rain. Let's totally kill our children. That'll do it.
Yeah. And a lot of people disappear, then everyone gets gaslighting into believing it never happened. And that's like what you're trying to, oh, nope, that didn't happen. There was no drowned little girl or the La Llorona. Nope, there's no dead babies.
Right.
That's a hard one because not only, I guess what bothers me about this one than the other ones is the bodies of the people, the little girl, the owner, and the nephew all died in the same place.
In the exact same spot.
In the exact same spot.
So, hold on. Dude finds a little girl.
Correct, with a doll.
In the water, drowned,
yes.
Right? And then he dies there at the water in the same spot.
Drowns.
And then his nephew dies at the water.
Heart attack, drowns.
And then someone else?
No, nobody else. Nobody
So
wanted to be on the island
everyone's
anymore.
Like, I ain't going over that
Now,
spot.
they do allow people to visit during the day. They do not suggest you be there at night. It is very horrifying and terrifying. Bad things happen.
I feel like we should go at night.
Oh, yeah, not that one. I don't like dolls. I know the history. I've been to Mexico City. You stay away from that. Canal is a huge tourist spot. I grew up with the story of La Llorona because my mother was mean.
What about the cucuy?
No, we grew up with all of that. The cucuy chased you down the hallway when you were going to the restroom. Like my mom, just didn't want us to leave our room or our house at any given moment. She was just like, "How can I scare these kids?" And they were real folklores. They've been around forever.
If you get up and go to the bathroom at night,
going to the kitchen.
If you go into the kitchen and steal snacks, the cucuy and the La Llorona is going to come get you in the night.
That was what she did. She goes, that was our nighttime stories. We didn't get no Hansel and Gretel or.
And see, this is how religion can control
bears.
people. Lore like this can control people, right? We're literally controlling children to stay in their beds and not get into snacks by telling them that the creature from the Black Lagoon is lurking in the shadows.
It's like when you get told, and I found out that this isn't true. Like if you go to bed with wet hair, you'll be sick the next morning. You know that's not true, right?
Yeah, but you don't want to go to bed with wet hair because it can breed bacteria in your pillow. That's the real reason, right? Why you don't go. But we tell children these crazy stories so they'll think, oh my God, if I get out of bed, the crazy demon monkey's going to grab my ankle and yank me into hell, you know?
I mean,
because kids,
maybe that did happen,
right? But if you tell kids things logically, they're just gonna disobey, right? So we come up with the cucuy and the chupacabra to scare them into.
Who says those
doing
things aren't
safe.
real?
I mean,
that
believe
story came from somewhere.
I've actually seen a chupacabra.
A bald dog?
They have one on display.
It's a bald dog. It's a bald, oversized dog.
It's a chupacabra, and no one can tell me otherwise.
It's a hairless dog.
It's a chihuahua. Chihuahuas are chupacabras.
They're not hairless.
All right. So do we have another picture here? Let's see here. So that's our picture now. And here's my thing is it seems made up until you factor in the idea that maybe there is.
Those are the trips you can take.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up here. So because people all died in the same spot, that's where I'm like, okay, maybe this is
the only story I give any weight to. Because they
what
were
are you talking about?
People.
What about freaking Annabelle and the dude?
Do you want my honest opinion on that? Now, I gave the story of the background because that's my job to do so. I think it's crap. The doll thing, the dolls being possessed, is crap. Just plain crap.
I don't
because
think so.
I believe, again, whether you believe in demons or not, demons, and even the church, they want bodies. And in your thing about this guy being possessed,
like dead bodies,
they want a live vessel. They have they can't get anything accomplished with a doll. They need a person. They need a body. Okay,
that was one thing that I was researching.
Because I was like, they need a body, they need a host. So when I see these doll ones, one, I think those people of Annabelle, they made a fortune, and they used religion to, again, not a fan of religion. They use that to push their narrative. Second, the other doll, again, why would you hold on to it? Oh, Robert made me do it, or Robert did it. That sounds like a child didn't want to get in trouble.
It's mutilating toys, so we're just going to put it in the attic.
I'd
burn that. I burned my Furby.
He kept it.
Maybe it was because the child was so attached to it.
It is weird, though, that he still let it keep its name. Like, that's still trippy. Like, he must have believed it so much. Now, again, I could be wrong. These things could be totally real. But in my brain, the two dolls are complete bullshit. To me, it's crap.
I want to believe.
I get it. And people do. People do. But the Valley of the Dolls, knowing Mexico City, knowing the lore behind this canal, pushes me in the other way. Because I know there's some especially, so my native heritage who settled here in California, in Southern California, are the sister tribe to the Aztecs.
So you sacrificed humans and children.
They did. They for sure did. It explains why I'm so mean. But here's my thing. They did horrific things on that land. I'm not going to make excuses. So did the Mayans. So did most tribes all around the world, but I honestly think, out of reading all of it, the Aztecs were pretty freaking bad.
Right.
So,
and like the Annabelle doll thing, it goes back to what, like the 70s. You know, the Robert the doll goes back to 121 years ago. This goes back like what, thousands of years ago.
Right. These folklore have been around for a very long time. Now, granted, this guy who had the Valley of the Dolls was in his, it started in the 50s. He was older, and he was very reclusive, so people wanted to dismiss him. And he literally traded like fruits and vegetables for dolls to keep her happy, to keep her spirit alive.
I saw that he was literally farming to basically survive and to buy dolls
and to get the dolls for the little girl. What would he wasn't asking for money.
Well, I will tell you this.
He wasn't asking for anything. He just wanted to appease this little girl that he couldn't help, and he felt so devastated he couldn't help her.
After he passed, and then his nephew took over and he passed, there wasn't as many dolls as there is today.
Nope,
the reason
it's
so much is because people go and visit and they bring a doll. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of people probably every year that are bringing dolls. So now it's more overridden. It's become more of it's
a tourist attraction. But as long as they keep bringing the dolls, the spirits are happy.
Maybe there was a couple dozen, maybe a few hundred to begin with. Now we're talking about thousands. So it's a whole island of the dolls. It's become this lure over time. I wouldn't put it past Mexico to do something like this to bring in tourist attraction and American US dollars.
That's true.
For every supernatural thing.
But the story of the two deaths are documented.
Follow the money. The money will tell you the truth.
But these little things didn't start till a few years, like 10, 20 years ago. This happened in the 50s. I think we forget that we're not in the 1900s anymore. We're in the 2000s. And so the reason why this was cornered off for a while, because Mexico is very superstitious. Whether you realize that, I get Americans are. No, Mexicans, Spanish, any of that in that family, were superstitious to the max. And I think their big thing was, we need to stay away from it. The canal wasn't used for a long time unless it was necessary, because they were afraid of the bad
now
spirits.
They're doing tours through it.
Because Americans
it must have not been that bad.
Because Americans will pay to do dumb shit.
I don't know. we went from we're not
Cha-ching,
going
right.
anywhere near it to like, oh yeah, let's just totally take families with their children through the canal.
If
it was unsafe, why would they do that?
No, I'm not saying it's unsafe. I'm just saying it's haunted. There's a big difference. I live in a house I know is haunted. I see it all the time. I'm not move. We gonna live together, and someday I'm gonna try to get them to pay rent. Do you understand?
This studio is haunted.
I believe that because the house you live in, the house I live in, these houses were made in what 1930,
like 80 years old
1940.
or
They're
more.
almost 100 years old.
Yeah,
There's some sketchy shit.
Everything around here is old, and I think the older something is, the more likely it is to have like something attached to it. So. Yes,
so something
no.
can be haunted. Okay, people. Okay, you're saying that. Oh, people don't. Why are they? Okay, you say that, but how many people go to the Winchester house? How many
because
people?
It's freaky and weird and different.
Because it's haunted.
Is it though, or is it just a staircase that leads to nothing? A door that goes out to
people will
nowhere.
Pay, but I'm saying though, ghosts or not, people will pay to see haunted stuff.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't mean they're not haunted. Or they are,
or the story when the 50s was something completely different, and then they rewrote the story for cha-ching. So that way they can have their tourism.
But you can coexist without being possessed. I think that's what people don't understand. You can coexist with the ghost. You can coexist with aliens. You can coexist with things you don't understand.
Well, I think there are good entities and there are bad entities. And I think in this circumstance, I would say this is a bad entity because, two people evidently lost their life and possibly a little girl. So there's probably something evil and demonic. When I look at the La Llorona, okay?
Doesn't that tie in? She was looking for the children she drowned, and there was a little girl that popped up on the guy's island.
I think this is La Llorona. This is probably the
That's
real
the one story I believe
it's
because
the postquel, right? Like it's not the prequel, it's not the origin story. It's this is what happened
a very long time.
Right. So I'm thinking this is what happened after. And what I think is La Llorona's origin story comes from the Aztec background that comes with this. So like
correct. That's probably more likely.
A lot of evil and demonic and killing of children and people and mutilation and all that stems to cause a dark force and energy which then possessed a mother to drown her children, which then possessed a man to see basically he saw them getting drowned, right. So here's the thing: it's like a cascading domino effect, right? So he now saw an apparition of this drowning girl, or maybe it was a real drowning girl, or maybe he drowned a girl there. We don't know, right? But it obviously is this cascading effect of demonic energy over the years, and it's probably the same entity because these things are timeless. They don't die, right? And so over the years, it's transferred itself, and it transferred itself into this man who caused him to go crazy, or maybe it was in the doll. Right now, you say it's not in the doll. I think it can be in the doll. Maybe it's in the island. Maybe it's in the water. Maybe it's in Annabelle. Maybe it's in the air, in the ether. Right. I do believe that entities can attach themselves to you without entering into you. You have to give an entity
like
permission.
A tick?
No, like you have to give it permission to enter into you, right?
So I would like to hear when a demon asks for permission.
Well, it's like, when you do like a Ouija board, right? You're giving it permission to communicate with you.
Those are fake, right?
No, they are not. And let me tell you something. I will give you a firsthand experience of a demonic entity trying.
I played with Ouija Ouija boards growing up, and the only creepy thing was my dad turning on and off the lights so that we would scream.
Right, maybe there was no entity that, no energy in that space and time. What I'm saying is those things do exist. They are real. There is a scientific explanation for the Ouija board, and we'll do a whole thing on Ouija boards probably one of these days. But what I'm saying is I know for a fact from my personal experience, I have dealt with demonic entities. I've dealt with these spiritual forces and battles that have happened. And I have seen, or not seen, but interacted, and they would basically tell me that, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. Every single time I've encountered one of these things, it's always said the same words: let me in. Let me in. And I always am like, you can get off, but you can't come in. Bye. Get out of here.
Okay, so you've experienced that.
Yes.
Okay. So then you should believe all the other stuff, right? You weren't
I
there.
do believe it. We were talking about,
I'm saying, like,
we need to have an open mind to scientific reasoning and to supernatural.
I just can't buy the supernatural part on this one. The only one I can, and it's not so much the Valley of the Dolls. I believe he saw what he saw. I believe that he believed what he believed. But I also know with the folklore that I was raised with, the reason she drowned her kids was, you were correct, the Aztec Indians were going to sacrifice them, and the better way so that they weren't mutilated and slit their throats, she drowned them. And then she cried because that was her way of saving her own children from a horrible fate.
They do say that drowning is one of the most peaceful deaths.
I mean, I don't really want to try it, but I know the most peaceful death is actually freezing to death.
Yeah, but I mean also drowning though, because
Really?
you go into a dream state. You obviously there's some panic behind it. Yes, if you're panicking.
That sounds horrifying.
But like there are people who have drowned, died, and then were resuscitated, and their experiences, what they talk about is that it's not a painful death. It's not, basically you go into like a dreamlike state of hallucination and you're just gone.
According to science, it's better to die from freezing to death because your sensors just start shutting off.
I don't know, man. I feel like being cold, shivering.
You stop shivering at some point.
Yeah, but it seems like that would be long and drug out, whereas drowning, it's a few minutes.
But at least you can still breathe. That's the difference.
But you actually
breathing in water.
You get to a point
you?
where you breathe in the water and like you don't get that gas. You know how like when you're holding your breath
drowned.
and you have to.
It is horrifying.
That's the panic state of it. But I've actually saved someone's life and resuscitated them. I had a pool at one time, and we were all heavily drinking, and this girl, she was very drunk. She dove into the pool off the diving board and was like swimming around, and because she was so drunk and got disoriented, she couldn't find her way up. And I actually had to jump in and dive and grab her and take her to the top and do CPR. And, someone in that state, they're drunk, they don't know which way is up, they're just swimming around. They're probably not thinking, it's probably not a horrific thing. You're drunk, you're not
okay. So under
there.
The right circumstances, drowning is fun. I mean,
no, I'm just saying.
But I get what you're saying, and you're getting frustrated with me. But that sounds insane. That does not sound like like heat exhaustion would even be better. Like you just fall asleep and you just don't wake up. I want one that I can just fall asleep.
I
and
feel
you don't
like
wake
low
up.
oxygen would be the way. Whereas
that's what I'm saying. Cold. That is. Anywhere you go, the best way to die is to freeze to death because your oxygen slowly lowers, your sensors slowly turn off, you just fall asleep and you never wake up.
Yeah, and I mean, so like I used to collect insects, and one
That's
of the
what I'm
ways
saying.
one
Yeah,
of the
it
ways
sounds
that we
peaceful.
would collect insects is we would collect them and then put them in the freezer, and they would fall asleep, and that's how they would go.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a humane way to do it. So I could see that. Okay. Also, lack of oxygen. Basically, you get really tired and you take a nap and you don't wake up. I don't know. I hate the heat. I hate
But if
being
you were
hot.
to go lay down because you were so hot and your breathing starts
am
to
hot.
your breathing.
So hot.
I had to
Did I go
see
too
that.
far?
I had to see
I went too
that.
far, chat. I don't know. Maybe it's the mustache. That's what's so hot. Maybe it's the red beard.
Help me. Anyways, but heat exhaustion. You just get tired, go to sleep.
Yeah. Anyway, so back to what we're talking about. The Island of the Dolls, right?
I
Honestly,
want to know what people think because I don't know how people are familiar. Again, I love Hispanic heritage, and this isn't just Mexico. Spain has a lot of their own folklore as well, and that's where most of my ancestors are from, is Spain, and from the sister of the Aztecs that settled in Southern California. But my thing is that what is the difference between taking this tour bus to this haunted island that it is all these Americans and foreigners who go to the haunted houses that are all over California, or I mean the United States? How is that any different? You're like discrediting it. Well, it's not that scary if people go, but there's haunted houses everywhere.
I think people will find any reason to monetize something.
Well, yeah, but this wasn't monetized till, I guess you want to call it that, for a while back.
Right. So, yeah, maybe it was just ancient lure that turned into something that they could market.
But what the point is for, this is why this all comes together for me, is the drowned children, the black-eyed girls luring people into the water. Doesn't that seem like, even though they came at different times, doesn't that seem like it's all connected? That's the only one that I could find that was connected to something else, to something else, to something else.
Yes, I think that this is the most likely to be real.
Right.
But at the same time, I think there's some truth in all of it. I'm leaning towards all of it is real. Every single one of them.
No.
I think the least likely one is the Robert one.
The oldest one?
Right. Well, it's not the oldest because this goes back to the ancient Aztecs, right?
Right.
But I would say that one because I would write a letter just to get my letter posted up there.
Of course you would.
Yeah. Why would? Who would? So many.
Because I'm not weird. It's not.
But I do think that entities can attach to objects, but I think they would much rather attach to a human. And I think in the Robert case, the human was the little boy, and that's why he switched names, because the little boy went into the doll and the demonic entity took over the little boy.
But Gene, what he called himself, had a fairly normal life. Went to college, married, had kids.
And there's lots of people that are demon possessed that live normal lives.
This is all based on the fact that
and then
demons
next
are
thing
real.
you know, one day they snap.
I think you and me have different words for demon.
Possibly.
Yeah.
When I think of demon, I think of fallen angel, nefarious.
See, and I can't
entity.
Wrap my head around
see
a religious answer.
Like when I say ghost, I'm thinking of a disembodied soul, right? Roaming the earth.
That I believe. Limbo, that's where people get stuck at. I mean, I don't believe in whatever, but I do believe that we either reincarnate or we get to have we get just the same life over and over in a multi-universe. Like, we don't know anything.
When I say demon, I'm referring to some nefarious, evil entity that has, ill intentions.
Okay.
That's what I refer to as demon. I think that ghosts can be good or bad. I think more or less the ghosts that are bad are more likely demons, and the ghosts are more likely just disembodied people. And I think people inherently are good. I think people do evil things. And I think there are very, very evil people out there.
Correct.
And those are probably some evil spirits, But I think generally if you're going to encounter a spirit, it's more likely for it to not be evil, because people, I think, the majority of people inherently want to be good. At least I feel that way because I want to be good. I want to be a good person. I want to help people. I want to do good things. I think, people as a group, as a whole, as a society are very ugly and gross and very malicious and selfish and
yes and no.
But I think the individual deep down inside has a yearning want to be good, right?
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about. You're talking about, I don't believe in this whole demonic thing. I do believe in lost spirits, I guess what you would call them, ghosts, spirits that are stuck in limbo and they have nowhere to go. The reason I don't believe in the whole demonic thing is, one, science can prove that it could be mental illness, schizophrenia. But one of my problems is most criminals, do you know what they hide behind? The devil made me do it. And if that
isn't there a show called The Devil Made Me Do It?
Yes, which I've watched in its entirety. But here's my thing. That is my issue with this whole demonic thing. It needs to be labeled as something else. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I get it. That's
why it's a religious. That's why I have my whole thing with people who are like, oh, you have to one, I don't forgive and I don't forget, but one, oh, you have to forgive them, the devil made me do it. First of all, that is not an excuse. Do you know right from wrong? Great. Now people who don't know right from wrong, who suffer from psychopathy, that's different. They don't know right from wrong. They think what they're doing is okay. I know you don't like my logical answer right now, and I'm not discrediting that they maybe I'm completely wrong and demons are real and I have no idea what I'm talking about, but from a psychology perspective, it sounds more like a scapegoat. Do I believe in spirits that live on this planet? Did you just say goat?
No. I heard goat.
Scapegoat.
I'm the scapegoat.
Just a goat. But I do believe in spirits being lost, because whatever happened that led them to that
limbo.
fate. Yeah, limbo. I've always believed in limbo, and until they find peace, they can't leave to wherever you believe you go after this life. I believe in that. But demons is very specific. All these personalities stuck inside of you. And I know the movie Split, great movie. Like, if you had to think of something demonic, but that wasn't who he was, what did they classify it? Schizophrenia.
Right. It was classified as schizophrenia, but I think the difference is someone that's schizophrenic, split personality disorder, they have those different personalities, they have different things. I think what makes it demonic is those same characteristics, but with abilities attached to it.
And that could be very true, but they could have always had those abilities.
No, like there was one I was seeing, and the girl took an apple and
I know what you're talking about. We're going to cover that story.
Yeah, and so it's like that's a supernatural ability.
Or okay, so here's my thing.
You can't just do that. You just, I'm sorry,
not with these arms, but I mean, if I pump some, metal, I would
challenge like a really ripped. We'll get John Cena, because you can't see him.
We can't see him. We're just going to see an apple explode.
Just see an apple, right? Okay. And I think that even someone like John Cena would struggle with doing something like that, because it's just not human nature. And an average person being able to do something like that, that's a supernatural ability, right? Like almost like a superhero type ability that they don't normally have that ability. And then in that moment of possession, they are granted, call them gifts or abilities to do things that defy the laws of physics, defy, everything that we know that science tells us to be true.
Okay. So
that's the difference.
No. So do the demons, do they know that the demons live in them?
I think some people don't. I think some people are full of demons and don't even know it.
I mean, that is, if that's what you call it, that's very probable. But my thing is like, okay, people aren't going to like this one, but Hitler could have been like at the end, demons maybe do it. I'm not actually crazy.
I'm not saying that blaming it on a demon. It's not a reason for
but that's why it gets
to
discredited.
absolve you.
But that's why it gets discredited, and
I
that's
agree.
what my issue is with it. Now, if you were telling me this back, and this is even back in the '60s with killers and people creating atrocities, and that was their thing. I was, oh, a demon had me, or the devil made me do it, and that again maybe. That's what bothers me so much. But and then it makes it so like it's not real.
It's a cop out, but I don't think that just because something possessed you to do it doesn't mean that you get a free pass.
Exactly.
I think you still have the consequences. I believe that if you are possessed by a demon, you have to give it the ability to do so, and basically have to grant it permission. Therefore, you
I don't
are
think you just
responsible.
said it doesn't need permission, though. It just jumped into little Robert.
No, I think that children are easily manipulated. So it's easier for entities to go after children because they can manipulate those children into doing different things. That's why, children are not allowed to have consent, because their brains are not mature enough to understand the ramifications of the decisions that they're making.
That's one thing about when you read up on demons and stuff, they always look like children because you feel bad for children.
Right.
Like, if that's real, and I could be wrong, if that's real, that is genius, because I would help a little girl. I would help a little boy if they needed my help. And you wouldn't think twice. They'd be like, oh my God, be there and crying, and you'd go hug them, and then they're like, thanks, bitch.
Yeah, I think that, and these entities are nefarious, and they will do whatever it takes to manipulate people, or to get their end result, right?
Why did it in my head went to a Dave Chappelle, gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha, bitch. Like, that is what it feels like if there's a little, because I'm a sucker. If it's a child, like, I'm gonna want to help, and I'm like thinking now, I'm like, if that's true, oh man, so quickly I would have a demon so fast, because it'd be like, oh, help me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, come in.
I think that's why they
Come to
choose
me.
to use the form of children. I think that's why they go after children. One, because children are easily manipulated, and to be in the form of a child is because it's easy to manipulate someone else to help a child.
Oh.
Just like the guy at the Valley of the Dolls, right? He wanted to help the child, and therefore it drew him to the water, and it evidently entered into him and attached itself to him. I do think that the entities can not enter in you and possess you, but can latch onto you and follow you,
like drain you. Right.
So like, you don't necessarily have to be possessed by the entity. You can just be what is the word, like it can follow you, and it can
my thing
wreak
about
havoc on you.
These dolls, and they're like, oh, they're demonic. My thing is, things that are really demonic just drain you of everything. The worst that most
Soul
of these dolls,
vampires.
right? Like, they're just but these dolls were just jerks. They're freaking assholes, throwing shit, jumping everywhere, scratching people. Like, they were just jerks. Like, even if that's the case, and they were somehow, these dolls were just jerks.
I think they feed off of fear, because fear is a form of energy. Even with like the adrenochrome, they have to,
no,
the adrenochrome is stronger and more pure the more stress and torment that
we're not talking about Monsters Inc. right now.
I'm just saying is that they do this because it's energy. They're energy vampires. They feed off energy. That's why if
they feed off fear,
right? But if you believe in the entity, then it gives it more power. And if you are more fearful of it, then it will more likely communicate with you, whereas like somebody's like, whatever, it's all bullshit. They're never going to have those experiences because it doesn't have the energy to feed off of. It's too draining on the spirit to interact with you. Whereas if it can make the hair stand up on the back of your neck, then it's more likely that it can feed off of those emotions and that energy.
Okay, so look, I believe in spirits and ghosts. I do not believe in demons. I just don't.
I believe
just
in
can't.
demons.
I can't
because
wrap my head
I've
around that
encountered them personally is why I believe it.
And I guess because I don't, I never will. But I believe in spirits.
Exactly what I'm saying.
I believe in like spirits and ghosts.
And
that
that's
makes sense to
probably
me.
why the ghost actually talked to you on the spirit box. And I believe in spirits and ghosts too. That's why when I talked to it, I got the same result when I started asking the right questions, same as you. We believe. I think someone that doesn't believe, it has a harder time.
Doesn't that seem convenient though? Wouldn't you want to go after the people that don't believe?
Well, look at Elon. Elon does not believe whatsoever.
No.
But he's a believer now.
A little bit.
He's a little bit now.
Still hesitation of what he.
Right, because he's very logical.
And he's like, well, maybe I didn't hear what I thought I heard.
Right. But he doesn't have as many encounters as we do.
Because he doesn't believe in it.
Because he doesn't believe in it. It's too much energy wasted on someone that doesn't believe. But if it can make someone who already does,
good. Like you're in danger.
I'm not
good.
in danger.
You believe in it, so I'm good then, right?
I'm filled with the Holy Ghost, so I cannot be possessed. Okay. Me personally,
I feel like
you're in danger because you don't believe.
People, the majority of people that do get these demons are religious. Look at it. Look into the history of all of it. They're religious people because you guys buy into it.
And I don't believe that you have to be a religious person in order to be saved. So if you are someone, you call it whatever you want, but if you believe that you are protected, then therefore you are. That's the difference. Someone who doesn't believe is not protected, therefore could be manipulated.
That's a different conversation for another day because I know what I wanted to say. But I feel like you guys are the most vulnerable then.
I think
because you believe in it and you're religious, and if God can't save you, no one can.
I think me personally, I feel like I'm I'm not vulnerable whatsoever because I have that protection. But it also does say in the Bible that you should not, engage in those types of behaviors, right?
And what are you trying to do?
I don't want to engage. I didn't even want to do that thing. Honestly, I was just like trying to see, okay, was this actually interference? And I probably should have never done it. But the curiosity killed the cat. Okay.
True.
So curiosity got the best of me. I'm a human being. I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. But I
because you don't know what you were talking to.
I do not know what I was talking to, but I do know this, that I am safe and I am protected.
None of us are.
I believe I am. I believe, therefore I am.
I believe I'm a cat. Do you see how that works?
You need a cat box?
Cat box. My thing is this whole, I guess because we're on different ends of the spectrum. I'm going to be okay because I'm choosing to be okay. You need something to protect you because you don't think you're strong enough to do it yourself?
No,
from like demons or whatever?
I do myself, but I have...
You need to believe in something?
I have a hedge of protection, like a shield. Like
what if it's not
it's called
real?
putting on the armor.
My thing is, I've listened to your sermon this
and if
whole
it's
time.
not real...
What if you're wrong? And this is all a simulation or whatever it is, and we reincarnate. What if you're wrong?
Then I slept at night and I'm okay with being wrong.
Yeah, but then what if
But for me, I don't feel like I'm wrong because of the things that I have seen.
But why can't people who have a whole bunch of demons just be schizophrenic?
I think they very well could be, and that would be a scientific explanation. The difference is the supernatural abilities. Having a mental disorder doesn't give you the ability to do things that you just can't do or possibly know.
Well, maybe they didn't know they couldn't do it and then they did it.
If you've never been exposed to certain languages and then all of a sudden you start speaking them fluently.
The first time you're exposed to food, you eat it as soon as you smell it. You don't have questions. You're just like, oh my gosh, this is it.
speaking in a different language, for instance, if someone who's never even heard the Latin
Maybe they
language
access
just
that part of their brain and we just don't know.
how did it get there?
We have a whole bunch of brain we don't know. We don't know what's
but
in there.
I believe your brain has to be exposed to something in order for it to retain it there. Now I get what you're saying, that maybe it's from a past life or something like that. Maybe. But
That
for
makes
me,
more sense to me.
I don't think so. I don't know. But I would say that, supernatural ability from, split personality disorder seems more likely to be demonic possession. I do believe that split personality disorder does exist, and that is a real scientific explanation. But I think when you add that other factor into it, that's when it becomes something different. And we have to be able to realize that there are just some things that we can't explain or
Agreed.
understand.
Yeah.
And that we have to be open to the possibility that maybe there's something just completely that defies the law of physics, defies the laws of science, defies everything that we know, because it's something that we can't comprehend.
And I believe there's things out there we can't comprehend, but I guess you're going to call it demons and I'm just going to call it schizophrenia. And it's all the same thing. It'll all be the same thing in the end.
I think a lot of the arguments with all these different things is it comes down to the names.
I agree.
I think
that's what I'm saying. Like, you call it this, I call it that, but it's the same thing.
Right. We're arguing over semantics of the identity of the word that we've created for something. And
that's what people don't understand.
It's all the same thing.
We're all talking about the same thing. We're just giving it different names. Even in the world now, like, we are all talking about the same thing. We're just using different words to say
right.
it.
And the problem is we're not moving forward with understanding what is actually happening because we're too busy arguing over the semantics of the words.
Now, with that being said, I would still want to help, even if they were schizophrenic or demonic possessed. I would still want to help. Does that make sense? Like, I don't have to believe in it to want to help somebody be okay. And that's where we all fall on, like, okay, how do we help this person with whatever is wrong with them? But
I think, help can come in different forms. I think some people find help from medication. Some people get help from prayer and
religion.
Exactly. And prayer doesn't necessarily have to be religion. Like I said, I don't believe in religion.
Okay, well, I mean in God in
But
general.
that's us arguing over the semantic of the word.
The semantic of what you call
exactly.
it.
That's
right.
a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
So, I think we get to the root of all this, the sooner we as a society accept that there are things we can't explain and stop arguing over the semantics of the words and start having a more open mind about the different things that we are encountering, because there are just some things that science can't explain.
I mean, yeah. And the reason I do agree with that is because I believe ghosts are real.
And if you're watching, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends.
I forgot we were live because that was in my head.
The subscription button if you're watching on YouTube and you're not subscribed already. We are trying to get to 500 subscribers, so help us out with that. And we appreciate all of you that are watching and hitting the like button consistently. We are live on YouTube, Twitch, X, and Abstract at Ozthecryptogoat. So come check us out. If you're watching on TikTok, you're not watching on TikTok because we're not live on TikTok anymore.
I'm done with
because
TikTok.
We can't say what we want to say, and that's the beauty of the show, is we get to openly talk with free speech and expression.
While we still can.
And that's why I pushed so hard to start this show now, because my intention was to do this much later on. And
we appreciate you guys so much. So much.
Thank you, everyone. You guys are incredible.
One thing I do want to touch on, though, because this is my same thing with the moon landing, is these dolls, little Robert and Annabelle. What if those stories are true and we're assholes? Like, we're discrediting their whole experience. Like, they're terrified and scared for their life, and we're just like, it didn't happen.
I think that's why it's important to have an open mind.
That's my only thing. Like, that's always sits in the back of my head. Like, I know I'm wrong sometimes. I mean, it's not really that much, but like, I know I can be wrong sometimes. I am me. How often am I wrong?
All the time.
Never.
That's why you're the fact checker, because you're always freaking right. I hate it.
It's annoying, right? But more times than not, I try to be as, what do you call it? As educated as possible about everything. But in the back of my head, it's that you could be wrong. And that's what hits me with these dolls was like, gosh, what if I'm wrong? And these dolls did all these horrific things. And I'm just telling these people, your experience is wrong. What you felt is wrong. Everything you went through is wrong. That's not fun either. I don't want to do that to anybody.
Think of people that are demon possessed, right? Telling them that they're discounted, we
I don't want to do that either. I don't want to discount somebody's like, and what did I say? Perception is, 90% reality. What you perceive is your reality. And to them, that was their reality, whether they made it up. Now, see, that's where we're going to have to, that's where we try to decide, but perception is reality. And that reality for them what was real.
For me, I've experienced demonic entities. I've experienced schizophrenic personality
my mother
disorder.
Seems pretty demonic.
People,
Maybe it's true.
I've experienced both.
Probably.
And there is a fine line where you can use discernment to identify the difference between each, because I believe both do exist.
I do. Again, the back of my head, it's like, could be wrong, but the reality is I'm too logical to think anything else. But again, I don't want to discredit someone's perception. That just seems mean. Like, I believe that you think you saw those things, and I wouldn't discredit that because that was your experience. It wasn't my experience. So only you would know that experience. Does that make sense?
Right. And if you're watching, I would implore you to have an open mind about things. Do not, put people down or discredit their experiences, because we as humans may never understand any of these topics, and you should never, mock someone or put them down or anything like what you're talking about, because the fact of the matter is that no one does. That is,
we don't know nothing.
Yeah, we have no idea.
We have no idea.
Right. So no one is right, no one is wrong. So for you to go into the world and act as though you know what you're talking about and you know everything, that is when you realize that you know nothing, is when
you stop learning.
Right. So if you cannot be taught something and you cannot be receptive to something new, that is a form of holding yourself back from learning and educating yourself. So I would implore you to have an open mind, question everything, listen to everything, but believe nothing.
And I know we bicker, but it's more so we have very, very different of opinions and thoughts and how we do things. But at the same time, there's a mutual respect, because his comes from a real place, mine comes from a real place. You don't get to discredit the other ones. I don't believe, and he may not believe what I have to say, but the point of this show is to listen to all perspectives, listen to all the theories, come up with your own way of thinking. Maybe you learned something you didn't. Maybe you think we're crazy. It doesn't matter. Like he said, listen to everybody's point of view. And I think, especially right now with the world being the way it is, just listen. You don't have to always react. You don't always have to comment. You can just listen and go from there. Just my thoughts and opinions.
And that's why I brought you to be on this show, is because we are complete polar opposites. We basically agree on nothing.
True.
Right. And at the same time, we have the ability to sit in a room together and discuss them without yelling and calling each other names and stuff, and understanding each other's perspectives. And I think that is something that we need to normalize as a community, as the world, and as society and humanity together. it's okay to agree to disagree. You don't have to hate someone just because they don't think the same way you do. And unfortunately, we've lost that somewhere along the way.
We should stop being human beings. Like, just love. We're all human. That was always my thing when I was a kid and everyone hated everybody. I'm like, we're just human beings. All of us are human. Just be kind to other humans. That's all you have to do. That's
my
simple.
goal with this show is to lead by example. Show people in the world that we do not have to hate each other because we disagree. We can get along, we can sit in the same room, break bread, and conversate with each other without tearing each other apart. And let me tell you something right now. If you are in an argument with somebody and you stoop as low as to start name calling and using derogatory marks, you've already lost.
You lost.
Yeah.
I can't stand that. Like, you know how I am. I'll make a factual statement and it'll bother somebody and they're like, oh, you're a stupid bitch. And I was like, I won. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Say it again. Say it a little louder. Please say it.
Argue with people with intelligence and facts and even opinions, right? That's how you win an argument. When you stoop down to hateful rhetoric and violence, then you've basically lost. You've already lost because you could not come together and put down a complete thought. And the moment you realized that you lost, you decided to lash out. And that's how you know.
Like a tantrum, like a child.
Like
That's
a
what it bothers me. Even my kids have better composure than most adults these days. And it's like, just, you know, they're all listening to each other. They're all joking. Nobody you know what I mean? Like, there's camaraderie, and we no longer have that.
Yeah, your kids are unhinged. By the way.
I know, but they're fun.
Yeah.
They're completely unhinged. They say the most crazy things, but they all get along. I
Mine
never
are like
have to worry.
cookie cutter children.
Yeah, mine are. They're like me. We're like, nothing matters. Everything matters. It doesn't matter. You know, live your life today. There could be no tomorrow, and we have a lot of fun with that. But there's a camaraderie and a closeness because of the way we are. And I'm sure you have a different kind, but it's the same. And my kids, they will make fun of everybody and anybody. You are not off the table. They don't care what anything you are.
Yeah, with this show, everyone's getting roasted.
Yeah, everyone's
Everyone's
roasted.
on the table.
What is it? I used to tell my
It's
mom.
all or nothing.
My mom would say, oh, that's racist. And I'm like, it can't be racist if I hate everyone equally. Period. And I'm sure you're on the other side. Well, I love everyone equally.
Exactly.
I hate everyone equally. Therefore, I don't care. I can't be prejudiced. I will roast anybody. And that's just because, I don't know, I have thick skin. Come for me. I don't care.
The most hateful, evil people in my life, I still have love and compassion for them because I feel like something must have happened to them to bring them to that place of such hate and anger. And I feel that maybe with compassion and love, there is a way that something good can come from it.
Horribly disagree.
I think you get out of this world what you put into it. So if you put in good things will come out of it.
I believe that, which is why I try to be the best kind of parent I can be. But there's a parent in my life who made the choices they made, and they deserve what they get. There's no forgiveness. There's no, oh, I feel sorry for them because of their upbringing. I had a horrible upbringing, which made me change it, you know, change the direction than being brought up the way I was. I don't have that love. I don't know, I'm different. Once you cross me, that's it. You're done. You get exiled. There is no second chances.
I will forgive you, but that doesn't mean that I need you in my life. If you are going to destroy my peace and what I am doing to live and put me in an environment where you're taking away my happiness and my joy, then there's no room for you in my life.
That's understandable.
But that doesn't mean that I don't forgive you for the things you are. I still have compassion.
You're a good person.
What is it that made you that way?
You're a good person. Because even if things made them that way, they chose to stay that way.
Absolutely.
That's unforgivable.
And it's not that it's unforgivable for me, but it's like if you choose to stay that way, then I choose to remove you from my life. Doesn't mean that I hate you or that I, don't love you or whatever it may be. I just choose to not have that in my life because my peace is more valuable.
And I get that. Like I said, you're a good person. I clearly took a different direction because I cannot forgive. I don't forgive and I don't forget, but I also don't dwell on it. That's what people are like, oh, it's going to eat you up. It doesn't. I live my life perfectly fine. And I dismiss and disregard. That's just who I am. That's just, this particular person did that to themselves. And I had to break generational curses that she had every opportunity to do, but she didn't.
Yeah. And that's what we're doing here. We're breaking generational curses by coming together and listening and understanding and having an open mind.
Because, like I said, so different, but yet I respect you and what you are trying to do here.
I want to save the world.
We can't save the world.
We might be able to save one person.
And that's probably all that's going to happen.
If we save one person, it was all worth it.
I guess. But right now, we're going to need a lot more than one.
I agree with that 100%. We're building an army, chat.
I know. I hope everyone's getting ready for whatever might happen, just because I am terrified. Not because, not for myself, but for other people.
I'm not terrified. I'm prepared. I've been preparing myself for what is to come for a very long time.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not scared for myself. I am ruthless. But I'll do anything for my family. But what I'm worried about is other people that think that, oh, this is going to get better, or, oh, it's not. The theater is on fire. I saw that.
Oh, yeah.
The theater is on fire, but it's not on fire.
The screen says it's not.
Screen says it's not. And people are missing it. People really think, oh, we just got to get past this and it's going to get better. I'm like, it's not getting better. Be prepared. Stock up.
What if it's a special effect in the theater of fire, and then that's why they put it on the screen? The theater's not on fire because you're watching backdraft. And it's a 4D immersive experience. And
that's a good lie, if that's what you mean.
I'm just saying.
But it's true. And people don't want to see, like, both sides, man. They're both freaking nuts. They're freaking crazy. Yeah. And I'm like, and the more people...
Reel it in, baby.
Yeah.
Reel it in.
Come back to earth. This ain't happening. Like, it's... You think my kids are unhinged? The world is unhinged.
Oh, absolutely.
My kids a little bit more, though.
I think your kids are unhinged in a good way.
Yeah.
They question everything.
Oh, yeah. They don't believe nothing anybody tells them.
My kids, they believe everything you tell them. You tell them that XRP is made of cheese, they're going to believe you.
Every show, you're going to bring in just a little sprinkle of your damn crypto.
Hey, I am the crypto goat.
Just because your mustache, Frito Bandito, does not make you a goat. Although it kind of does look like horns. Demonic. Are you demonic? Oh, that's why you're... Oh.
The goat has nothing to do with demonic. And that's a misconception.
I just realized that.
So many people demonized me because they thought that the goat was an emulation of a demonic presence or whatever.
I just realized that that was the figure, because I went to Catholic church. That was the figure.
Yeah. So let the record show the goat represents sacrifice.
Now we know why he's so pro demonic and pro helping, because the goat thing.
I will tell you this. I do not need to be here. I do not need to sit in front of this camera.
You're having fun.
And spend obviously I am having fun, but I sacrifice a lot of my time, energy, and resources for the betterment of mankind, because I want to not only tell my story, I want to help people along the way. And so the reason I chose the goat,
lady.
I know, but the reason I chose the goat is because the goat represents sacrifice.
They did sacrifice a lot of them in your Bible.
Yes. And so that's why I chose the goat. Obviously, there's a more of a story to it.
The lamb.
Yes, the lamb. We went with the goat, though, because the goat, lamb, same thing. But the goat is willing to defend itself.
True. We used to have baby goats.
That's why I went with the goat. And also because there's an inside joke. If you were here when we first started the show, you know why we chose the goat too.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. Oh, that was so annoying to listen to.
It was so long ago.
Oh my gosh, who sent the 100?
I think it was TikTok Seller.
I think it was TikTok Seller.
Yeah.
You do know. I think it was you who sent 100.
And it was like Seamont did as well.
Yeah.
And a couple others. At some point.
The ones from the beginning, man.
Yeah, those were the real OGs.
They're the only ones who know
time.
the whole Switch thing, like Commodore 64 or whatever.
Yeah,
it was.
the Nintendo Switch live
I still want a
stream.
Commodore. Yeah, like, I feel like I got old. I mean, you got old. I'm still young, but
I'm a delight.
One has nothing to. Yeah, see.
I'm gorgeous.
There we go.
They all listen, everybody says so. They all say the goat is the beautifulest man I've ever seen. He's the biggest, most goatiest of all the goats.
Help me.
They say LeBron's got nothing on the goat.
I don't want to be. I'm scared.
Listen, losers, okay?
It was 8 months ago, but I miss it. I know.
Right? What's crazy? That's so long ago.
That was before.
We could have made a baby in that time frame.
What I don't understand.
Could be having birth right now.
I know, like, we're totally off topic now, but that's fine because it doesn't matter. It's late. But you know what I don't understand? Back then, you said way more crazy things and weren't always getting banned every 5 seconds. Like, it kind of started
changed
that way, and then all of a sudden, like, we were fine. And you know what I noticed? Like, when you got an agent, it got worse.
It did.
It got significantly worse. Like, they were targeting people with agents because they didn't want them. I don't know. Doesn't it seem like that?
I think more or less what happened well, I don't want to say it on camera.
No, I know.
But
well, I'll say it. The other people are fucking
characters.
Assholes.
Yeah, there's just some bad characters.
Those creators
out
are assholes talking shit in the same network as you, and it was being allowed. I'll say it. That's fine.
And stealing my ideas.
And then
content.
there would we would say it one day, and the next day they're saying it, and then they're like, "Oh, they're copying us, bitch! Go back, go watch the video. It's on YouTube. We know where you got it from."
Is you can gaslight the people, and the people will always listen to their creator and listen to whatever they say.
But I was doing what they were doing, watching in the background, and not actually clicking on the video and listening to them talk shit. Fuck that. That's why we're not on TikTok. They can suck it.
You know,
I said it.
You know, TikTok is the only platform where you can actually be attacked by someone that is trolling your show.
Oh, and that psycho crazy bitch.
And she showed up here on YouTube, but there's nothing she can do.
I know, great, right?
That we're here. No one can do anything to retaliate against us. The only people that can actually retaliate against us is YouTube itself, and YouTube is minding their P's and Q's because they got sued like crazy during COVID for the censorship.
I thought.
The love letter.
He's talking about from Crazy Bitch Lady. Yeah, they do copy, and that's he can be nice as he want, and he's a better person than I am. I'm not a good person, but I sat back and I listened to the things they said. I was even in their chats while they were talking shit. And it's the big ones that you can think of. The girl and the boy that worked together, the other one with the weird, hair on his face as his emblem. They're all douchebags, period. And the fact that they're going out of their way to get rid of people that might be competition for them and push them out of the space because they are wrong and this one's right is fucked up.
You know what's great is since I've left TikTok, they have nothing to talk about except for argue and bash each other now.
It's like freaking the novelas. That's all it is, novelas.
Yeah, it's what is it? Crypto days of our lives. That's all it is.
The crazy angel lady gave you another love message.
The crazy angel lady
TikTok seller
literally is messaging people going around saying that I'm a bad person and not to listen to me, but then in the same breath, like I'm speaking and I'm speaking major truth, and everyone in the chat is like, yes, everything you're saying is right. And then she's saying, don't listen to him, and it just makes her look even more crazy. And then at the same time, she's like, I bought XRP because angels told me to.
My problem is that they buy into her and they spread that because she gifts them like crazy for listening to her stupidity.
Yeah, they're bought and paid for.
Dude, that's another thing. I
yeah.
want people to go look at people's chats when there's like 200 people in it and there's only like 4 people commenting. Why is that? Just take a good look.
Yeah.
Why would that
massive crazy numbers, yet no one engaging?
Yeah, crypto days of our lives. That's pretty much what it is. And my thing is like 200 people, only 4 people commenting.
And it's the moderators
bought and paid for. But what do I know? You know?
That's why I call TikTok LARPing.
Yeah.
When I realized that the TikTok people run the same way as the news, I had to stop following them.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy is now that I'm not doing crypto content, they have nothing to talk about. I'm not even making it on YouTube.
Like
the only
Alexa
place
said, it's days of our lives. It's just the freaking novellas talking. They're all talking.
Yeah. And the only place you can get TA from me or any crypto knowledge is through my Discord. And so if you are watching and you're not a part of the Discord, join the Discord and I will be more than happy to help you. I have not left crypto. I am still doing crypto. We're still doing the TA class. We're still, trading and doing all that. I've taken a bit of a step back from crypto, but if you need help, I'm here to help you.
You have a class tomorrow, right?
Yes, I do have class tomorrow.
Okay.
2 p.m. tomorrow, Pacific Standard Time. We have a special guest. The CEO of Wi-Fi is coming into the class to help teach some of his strategies.
Also, for people in the Discord, if you are not in the class, you will be taken out of certain chats. It's for the class only, because I'm going to say it. So.
Yes. So if you are not in the class, you will be removed from the moonshot.
Which is the funniest one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't read that.
I'm just holding some right now because I'm afraid news will rug everything. So, and it's going to.
Oh yeah. Please be careful with the news right now. It is so misleading. Oh my gosh. Like
moon cycle. We had the full moon. Now it's time to come back down to earth.
The world is on fire. Theater's on fire. The world is on fire right now.
The theater is not on fire. But the screen said so.
No. But everything's on fire right now. The markets are bad. The food prices are out of control. Gas prices are out of control. All of that is out of control.
Yeah, people think that things are going.
Who has money to invest right now?
Yeah,
I'm on YouTube.
The liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been, and people don't have money to invest.
And what are they going to do? If you can't afford food, you're going to start pulling out investments.
Exactly.
Because you need food. So people are like, oh my God, the market is dropping. Yeah, of course it is. Dude, I can't.
Did you see the shit show at the airports today? I did not.
Oh, are you talking about in California? Because they took out the people that are needed for the landing, and they had to delay flights and there we go, 30 of them, because they cut. Remember, he did a huge cut, and I guess something happened. There was chaos.
Well, they shut down the government, so there's
the 30 traffic control. So what happened?
There's no TSA, but there's ATC.
Yeah, traffic control went bye-bye, and they had to either cancel or delay flights. And now, what is it? They don't want you to leave. They want you to stay, pay the prices. They don't want you to leave.
Prison nation, martial law.
We're already there. They've occupied Chicago. And the thing is, all the Supreme Court says can't do it. They're doing it anyway.
I feel like we should do a prison nation show for the rabbit hole.
You said you wanted to do spooky.
I do want to stick with the spooky weird stuff, but if
there's real life things going on right now.
If it keeps going, we'll probably
Oregon,
take a tangent
California, and Illinois.
Yeah.
Literally occupying them, which isn't, what is it? It's not the Third Amendment, or what is it? The Third Amendment?
Fifth Amendment.
Fifth Amendment.
Yeah.
We don't have to.
It's occupying soldiers in your home, though.
That's pretty much what it is. They went into an apartment building. I know we're off topic and it doesn't matter because they went into an apartment building and ripped out people, and these children were like naked. You can watch the video online.
I believe
There's a couple of them.
I believe it.
That's occupying
why
an
don't
apartment.
Why don't we do another live in a couple days, and we can cover that one. Then we'll go back to spooky
Oh, you
stuff.
want me to go on Hinge, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
What do you guys think, chat? Should we do more of these lives more often? Because I was thinking like a couple times a week. But
I saw that, and it was U-Haul cars too. They threw them into U-Haul trucks. That one that I'm talking about, they ran into the apartment and ripped
let's
all
save
those
it for
people
the
out.
show. Let's do a whole
Okay.
show on it. And
they're slowly moving into red states, and they're telling them it's for your protection.
we can do a political rabbit hole show. What do you think?
That's fine.
What do you think, chat? Should we do a political rabbit hole show? Little tent in like a couple days. And
I have to research.
I'll post it to the Discord when we're gonna do it.
I research everything. I type it all out because I can't.
The news show needs to come back.
We can do news once a week.
I could do the news show, I guess.
But it'll be on here. It will not be on TikTok. If you want me involved, I will not go on
Here's
TikTok.
the issue is the rabbit
Do a
hole
segment.
show gets a lot of engagement. And
Well, she's
every time
Shelly's right. We can just do a little segment here and there.
well, here's the issue is the rabbit hole show gets a lot of engagement and has really boosted our algorithm in YouTube. So whenever I post crypto stuff, we get bad engagement, which hurts our algorithm.
So let's not do it for
So
YouTube.
I'll
Let's
probably
do it for every
a
other
TikTok
platform.
only, or maybe just
I will not
abstract.
go on- I will
Why
not
don't we
go on
do? Okay, I will bring the news
How
back
about
to
we-
abstract. Abstract exclusive.
Okay, but I will not go. One, I will not go on TikTok. But two, why can't we just do the other platforms then? Why not? Why can't we just do YouTube?
The problem is it hurts our algorithm. So every time I post something on YouTube that
You don't think something political isn't gonna push the
I
algorithm?
think political would, but we're talking about bringing the news show back, doing the news 5 days a week, like
I'm
I
not
used
doing
to.
5 days a week. We can do.
No,
a
I would do
segment.
it, but I'll do a shorter show. I won't do 4 hours, and I'll do it
I
5
won't do
days
it
a
if
week.
it's on TikTok.
No,
I'm
it
not
would be
gonna do
just
it.
me.
Okay, that's fine.
And because
That'll be your thing.
I can't afford to bring you in at
No,
5
I'm
days.
doing
a week.
a lot of work already.
Yeah, so we'll do the rabbit hole show.
But the thing is
and
you
I'll
don't need to do
the
5
news.
days a week of a segment. Jesse,
I think we
less
do, 'cause
work,
that's regular
a 15-minute
news.
segment. That's what it said. Jesse, less work, a 15-minute segment.
We'll talk about it. We'll discuss it, and we'll see how we can move forward. But I do want to continue, doing.
I like this
media
show a lot.
and being like a news anchor, right? That's basically what I was. But we'll scale the hours back on that, and we'll put the long hours for the rabbit hole show.
If it's TikTok, I'm not.
I'm not really going to be doing TikTok. TikTok is our promo show. We're going to be doing live battles and just building a platform there just to get new viewers to come to YouTube. That's the
Right.
only reason I'm still doing
On
it.
YouTube, I can say whatever I want
Yeah.
about whoever I want.
On abstract, we can really do whatever we want as long as it's not diddling children like Trump.
Okay. Diddy? Diddle? Diddly? That's
Diddy
what you
diddle?
said earlier, didn't you?
Diddy diddle.
Oh my gosh. That's another one. I'm gonna see if I can pardon Maxine Glenn. I can't believe that.
He acted like he totally gaslit everyone, like he had no idea who she was.
You don't remember the person that sold you children?
Yeah, that's crazy.
50 months.
All right, if you're watching, don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to this channel,
Recommend
share
it
the
to
show
your
with
friends,
your friends.
so that we can all have fun together. We do look at the chat, and I know we get off subject a little bit, but it makes it a lot more entertaining seeing your feedback.
And if you like this content,
Thank you,
please.
Shelley.
And if you like this content, please. I'm trying to do a little promo.
I'm
clip.
sorry. I can talk
Let's
too.
be professional for just one moment, just for a nice little clip. If you like this show, please hit the subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube. And don't forget to hit that like button and share this show with your friends. When was the last time you called your mother or your mother-in-law and told them, hey, I saw an amazing show. You got to check it out. We'll see y'all next time. And told them that it was going to go up, 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 up. and they figured I'd hold it for a year until Christmas and I'd cash out. There's no indication that anything is pointing for an extended cycle. And if you see an indication, please tell me, because I want to believe, okay? Because if we are going into an extended cycle, that's great. I make a lot of fucking money doing that. That is great. I want the bull run to last forever, just like all of you guys. Okay? I want the bull run to never end, and we continually listen. I want everything to move up. It's all going to move up, and it's never going to fall. It's going to be beautiful. Everybody says so. That's what I want. But the reality is, nothing is indicating that that's even remotely going to happen. And until I see an indication of that, I am not changing my mind. Now, I am not confirmation bias. I'm not here to say, I said it, so now I have to stick with it. No, I adapt. I change. I say, you know what? Things look like they're changing and I may have been wrong. So therefore, I will adapt. I will change. That's why I'm the goat. You ever seen a goat climb a mountain? It's wonderful. It's magnificent. It's almost impossible, but they do it. The goat adapts to its environment. 145K in February for Bitcoin. By the way, this is gold, not Bitcoin, up on the screen right now. I just wish it was easier to educate you guys. I wish everyone would just listen to me and I didn't have to convince them. It would be so much easier. But those of you who have been around for a long time, a lot of you were not convinced, right? A lot of you were not convinced when you first met me. You were listening, but you were listening a bit, but you didn't quite believe it. But as time went on and you saw that I was right, time after time after time, eventually those people woke up. But if you have such a strong confirmation bias that you cannot believe that there is no way that some crazy influencer that has everything to gain by the market being pumped up by your bag so that they can sell out from underneath you, to listen to everything that they have to say, but you can't listen to the one guy on here that's trying to help you, the one guy that's not trying to force feed XRP and cram it down your fucking skull. I'm the only guy up here. I mean, there's a couple of them. There's a couple, okay? But pretty much everybody is just spoon feeding you nonsense. And the one guy that's trying to help you is the one that you want to come in and tell him that he's wrong with no data. You have nothing to say other than regurgitated nonsense that you heard from some other person that's regurgitating nonsense. Let's be honest, nobody on TikTok is moving the market. Some of us could. On the right coin, I could move the market. Spoon feeding them lies to make what? Influencers money. Exactly. And, you know, it's like people come in, they're like, oh, well, Crypto Psycho says this, or Calvin Hill says that, or Jake Claver says this. These people have everything to gain by rugging you. And I see you guys sending them gifts and money, and you're like, oh, thank you so much for lying to my face and making me feel better. It's so sad. I just want to help y'all. So when I say, if you're going to come in here and throw out outlandish claims of a $10,000 ADA and $1,000 XRP, have some information to back it up. Show me your data. Zach Rector. I think I know him. if it's, let me pull him up real quick. If it's who I think it is, I just actually had a meeting with him. If it's who I think it is he the guy? I'm bad with names. Zach Rector. Nope, that's not him. Oh, man. Zach Rector. Ooh. Can I just call him Zach Rectum? Jeez Louise. Zach Rectum told me so, so therefore it's happening, guys. Mr. Zach Rectum is going to shove XRP so far up my rectum that it's going to come spewing out my mouth. Jesus Christ. Y'all are crazy. I hope you didn't talk to Zach. No, I did not talk to Zach Rectum. I was thinking of a different guy. And he's actually good. Now, he's a little bit of a, you know, on a different level with XRP, but he's not an idiot. He actually has data to back up some of the things he says, but he's not. Also, a lot of us are just speculating, and I get it. You know, we can speculate on all kinds of things, but for me, I'm looking for real hard data. Zach called 270 the bottom for XRP. Guys, I called 163 and I actually called 160, 161, which was the actual number, but we added a few cents to make sure that our limit orders fill. I called the 163 dip on XRP in January. And I said that XRP would continually move downward until it hit that point, and then it had the potential to go up, which it did. Months in advance. No one out here is calling it like I am. Let's see here. Oh, another one. You seen XRP hit $91 on Kraken glitch today. Yeah. You know what? I think that those things happen to create FOMO. It's right before the ISO thing. They got to create more FOMO. So what now, Guru? What do you mean, what now? What now? We're going up. The green light's on. We're going to go up a little bit, and then we're going to come back down. That's what. We're at 92 on Bitcoin. We'll probably see 98 to 100K, and then come back down. That's what the guru says. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it goes parabolic from there. But it's going up from this point. Okay? What I would say is 139. And if you don't know what I'm saying when I say 139, then you need to get in my TA class, and you would understand that. And if we are going to 200K Bitcoin, you're still going to make plenty of fucking money. Answer YOS, please. Where? Bro, Bitcoin to 74. Yes. Let me see here. I think lower. I mean, that would be a stopping point for Bitcoin. 74. But here's what you need to understand, okay? If Bitcoin does go down to 74K, you know what you're going to see? You're going to see this. It's going to hit. It's going to shoot up. It's going to stop here around 100K and then come back down, and it should break through. It should break through here, or at least stop at like 50K, maybe 45K. But that would be a head and shoulders reversal, and then could potentially from there come down more. This is possible. This is not unreasonable to see right here, especially the fact that it's pretty much a triple top at the head. That's an indication of a strong hard move down, a move up that will be weaker, and then coming back down, which builds a head and shoulders. I don't think Bitcoin's going to zero. I'm just saying, look it. Let me see if I can get rid of this here. Look at it. Comes up, it goes down. It comes up, it goes down. It goes up, double top, and it comes down. Now it gains a little bit of value. It holds its power, and then it comes up again. Eventually, this bubble has to crash. You have to understand that the reason that the price of Bitcoin is as high as it is because it's leveraged. Look at Michael Saylor. Over leveraged bubble. Eventually, that bubble has to pop. Look at Bernie Madoff, okay? If you don't know who Bernie Madoff is, Google it, okay? That is what we're looking at here. Eventually, the bubble has to pop because it is not real money sitting in the market. It is debt. Debt is keeping the prices up. That's why you're seeing these crazy liquidations, because you're seeing more people trading with leverage than you've ever seen in crypto history. You're seeing more liquidity spread out off of all over the place in crypto like we've never seen before, because there's so many projects. This is different than anything we've ever seen. The bubble will pop. This is just like the .com bubble. You want to buy in smart money. TikTok seller says, invest that bottom part. Y'all make millies each time. Just do it for the love of God. Oh, I love that, bro. That's awesome. There is no bubble. Oh my God. Show me your data. Tell me how there's no bubble. Give me one piece of factual information that says that there's not a bubble. You crazy. You are an angry man tonight. I love it. Gotta pour more fuel on the fire. I mean, I'm not even angry. I'm happy. We are nearing the 9th inning. We're in the bottom of the 9th right now. Okay? This is it. How's your super bullish SXT going? Dude, I was bullish on SXT until it hit 10 cents. And I said, okay, we're going to get out of it and buy the bottom. But SXT, I said this from day one. SXT is in accumulation for the next cycle. If you're looking for something to buy and hold that could potentially go to dollars, this is the time to buy it. Y'all are crazy. SXT is not meant for this cycle. It's meant for the next one. Why would I want to buy XRP at $3 when I can buy SXT at cents? And so people are like, well, I have the money to invest now. Where do I put it? You put it into something that's in accumulation. You buy it in a smart money zone and you hold it. And then eventually when the bull run takes off, it takes off. SXT was never designed to get you rich tomorrow. There's a place to secure your funds. SXT easily. If half of the people that follow SXT on X, just half of them invested $1, SXT could go to 50 cents. So imagine if half of those people that follow SXT on X put in $100. It could go to $5. It's literally that simple. But it's super low, so you want to buy it up while it's low, and eventually it will get its narrative, and it'll fucking take off. But it doesn't mean it's happening right now. This is investing. Buying lottery tickets like in XRP, buying Bitcoin while it's at its top is buying a lottery ticket. Okay? When you're investing into a project that you know is good, that you know is bottomed out, and you're going to hold it, that's what's called investing. It's not about getting rich overnight. It's not about getting rich overnight. Are you guys investors or are you gamblers? That's my question for you. I mean, I'm not angry. Bro, Justin, I'll tell you what, Justin. You know, I'm not even going to say that. I'm not even going to say it. That's how not angry I am. All right? I'm going to let it slide. I'm going to let it slide because you've been here for a quick minute. Not a long minute, but a quick minute. I'm going to let you go. I'm going to release the fish. It's funny how everyone hears what they want to hear. Everyone wants to hear what they want to hear. It doesn't matter what I say. You're always going to hear what you want to hear. So I could literally tell you in black and white, this is what you need to do. But if you don't educate yourself and understand what you're doing, you're just going to hear, I'm going to get rich quick. Because that's what most people do. I hear you, Justin. You're good, bro. Super bullish on Suey. I'll buy a bag at 0.6, 60 cents, huh? I am pretty much, I'm going to buy today or tomorrow. I'm going to hold it for about 2 weeks. Then I'm going to sell it. And then I'm pretty much out of crypto until something indicates that we're not going into a bear market. And then when the bear market comes and we bottomed out and we pretty much flatlined, I'm just going to buy crypto for the next 4 years. You know, a few $100, maybe $1,000 every month, and just stack it. You know, for 4 years, that'll be millions. You just got to wait. Don't be trying to buy and accumulate something in the middle of a bull run. Just be patient and wait. Just be patient. You will get your chance. You have hacked on me a few times, so I had to give you some back since you're on fire tonight. Hey, don't worry about you. Don't worry about it, brother. I'm actually good. I'm actually really happy to be back on the show. And the trolls kind of ruined the show for a little bit. And so I'm ready to just like, give it back to them, you know. And I unblocked everyone that was blocked on my channel. Everyone I had blocked, I completely unblocked them. And I said, let them come. Listen, I don't care. Let them come. Now we're going to 40K. It's just not going to take 12 months. I think it could take 6 to 12 months, maybe 8 to 15 months, something like that. It takes time. Yeah. Coming down. Look, if this is, we're going to 50K. This would be September, October, November, December of, I'd say December of 2026. We could potentially see a $50,000 Bitcoin. That's the timeline. This is why I draw it out right here, because I can literally come around here and see, and then I can go off of how the cycles work and the time and the quarters, right? And I can say that more than likely by December of 2026, you're going to be able to buy Bitcoin for 50K. All right? Devil's advocate here. Crypto is a scam, and it will dissipate in the next 5 years. Oh my God. So are you saying that in reference to the idea that mass adoption already happened? Chat, what if crypto is a pyramid scheme? What if it's all a scam and we're already using digital currency right now? I have information to back this up, okay? What if mass adoption already happened? Well, first of all, let's reel it in a little bit. I got a fish here, okay? Let me just reel in that fish a little bit, all right? What do you define mass adoption? Chat, what is your definition of mass adoption of crypto? $200K by 2029. I actually think that that's a good prediction. A 200K Bitcoin by 2029, 2030 is a good prediction. I've been here so long, he repeats all his stories. I know, right? Well, we're just kind of getting back in the flow of things, right? We're getting back into it, baby. We got to get things rolling again, right? You got to get the flow. But there's so many people that haven't heard. You know, once we get through this bull run, everything's going to change. It's going to be so different. We gotta inform as many people as possible. You know, we want to help them. So, mass adoption, to me, is when people are using digital currency without them even knowing it, right? Using it on the back end, right? People using digital currency and they don't even know it. That's my definition of mass adoption, right? Some people are like, oh, well, institutions using it. Well, hold on. Even institutions have to be using it before daily people are using it on the back end without them even knowing it, right? So, I'm talking about the end. Institutions are in, big money's in, everyone's using it, everyone around the world is using it, right? That is my definition of mass adoption. The entire world using crypto. All right? Now, what if I told you that already happened? What if I told you mass adoption where institutions and big-time money players and daily, everyday people are already using digital currency to transfer money? What would you say? Would you believe it? Would you believe if I told you that everyone was already using digital currency right now? Everyone. Well, the fact of the matter is, we are. Have you ever used PayPal? You can send money to somebody cross-border instantaneously within seconds with no fees with PayPal. Isn't that what XRP is supposed to do? Right? You can use PayPal. You got Cash App. You got Venmo. Right? We already have it. We've been using digital currency for a long time. So it is possible that crypto is maybe the next step, which I think is probably more likely. Or it's what's happening on the back end that we don't even know that's being used, and they need to keep people putting money into it because they need that liquidity for the liquidity pools for it to work. Uneducated people don't know Bitcoin is dropping because Satoshi Nakamoto is alive and finally selling. Okay, so let me clarify on that. You can track the old wallets. So there are a bunch of old wallets that are coming alive from the Satoshi era. Okay? Now, it's one of two things. It's either Satoshi Nakamoto has woken up and he's starting to sell off, right? Or it's multiple people that it bought a long time ago that have been holding it for a long time. They're like, you know what? It's topped out. I made my money. I'm getting out. Or it's people that bought it a long time ago to order a pizza or something, had it in there. They lost their seed phrases. They lost whatever, and finally are getting access to it, and they're cashing it out. We don't know. But there are a lot of Satoshi era. You have to understand that they play with words because they want to create hype. Oh, Satoshi's alive and he's selling off his Bitcoin. It is possible that these are Satoshi era, means they bought Bitcoin around the same time that Satoshi created Bitcoin. That's all it means. Okay? But that's one of my biggest concerns with Bitcoin is the fact that how many Bitcoin does Satoshi own? Anyone in the chat, someone help me out. How much Bitcoin does Satoshi own? I think it's like 100 billion or something like that. Right? I don't like the odds of that. That means that person could sell somewhere that money is that Bitcoin is sitting in a wallet. I totally made that up. Had no idea anything close to that was happening. Yeah, dude, that's actually happening right now. I actually have news articles and stuff on it that I didn't pull up because I'm not really. I don't know. Maybe I will do the news again. Do you guys want me to do the news? But there are Satoshi era wallets coming back to life, and there, and what I want to know is Satoshi's wallet one wallet or is it multiple wallets? Like what? I don't see. I'm not even going to begin to say that I know everything about Bitcoin, but I do know that there's like 100 billion Bitcoin floating around out there in a wallet that could literally get liquidated at any time. So someone could sell it. We don't know who it is. We don't know who's holding the bag. It's 6 or 7 wallets. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it's a few wallets, but someone out there has to have access to that. Think about it. If you're Satoshi Nakamoto, let's say you died. Everyone says, oh, well, he died, right? I don't buy that for 1 second. I don't buy that Satoshi Nakamoto is some random guy. Honestly, you want to jump down a rabbit hole with me? I think that the CIA created Bitcoin. And I think that Bitcoin stands for beta test coin, okay? And I think that that's why they're pushing all these other countries to buy into Bitcoin, because what they want to do is, and this is the U.S. government, the CIA, Satoshi Nakamoto stands for Central Intelligence Agency in Japanese, okay? I believe that they are holding the wallet, making people believe that Satoshi's dead, that those wallets will never be accessed. They're creating FOMO with our country here in the United States that Bitcoin's happening and everyone needs to buy it up, creating this. Imagine if you had an enemy, right? Imagine you're the U.S. government. What is the best way to attack your enemy? You get them to buy something that's worthless, right? And you can topple their government. Haven't you seen Rick and Morty? He says they just toppled the Galactic Federation, and they're like, how are you going to do that? By changing a 1 to a 0, right? Making something that was worth something worth nothing, right? If you're the U.S. government and you are Satoshi Nakamoto and you created Bitcoin and you are holding the bags, you have all these, right? And you're creating the narrative for everyone to buy into it. Nations are going to start creating these strategic reserves, right? See, we're not actually buying it. We're just seizing it and holding on to it, which is creating value. Where other countries are like, oh, well, we're going to, because they're dictatorships, they're like, we're going to buy it. We're not just going to take what we seize. We're going to buy it. We're going to hold it. We're going to create our own strategic reserve. We're going to get rich too, right? Well, let's say you just want to control the entire world. What do? You sell all your Bitcoin. Now you've extracted the wealth from the entire world. That's how it's done. That's what I think is really going on. And I think it is the beta test coin, and there will be something else that is used, or we're already using it right now. We've already adopted it. Satoshi Nakamoto's real name is probably Jeff. Oh my God. It's probably Justin. Satoshi's real name is probably Justin Kelly. His real name is probably Ozthecryptogoat. Jake Claver just joined the live. Everybody give Jake Claver a hand. Jake Claver, thank you so much for the trolls that you send my way. I appreciate you very much. A round of applause for the biggest moon cheeser in the XRP community. Brava. Brava. You think Jeffrey Epstein is Satoshi? Maybe. I'll tell you what, I don't think Jeffrey Epstein's dead. And I don't think Satoshi's dead. I don't even think Satoshi's a person. It's an organization. And I mean, I kind of... See, I can't say this stuff on TikTok. It's coming soon, though. I have information, okay, from Hollywood, from working in Hollywood, that I will be releasing at some point. But we got to get more viewers. We got to, because, I mean, if we get to a point where we're just not growing and that's just what it is, I'm going to still tell you guys. But I'm hoping that my life will be spared if I have a big enough following. Or at least it'll create, you know, like a legend effect where people will start to, it'll go viral because of my death. No, he's not. The film footage from the prison was tampered with. He's alive. I agree. I agree. There's like, what, a whole like minute and something missing? A lot can happen in 1 minute, guys. A whole lot can happen in 1 minute. A lot can happen in 15 seconds. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. I do believe he was Mossad. Right? Oh, I needed that. You know what? I need a bigger one. Give me a second here. Let's see here. Let's do this here. Oh, look at that. Let's see here. We need something here. Hydration break, maybe. Yeah, I need to change the music.
What is real? How do you define real? There is no spoon. What is real, what is human? This world got me questioning, consuming. Stuck in the matrix, feeling like I'm Truman. So upside down, disconnected from the Schumann. But Morpheus is here now, you ready to go? The red or blue pill, you already know. Down the rabbit hole, we going below. Layers they can't see, I'm going to show you what is real, what is fake, take it slow. Been doing it for years and now I'm a pro. Fiat the fake, it's a sham, it's a scam. 2.3 trillion a supply, like goddamn. They print and they steal as much as they want. But old Uncle Sam, he just runs a front for the shadiest scheme you've ever seen. Completely worthless, worse than a shit meme. Coin got us all stuck in the system. Crypto to fix, let me give you some wisdom. Bitcoin and Cardano use UTXOs. XRP and Solana for speed, I suppose. Assets that go up, not down overnight, but the system won't die without a big fight. That's why they delay, that's why they keep stalling, but nothing can stop destruction from falling. So let's quietly build and quietly stack. Let's exit the matrix, it's about to crack. Looking for the exit, but I'm feeling stuck in the matrix, just trying to make a buck. Sick of working, I ain't gon' slave away. All I'm offering's the truth, yeah, that's what we say. No more lies, no more fake shit. Man, I really can't take it. I know what is real, so please don't mistake it for new cars and new clothes with next level flows. I try to compose this life that we chose. The matrix is everywhere, it's all around us. Even in this room, it must surround us. You can't see it, you feel it, it's in your soul. Breaking the matrix, they losing control. Politicians and judges, they have the role to keep you in line. Yeah, that's the goal. But when you wake up and then you bake up, you must shake up the matrix and break up. You see the code, not Haskell or no, but the system they built, it's gonna explode. You're faster than this, so upgrade your mode. Don't think no you are, ancient knowledge bestowed. Don't listen to media, turn off the TV. Don't watch that fake news, they'll have you believe lie after lie. That's all that they doing to keep you from chasing that dream you're pursuing. Looking for the exit, but I'm feeling stuck in the matrix, just trying to make a buck. Sick of working, I ain't gon' slave away. All I'm offering is the truth, yeah, that's what we say. Only show you the door, you gotta walk through it. I'm scrolling Big D, now he got me confusing. The shape of the earth, no way that we moving. Long distance test, that's how he can prove it. Starting to be like my big homie Wiz. He thinks that his flat and handles his biz. Just sound like the dumbest thing I ever heard. Read a book, check the net, just follow the herd. But Google be playing with your search results. They be gang gang, I'm sure just a cult. So no matter how many times they insult, we think for ourselves, not a stupid adult. Is it true, IDK? Yeah, I really wouldn't doubt it. Check the views on YouTube, they really ain't about it. On the news, blew a fuse, yeah, that's when the dreaded is controlled. No excuse, that's why they freaking the ladder. Breaking through, no kung fu. Yeah, I see the Matrix falling. Payphone crew, deja vu. With Agent Smith, I'm brawling. So don't give up, say what's up. If you still stuck in the Matrix, the end is near. Have no fear, just keep building and lay bricks.
Goat Tribe, baby. That is Goat Tribe. I'm going to be chilling with those guys tomorrow in San Diego. If you want to come and hang out with me for a little meet and greet, come on down to San Diego. The flyer for the event is in my Discord. Click the in my bio. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, become a super fan. Become a super fan today and help support my show. I need one more super fan. I just need one more. If you're watching and you like this show, help me out. Become a super fan. Now's the time. Look at all the super fans that just joined right now. What is going on, guys? Thank you all for joining me today. We were live for an hour and 29 minutes. That's awesome. Mr. Pag says, yo, how you been, brother man? Henry here. What is going on, Henry? How you doing? I've been good, man. We are having another meet and greet in San Diego. I might hop off here in a little bit. I just want to acknowledge everybody coming in. Seamont, it's good to see you as well. Mar Lopez, thank you for the heart me. Much appreciated. Let's see, how many more heart me's do we need? We need 3 more heart me's. Help me reach my goal. It's a penny, guys. I've made 4 cents this live. 4 whole cents. Help me out because it helps the algorithm, right? It's all about the algorithm. XRP chart is a bear trap. I think that XRP could potentially go to like 204, 206, just like Josh said. But then up from there till about December 5th, we could potentially go up. AB Ryder, how you doing? Good to see you. AB with a heart me, thank you. We only need 2 more heart me's. Oz, did you see XRP go to $20? Somebody said it went to $92. It's not real. It's not real. They're creating more FOMO hype just before the whole ISO narrative thing. That's all it is. But I do think because of that, that's why I say like the thing to buy right now, in my opinion, is XRP. But that's a short-term hold, not a long-term hold. If you missed the live today, everything should be recorded and posted to YouTube. But we're back, baby. So if you miss me, we're going to be going live pretty much 5 days a week now. I'm going to kind of do it at my leisure, but pretty much expect Monday through Friday, 5 p.m., something like that, around that time, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you want to come hang out with me in person, we are going to be kicking it with the Goat Tribe. All right. We are going to be hanging out with the Goat Tribe tomorrow in San Diego. The flyer is posted in my Discord. If you're not in my Discord yet, Vint, thank you. Vintnur, I think that's how you say it. Vintnur, thank you for the heart me. We need one. Oh, live goal has been achieved. Seamont, thank you for the heart me. AB, thank you for the heart me. We achieved our goal. If you miss a live, you can always go watch it on YouTube. It's recorded. Watch it there. But pretty much we're going to be back at it just like we were. I just need a little vacation, guys. I just need a little break. But everything's back, and we're rocking. Jesse should be back maybe soon, like for like a cameo, and then probably after the holidays she'll be back. We'll see. We will probably do some pre-recorded stuff for the Rabbit Hole show, and that'll all get posted to YouTube. The Rabbit Hole show is not going to be live anymore. It's going to be recorded and posted to YouTube. So if you want to watch the Rabbit Hole show, you got to get on YouTube. Every platform at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. If you are not subscribed to me on YouTube yet, please go and subscribe. It's absolutely free. All you got to do is go over there, hit the subscribe button, and yeah. And by the way, Vintyor, thank you for the 20 lives. Much appreciated. I need one person to become a super fan today. I need it today. I need one person to become a super fan today, and I will start receiving 70% of my revenue on TikTok instead of only 50%. But I got to get one today. I need one. Just one of you. Who's it going to be? Help me out. Become a super fan. I can't wait to buy Ada and SXT. I know, right? And we're pretty much there. We're so close to accumulation. I can't wait. I cannot wait. Thank you all for your overwhelming support. Wait, I'll gifted. I don't know. It mattered. Wait, oil gifting? I didn't know it mattered. Does it cost anything to become a super fan? It does cost. I'm not sure how much it is. But if you can, I think it's like $5 or $10, something like that. It might be like $8. I'm not sure. It's the new thing. So I used to have like 200 subscribers. I don't have subscribers anymore. It's super fans. So I lost all my subscriptions. So now I have to build up my super fans now. Give me a second. I can't type. Are you talking about gifting a super fan to someone? I don't know if you can do that or not, but that would be awesome. I only need one. I don't know if you can. The whole super fan thing is new. I do not know, but we only need one more today. And I think you can only become a super fan during a live. You still see a lot of the old ones. When I go into my app, it says I have 0. So they may be just, yeah, I don't have any subscriptions. I do have a few super fans though. Someone sub, it won't let me gift. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you can gift a super fan. So if somebody wants to become a super fan, that would be much, much appreciated. I need it today. Just tried. It's not letting you. Oh, I believe you're already a super fan, Simont. Simont, you are already a super fan. That's why.
Little bitch asshole. Go tribe. Go tribe. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl. I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing. You a snitch. You wanna be like me? Yeah, you wish. Crypto vibes on the track, and you know we tryna stack. Bitcoin, Solana, and Ether, some ADA. Bitch, I am the alpha, and you are the beta. You think you are great, I promise I'm greater. Just check my trade, check my wallet, the data. You mention me with the girls, that's gossip. And if you talk shit, you know you best watch it. Crypto vibes are the best, you know you're not it. Passive aggressive, that beef, I'm gonna squash it. Not cause I forgive you, because I am bigger of a person, man. Yeah, my ass nigga loyal to my man. You a hoe, you a stripper, so don't miss my word. By the throw a no hitter. Now this my last line before we go get dinner. Michelin restaurants, he pay, he a winner. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl.
Come to San Diego and hang out with me and the Goat Tribe tomorrow. We're gonna have a blast.
Another verse, better take another lap. Around you putting Goat Tribe on the map. It's a race, it's a fight, yeah, we bout to scrap. But you know I'm clever, so instead lay a trap. To help me catch these little girls in the act. Creating fake drama, yeah, I know that's a fact. I don't mean to provoke, don't mean to attack. But can't take anymore, boy, I gotta react. Or they take advantage of me. Try and lie, spread these rumors about me. But they can't see, that bullshit sets me free. Girl, I decree, you gone, you better flee. Yeah, I'm a wife, you know he put a ring on it. Big ass rock sold NFTs until the profit headed to the bank. Got more to deposit, Go Tribe to the moon, yeah, we bout to rock it. Say I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me.
Thank you to everyone that gifted today. Thank you to everyone that became a super fan. Thank you to everyone that joined and watched and hit the like button. Don't forget, tomorrow in San Diego, I'll see you there. Hit the Discord link in my bio and join my Discord, and you can find the flyer there, and that's where we'll be. We will be there tomorrow. Hope to see you all there. Have a good night. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I'm Oz the Crypto Goat, and let's go to our live. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining down the rabbit hole. I am Oz the Crypto Goat. So we do more than just crypto, obviously. I'm liking the setup. Yeah, wait till you see it on YouTube. All right, YouTube is where it's at.
A lot of work went into this.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of work, and the whole team got together here and we set everything up and got it all together. What's going on, Oscar? Don't forget to watch on YouTube, okay? If you are on TikTok, though, go ahead, stick around for a little bit. We will be on TikTok for a little while, where you can, hit the like button, share the live out to everyone so that they can know to come to YouTube and watch the live. If you want to use the chat, I would suggest going to Twitch or Abstract.
And we can do whatever we want on YouTube.
Yeah, we can do what
bound by the rules of TikTok Shop.
Yeah, exactly. Make sure you talk into the mic when you're speaking.
Oh, okay.
So we have microphones we're holding because there's two of us in the studio right now, and it's going to be a fun show.
I know. I did a lot of research and you did zero. So
I did research. I watched a whole video on YouTube,
3
guys.
pages of it typed up notes and research, and you have what?
Well, here's the thing is I've been following the moon landing thing for a very long time.
We all have.
I know the story. I
all
don't
know
need
the story,
to research.
but there's different theories of if it happened, why it happened, what was the reasons, all the other things. It can't just be one thing.
I did learn something new today. Okay. I did learn something new that I wasn't super like, oh, like this is, I didn't know this, but it wasn't too much though. Like there wasn't much that I learned today. Right. So, it wasn't like I really needed to deep dive into something I already know about. Why is the camera so zoomed in on TikTok? Because if you want the real experience, you got to come to YouTube. And Jesse is boycotting TikTok.
I am boycotting that particular app because no, I'm done with it.
Yeah, so the place to watch the show will be on YouTube or Twitch. Twitch, if you want your chat to be on screen, right, for the recording. I will be able to see the chat during it or whatever, but if you want the recording to have your chat come up on the screen, you're going to have to go to Twitch. And don't forget to send in your daily heart me's and hit the like button. Share the show out with everyone because we are going to be shutting this down shortly. So we want to get it pushed out there so that people know that we are live and where to come find us. And it's going to be a fun show. I'm really excited about this.
Can they see the picture though?
They will be able to. So
Okay.
When we go to this setup right here, they will get to see this right here.
Are we delayed? Is that what it is?
There is a delay.
Oh.
So they will see that.
Okay, cool. Oh, I like that.
So when we pull up things, you're going to be able to see the setup.
Okay.
And look at us in the forest.
I know.
It's pretty cool. I do like the new setup. Yeah, make sure if you're watching on TikTok, you share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing, where we're, where we're at. Thank you, TikTok seller, for the gifts. Thank you for any gifts you guys send. Much appreciated. We don't make any money doing this. So if you can, great. If not, hit the like button. We appreciate all your support. But I will tell you right now, the quality on YouTube, Twitch, Abstract is going to be peak. Okay, like what you're getting on TikTok, poor audio, poor video.
Did you say peak? You're like 40 years old.
I did say peak, and I'm allowed to because I'm a social media influencer.
No.
So I
almost
have
100.
that luxury.
You don't get to say that. That's a
I'm
kid
allowed to say.
Let me guess, you say cap too?
No cap on this show.
Oh my gosh.
We don't cap here, okay? What we do is we provide the facts, we look into the situation, and then I speculate on things. Like I think it's normal to speculate,
No, I get it, but there's a fine line between facts and fiction and probability.
I mean, there should be some storytelling.
Oh, I know, but what I'm saying is that not all stories have been told. Just the stories that people want to hear because it coincides with what they believe or what they want to believe.
Yeah, but I mean, it's okay to embellish a little bit, right? It's okay to understand there are things that we'll never know that won't be explained. And
True.
We can't, we can use science so far, but science only tells us what we already know, right? There are things that we cannot explain, right? Don't forget hashtag FYP, hashtag rabbit hole, hashtag all the different, any hashtag you can think of, throw it out there. And then we will move over to YouTube in just a little bit. This is like the prequel promo mode. I will leave TikTok up, okay? So TikTok will be running, but this is the view you're gonna get. So if you want the full shebang, the whole outlook of what it's supposed to be, you need to come over to the rabbit hole.
And just so we're clear, the topic of the day is the moon landing, and we have very different opinions on where we're going with this because there are a lot of different theories that I found. One of the most, the top theories that most people have of the moon landing and alternative theories, and my own theory.
I'll tell you this right now. As far as the moon landing goes, you've heard it all. I'm going to dig a little deeper. I'm going to go on the deepest rabbit hole tangent you've ever seen in the moon landing. It's going to be a take on the moon landing you never thought, right? Because they said that there's been those one characters that are in Germany. See, we're on TikTok, so we have to be careful.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm just saying that that's what it is. Now, the stuff I can say about the moon landing is the exact thing that's what the government has said. That was what everyone put out. So that I think I can actually talk about and just give a background, especially for the younglings who this wasn't a big deal now because they have all the information on their phone and didn't have to look up anything.
I have crazier theories you haven't heard on the internet before.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to take you down a new rabbit hole you never thought existed.
Can we start with the first one that they came out?
Oh yeah. This is going to be
the
a long
normal
show.
Theory of what happened, and then we can space off to
Absolutely,
the theory that's mine and is right.
I'm just letting you know, buckle up, chat, because we're going to the moon, right? And we did a crypto show, right? So everybody talks about going to the moon. There's actually a moon behind this setup right here. And that's kind of why I wanted to do the moon landing for the first one. I thought it was a good start for this show.
Especially with the picture we've always had up.
Yeah. Why not talk about the moon landing, right? But I think that it's a good segue from one to the other.
I agree.
So if you are watching on TikTok, make sure you come over to YouTube. We're going to get started. I will leave TikTok up, but you're going to have poor quality for the show. So make sure you come on over. Make sure you share it out, though. We'll keep TikTok up for a little while until we basically have to turn it off because we're going to be saying things that we're not allowed to say.
It's not that. It's just anything that you say against the current anything. We're not allowed to say it because they want to keep the narrative.
I agree. And so that's what's beautiful about having different platforms and not being tethered.
Exactly. YouTube is more free.
Free? Yeah,
Ever since they lost that lawsuit.
Yeah, free's the right word. Free is the right word.
While it still is free.
Yeah, we can say what we want to say. I keep looking at my mic all funny, like trying to find the right spot to talk into.
Ice cream cone. Calm down.
It's so delicious.
Nope. Nope.
This is the most tasty.
Nope. That ain't it.
All right. So you want to get started?
That's fine. Okay. So the normal theory, which everybody has been fed, and this is probably in every book that you grew up reading. Apollo 11 took off on July 20th, 1969. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins flew up to the moon.
Wait a minute. Who's this Michael Collins guy?
He's the one that actually flew it and stayed in the ship to make sure that if things went wrong, he was pretty much going to leave them there and bring back the
Left
stuff.
for unalived.
He was going to bring back all the rocks and stuff and everything.
If they went.
It was in case nobody knows about him. Really, nobody even talks about him because he wasn't on the moon, but he had to keep the ship there to make sure it didn't go.
Or maybe it was filmed in a Hollywood studio and he was
Or it
never
wasn't, and okay. He ensured the safety of monitoring them on the lunar floor to make sure that they all got home safely. The Apollo mission returned 382 kilograms of moon rocks and dust. Lunar samples reveal features like glass and meteorite impacts, volcanic activity, and things that could never survive on Earth. Are
you telling me that there's volcanoes on the moon?
There could have been, well, not so much volcano. Think about when a meteorite hits and the radiation it gives, and it can give this fake molten effect, very much so like in the New Mexico, Arizona, those kind of places.
I don't know. I'm not buying it.
Okay.
Volcanoes on the moon.
Volcanic activity. Yeah, that's what it says.
Volcanic activity at some point, or
at some point.
Well, hear me out. Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. We have volcanic activity on the Earth because there is a mantle, right?
Correct.
So what you're saying is that there is like tectonic plates and a mantle on the moon?
At some point.
At some point. So it's hardened
because it
and dried
technically
up,
is a dead star, right?
Wait.
Like a dead planet, dead star. Like
the
it
moon?
doesn't, yeah.
I don't know. I think the moon, well, I don't want to get into that yet. I think it was artificially created and placed strategically by aliens to protect the Earth.
Okay, calm
which
down.
is their experiment.
Take a step back.
Farm.
Take a step back.
All
Listen.
right, I'm going to reel it in a
This
little
is
bit.
what the normal theory is. I'm not saying that that's not possible. I'm just telling you what the theory everyone has. And then we had China, India, Japan, Russia all study these rocks, and I'll verify that this is nothing you can find on this planet. So it came from somewhere. Not only that, the Soviet Union could see all the reflectors that were placed by the United States during the moon landing.
But how do you know that?
Because the Soviet Union had everything to gain to be like, oh, they lied. This didn't happen. Because they were in a race with them, and now they're like, oh man, like, why wouldn't they blow the whistle on the country they hate the most?
Let me pull up a picture of the reflector, right? So here's the reflector, chat.
Right.
So that's what it looks like. There are how many of these on the moon?
As far as I know now, about 12 to 15 that are still workable. But back then it was like 4 or 5. And not only that, I have one of the pictures that where you can actually still see the flagpoles. There's 3 left sticking up from when different people went to the moon.
All right, we'll get to that image next. But let's talk about this. Look at this image, chat. Does this not look like something that an unmanned craft could have left in place? We have a rover, don't we?
They didn't have them like that back then. That's not. But look at. It's like set down, like you were to put down a stereo. There's no. I mean, but it's not going to go
there could have
anywhere.
been like some mechanical arm thing that reaches out and places it, right? Like, and
there were no other shuttles that were sent from there to have done that were successful.
That we know of.
That we would have saw, that somebody would have caught a glance of some fire
how many
coming
rockets
out of
have they set
rocket.
off? They've set off so many rockets at some point.
How do you know?
Because we seen it.
No, but did you see it?
I mean,
but back then that's what they saw. I mean, I feel like you would see a fiery, Bernie shuttle coming out of the sky, and it would have been reported.
I don't even think the shuttle never went to space.
Everyone else saw it. Everyone in
they
the
saw it go up in the air.
No, but listen,
did it go to the moon?
Okay.
The shuttle never went to the moon.
I think it did.
Then we'd have another moon landing.
There have been. Just
Lies.
not in the way that we
Lies.
think. Just not in the way that we think. That's
so
what I said.
They went there and they like orbited the moon.
They left
and then
stuff
came back.
on it, yes.
Yeah, and they left stuff like these reflectors.
That's what we did, and they had to do what we did. And not only that, other countries still use those same reflectors.
I believe it, but did a man put that there or some robotic AI arm thing
And
by
that's
Elon
the
Musk?
alternative theories is that the alien prevention of nuclear war, Apollo 14, the sixth man to be on the moon. Again, not the first time. A lot of stuff I didn't understand.
Wait,
and
the
now
sixth
I know
man
from Apollo 14. This isn't like a first time occurrence. It's just the only time it was publicized because they don't want us to know what's going on the moon. And that is where I'm headed with that. But their thing was to believe that extraterrestrials intervened to prevent nuclear war between the US and the Soviet Union.
Whoa. You just went from we've had like 7 moon landings to aliens.
Yeah, because how else would we have that technology to get there? When was Roswell?
How did we get there? I think the aliens took them there.
What?
And that's why it was faked in the Hollywood studio, because they had to explain how they got there, because they brought all those kilotons of whatever moon rocks back. There had to be a way to explain that to the public. Oh yeah, we totally built this piece of crap rocket thing and it totally took people through the...
That maybe, but when did Roswell happen? 1947.
Sure.
And after that, we started developing within the next 5 years stronger, more interesting technology that never been seen before. 1963. JFK decided we were going to the moon. And how would he know we had that kind of technology? 6 years later, the big rocket goes to the moon. And how, after Roswell, after all of that, after all these newer inventions, computers and all of it, how did we get that technology?
I mean, I believe that. I don't think that any of this is human technology. Look at the advancements of technology from World War II until now in such a short period of time. We just went leaps and bounds, so it seems like something of alien origin.
Well, since that you said that about World War II, that was the big thing with the Nazi army, which I don't know if I'm allowed to say, and eventually
segue.
Okay, so after World War II, German scientists, I don't think people really understand how brilliant they were. They were also stolen all across the world, but they were brilliant. And they're the only ones who came close to any type of like time travel, traveling through space.
I think they did invent time travel.
Well, and here's the thing. They are the only ones who developed, when we got there, they had advanced flying saucers, top secret facilities that they said that they had on the moon. Like, that came from World War II. And that, Hitler faked his own death and lived out his days in lunar hideout.
I believe that, okay? Because we know that the moon is hollow. Right? So they sent a nuke to the moon and blew it up, and it rung like a bell. And this is how they were able to...
The bell. That's what it was called.
So they were able to know that it basically was hollow, right? And that's why they call it the bell, because they knew it was hollow. So there may be some type of cavern system or like openings inside. And what they did was they built something inside in the center of the moon, just like they have here on Earth.
That's funny you said bell. So the bell that was in Nazi Germany, that was Hitler's baby and had the highest amount of scientists on it, was the time machine, and it was never found. but all the pieces, all the equipment and all of it was still there, but the bell was gone. It's an actual thing of part of World War II.
Wait, so this bell thing is a time machine?
That's what they said. Now, granted, we have no idea. That sounds crazy for the 1940s, but
I thought it was a DeLorean.
No. Oh, wait, Back to the Future. Is that what you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
Look,
I'm being attacked by something.
I'm not as old as you. What is it?
There's something attacking me, chat.
Okay, and that leads to there have been how did you not know there were multiple astronauts that landed on the moon?
I thought it was just the 3.
A lot of people think that. There's only one that's been shown,
Okay,
but
what
there's
proof
multiple people.
do you have of this?
All the different countries that said they saw them go.
But why wouldn't they film it? Why wouldn't there be
They already did it once.
landing?
How many times do you need them to do it again? Because they're doing stuff they don't want you to see, like colonizing it. How would you know?
So you think Elon Musk has a bunch of the humanoid robots up there building a underground facility, and that's why they have the electric cars, so that they need to be able to move where there's,
I think that, honestly, like from my opinion, I think that the moon already was colonized.
When we
but
got
just
there?
on the dark side of it.
Yeah, I think it was colonized by aliens.
It's in Elon's best interest to colonize on Mars, which is already happening.
We got there and we found that the insectoid aliens were already there. They'd been living on the dark side of the moon or inside the moon the entire time. Maybe that's when we made first contact with them, is we went to the moon. I think we made first contact before. I think the aliens knew that we were developing new technologies, we were developing nuclear capabilities, and what happened is they saw that, they started investigating us, they colonized the moon so that they could keep an eye on us, right? And make sure, okay, let's make sure they don't get out of hand. But the Galactic Federation has rules that they cannot.
That is way out there.
Why not?
You're talking about some made up, Star Trek kind of deal. Okay. During COVID, not that I trust the government in any way, shape, or form, but during COVID, while we're all locked up, stressing for our lives, what did the government come out and say? And no one cared.
Aliens.
Right. That we've always had aliens. They all existed, and no one cared. Because we already knew.
We already knew.
But how far back? And when did we develop that technology? Pull up that last picture.
Let me see here. Whoops. This one?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see here. How do we zoom in on it? Oh, that's easy.
Okay. So looking at that picture, you can see the growth from where it is, the middle 1950s to 2000. So we went to that and straight up right after Roswell.
Yeah.
Right after Roswell, when they said there was no aliens. 2400 BC.
And what am I looking at here?
The Egyptian and Greek.
Okay, so that's Egyptian,
like the
Greek.
Colosseum.
Okay, and this is
how we worked from one way to another. So like Galileo, all those kind of things.
And then we got like the car.
Not even that. The
and-
buggy wasn't even until the early 1800s.
Right, we got the phone.
Early 1800s. So
and
the
then
rest
looks
on
like
the other
TV,
side, right?
the airplane.
And all these things happened right after Roswell.
And even now we have social media and smartphones and.
Do you really think mankind, and depending on where you think you're religious or not, was able to produce that and make a huge turnaround in 50 years?
Absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely.
When the world's
Look,
like
it was flatlined.
5,000 years old.
It was flatlined for like 1,000 something years.
Yeah.
Flatlined.
Where
completely.
did that technology come from? Because it wasn't here. I'm not saying that.
I'm with you. I believe the aliens gave us the technology. I don't think that we did it on our own, and I think that maybe the aliens
or some entity for that
right
matter.
or something, right?
Right.
And the fact they say that, oh well, we can't go to the moon now, right? We don't have the telemetry, we don't have the information, it's been lost or whatever. I think it's because we went to the moon, we got the moon rock samples and stuff, and we've been there, but the aliens took us there, right?
Yeah.
And we got the samples back, and then they had to film it in Hollywood in a studio in order to explain to the public, how did we get these moon rocks?
I disagree.
How else?
I think they took them up there.
I've got a
look at the camera angles.
Lab full of scientists, right? And I got all these rocks, okay? And I got to explain to these scientists where the rocks came from. Well, what better way than to fake the moon landing?
No. Or they took them up there themselves. That doesn't make any sense. If you watch any of the videos or even see the footage, and I'm sure a lot of people have, and they're like, oh, that's doctored. But if you look at it from a scientific perspective, how they act, the way the flag doesn't actually wave, it just is crunched because it isn't the same like it is. There's no wind up there. It all makes sense. We just didn't get there on our own. That's the difference.
So do you think they took us there, or they gave us the technology that took us there?
Either or. But I think they were already on there.
I think it's irrelevant.
That's what because then the dark side of the moon.
No, what I mean is I think it's irrelevant whether they took us there or if they gave us the technology which took us there. Either way, aliens exist in that scenario, and we didn't get to the moon on our own volition.
Or we could have, if we stole all of Hitler's technology.
So where did Hitler get the technology from?
That's a great question. I have no idea. I don't understand. But he had the top-notch scientist in the world.
I do know this, that Hitler was like obsessed with the occult.
Yes.
And with like different like spiritual and supernatural things. So like what was the movie where they were like looking for the spearhead that pierced Jesus's side, and it had like supernatural properties? What movie was that?
I have no idea.
There was a movie, chat. Someone help me out. The Grill Society. Somebody has to know what movie this was, but anyway, it was a known thing that Hitler was searching out these technologies, and he was open to the idea of science and spirituality and things that we can't understand. He was trying to harness any energy or thing he could in order to take over and dominate the world. So that does make sense. The Spear of Destiny. Yes, that is it.
Oh my goodness.
Bellstar for the win. And don't forget, if you're watching on TikTok, make sure you come over to YouTube. That's where the real show is happening. That's where you're going to get the quality audio and video. And it's not just the camera pointed at my ugly mug. You get to see Jessie sitting right next to me. She's right here, but you can't see her.
I'm boycotting TikTok. Boycotting TikTok.
Yeah. We love TikTok Shop. TikTok Shop is incredible, and we love everything about TikTok Shop. And for those of you watching on YouTube, I'm being hyperbolic.
Okay, so then what are your theories of what's happening on the dark side of the moon? Because I have those too.
Okay, I think there's either like a secret moon base, or maybe it's frozen like glaciers and there's like water there or something. Maybe I've heard where it's basically the front face of it is an artificial to look natural, and the back it's actually like an orbiting like space satellite thing that was developed by the aliens in order to protect us from like asteroids and things like that. I've also heard that the moon was probably made and placed where it's at because it's too perfect. Okay, it's the perfect size, it's at the perfect distance in order to protect the Earth.
It's very misshapen.
I know that it's misshapen, but what I'm saying is it's just perfectly right to sustain life on Earth. That's what I'm trying to say. It's either that it just happened to work out right that way, and that's why there's not so much life out in
Big Bang Theory.
Yes, but maybe the aliens placed it there you know, with like a tractor beam. They got their little spaceship and they got their little tractor beam and they move this big rock.
So are we just like the people in a mousetrap? Like we're just like scientific experiments?
I think it's a food farm. I think it's a food farm. We're freaking cattle. We're being raised.
Then why give us the technology that eventually we could use against them? If you believe that, why give us the technology?
It's primitive, subpar.
To them?
To them. Yes, they have the they only give us the technology that gives us enough to where it can they can use us as, I can't say the S word, but to do their bidding for them, right? And then it's just enough technology to where whatever technology they have, it's going to be better. Think of it like this: is the U.S. has like F-15s and they have F-27s, right? They give the F-15s to other countries, but we don't give out the F-27 because the F-27 can take down the F-15.
So we're not mentally capable as human beings to be as smart as anything other life forms?
It's like a process. It takes time to develop and create, and they monitor us so that they will know if we were getting too far, and then they could basically just come and wipe us out with like an Armageddon or a flood or some type of thing to make us start all over and then do it all over again.
You really? So with that narrative, then there's no religion, right?
I mean, I'm just spitballing here.
No, I know, and now I'm asking questions. So if that's the theory, and you went pretty hard for that.
Or aliens
so there's no
are the religion. Maybe the aliens are what people believe in religion is a representation of those things. Or maybe it is something spiritual and benevolent, and we're just... I think that whether you want to call it alien, spirit, God, different things, I think they're just different words that we use to explain things that we don't understand.
No, I completely agree with that because it makes you feel comfortable thinking that there's something behind it than chaos in general. I get that. But that also doesn't make sense because what we're talking about is the only way we could have gotten to the moon was with help. Right? We were in we were in a stagnant. We were all fighting the space race, correct? With Russia and everyone else. How did it not happen? Why would they lie? Why would all these countries who hate us lie? And if that was the case, were they all in a conspiracy? Are like, we know it's aliens, but if we open our mouth, we might not get any more of their technology.
Or maybe the aliens put brain probes in all the people, so that way the leaders of the different countries would go with the flow and not ruffle any feathers. Because they have to be silent, because they need to slowly pick from the cattle. Like, you know, you don't just harvest all the cattle on the farm. You allow some of them to stay so that they can procreate.
Okay. But let's go to your theory because you made me listen to that
I have
book.
all the theories.
Behold a Pale Horse theory of his theory of the moon and the aliens.
Yeah, chat, if you have not read Behold a Pale Horse, make sure you join my Discord. I have it posted there under the section Knowledge. And if you have any other books that you think that we should be reading, post them there, #knowledge in my Discord. The link is in my bio. Just click the link and you can join the Discord there.
So
I'm done
you made me listen to it. What was his theory about Eisenhower making a deal with the aliens in exchange for technology for us to do all these things that we've done since Roswell?
Yes, and it was also said that the aliens were supposed to only deal with the United States, but they were making deals with other countries. Why wouldn't they possibly say, hey, you've got to do this and you can't say that and you can't question whatever happens, because they have a certain narrative that they want to push, and that's what everyone has to stick to, and they're terrified because there are these things that can just zap them with a ray gun and then poof, you're gone. You know what I mean?
That's a stereotype. Okay?
I'm just saying, like,
it's a stereotype. That's like saying I love salsa.
You're a human being, okay, and there's this being that has superior technology to anything you do, and says you better do what we tell you to, or else I'm gonna assume they have a ray gun that can melt me, like in Mars Attacks. Okay, like that's just me. I'm gonna say, you know what? I probably should do whatever they say because they can melt my brain.
So call their bluff.
What do you mean call their bluff?
Call their bluff.
How do you fight?
How would you? What? I could be like have like a pretend, pew pew behind a jacket, and you're just gonna.
So
roll
you want
over?
to test that theory?
I do. I would.
I don't know.
Absolutely would.
I think that the people that are in power want to stay in power, and they're like, you know what, I'm just going to play by the rules, and that way things will be manipulated in my favor. And obviously it seems like they've manipulated all sides, and that's why we're seeing, I think, the world we're seeing today. But
do you think that they were preparing? That's the whole point of landing on the moon, to see if they could sustain life, because they knew we were messing up down here?
No, I think they're farming us. I think we're food. That seems to be the most logical scenario. Okay, like if we're here, we're an experiment or whatever. We're food. They gotta eat something. There's something on our planet, or it's us ourselves, that they need to sustain life. What are they eating out there?
They could be like freaking vegetarians. We don't know.
Well, but they're like mutilating cows and abducting dudes in lumberjacks in the forest.
Didn't you dissect frogs and pigs in high school?
I did.
You did. Why?
Because I was hungry.
That? No, that
was right before lunch, and I needed to eat. And I was like, you know what? This looks like a nice meal.
You're not going to like where I'm going with this. Did you or did you not?
I did. I was forced to. I did not want to.
Why did they make us do that?
They wanted us to learn the inner workings of the frog.
So you might find some sliced up cows and deer and stuff like that to
okay,
study.
So they're studying us, right?
Right. If that's the case.
Then what are they eating?
Plants. We don't know.
Right, they got to be some sort of food source. What if it's gold?
Osmosis.
What if it's gold and they're eating all the gold right now, and that's why the price of gold is just skyrocketing?
That's not why.
And we have to switch to crypto, and we have a
you said the C word.
Backed.
You said the C word.
I'm just saying, like, maybe that's why is they're like, we have to get off the gold standard, and we have to go to fiat or digital currency because the aliens need to eat the gold. They're hungry.
If we are just a science experiment, it doesn't matter. None of it matters, right?
I'm just saying.
No, that one.
It lines up with the timeline.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, what was it? Like the 1930s or whatever that they switched from the gold standard?
I think it was 1916 actually to 1930. Yes.
Yeah, but it was like officially in like what 1933 or something. So that kind of lines up with everything happening. Maybe they're here to mine our gold.
Most of it, like, I know what you're saying, because every movie that has to do with any of those things always has to do with some sort of farming something from our planet.
I mean, it's just the most logical thing. Okay, you're in a spacecraft, right? We're in a spacecraft, and we're traveling through the galaxy. We have limited resources. When we get to a new place, what do we have to do? Extract resources. Otherwise, because we deplete resources as we go along.
Okay.
So if they're meat-eating beings, they're probably packaging us up into freezers.
Okay, but see, I understand what you're saying, and that kind of makes sense. But on any journey, don't you bring your own freaking food? Like, I don't go camping in the forest and be like, you know what? I'm just going to see what happens.
Right, but if I'm traveling across the universe,
you have food.
Let's think about it this way, okay? If I've got an RV and I'm traveling from one side of the country to the other, I have to stop along the way for more resources. I have to get more fuel. I have to get more food. I have to get more drink. Right? So what if this is not the end destination? It's a stop along the way to the next destination.
If they, first of all, they have better technology than we do. If they're able to go across the universe. Second of all, if that was the case, they wouldn't need any of our resources.
So it's like Star Trek, where they just tell the
You're
computer,
the one who started
computer,
down the Star Trek
make me a
route.
cheeseburger.
No, that's
computer.
how my brain is going.
I'm hungry. Computer, make me a cheeseburger.
No, because remember in the video, and I'm sure everyone's watched it with the moon landing, he goes, "What's that?" And it cuts out for a good 30 seconds. A little bit more, actually. He said, "What is that?" And the video just goes off. And then when it comes back on, they're happy and playing again.
It was the aliens.
No, you can't say.
Because the probing?
No. Now, see, you went to a joke because I'm right. I'm right. What, there had to be something there, or either on the other side of the moon, and they just weren't allowed to know. And that goes back to my theory that it wasn't our technology. That we did go. It wasn't our technology to get there.
I think it wasn't our technology. I think none of the technology we're using right now is our technology. We've gotten it from another source, and we're learning how to use and manipulate it and create and do more things with it. But I think they were just like, here's a little bit of this, okay? Enjoy that and have fun, and we get to do whatever we want.
Why then, and you see back in the Colosseum days in 2400 BC, why did they have better technology than they did in about 500 BC? They couldn't replicate it.
I think
that's so. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, do they come here and they're like, let's mess with them a little bit, and then they leave?
Well, let's rewind even more. Okay, so in the early BCs, right?
Mm-hmm.
They believed in like the gods and all these different
there were
things,
multiple
right?
deities.
So what if that's because whatever these aliens or deities or whatever they are, whatever you want to classify them as, came to Earth, right? Extracted resources, okay, and basically caused the fall of mankind, and right now we're in a post-apocalyptic world. Like the world was more advanced and more like it is today back then. Or maybe it wasn't. They came and extracted resources and they said, wait a minute, we extracted too much. We need to give them resources so that they can develop something that we need. Or maybe they came back now, they went back then. Obviously, something came to the Earth back then, right?
Why do I get in a rabbit hole? Please stop. Thanks. No. So, no, but okay, so I get what you're saying.
But what I'm saying is maybe what happened is at some point they were like, look, we need this, and we don't want to take the time and energy to make it happen. Why don't we give them this little sprinkle, and then they'll do it for us, and we get to kick back and hang out and have smoothies.
I can imagine being in the Colosseum and having a smoothie, but what I'm saying is that with that theory, there can be religion was made up, deities were made up, all of it was made up, and we're just a science experiment if you go by that theory and logic.
What if mankind just developed technology to a point where it just like AI, right? So we've developed
Who do you think gave us that?
What I'm saying is what if we did produce it, okay? And we produced this AI. AI is getting smarter, compounded upon itself because it's moving faster, it's thinking faster, it's learning faster, it's producing faster. Could that not explain the same boom of upward technology of we finally discovered this one thing that set a whole lifetime of technology in motion?
Okay, yes and no, but when did that kickoff happen? When did it happen?
Right when the aliens came.
When Roswell happened. And that's what they think. They think they took these spaceship, reverse engineered them, and that's how we made it to the moon with that technology.
Or maybe they crashed here.
They did.
And it was an accident. They were trying to extract resources for their little journey.
But it's not the only crash that's on record.
They stopped at 7-Eleven. They grabbed some tortilla chips and, maybe a hot dog and a slushie.
Why is everything a snack with you and your slushie?
Because I'm hungry. Okay. But what I'm saying is we're 7-Eleven, okay?
Okay.
All right.
7-Eleven.
We're 7-Eleven gas station. We're extra mile. All right.
Sure.
Okay.
Get
aliens
slushies.
pull up. And they're just like, hey, we're going to pull up, we're going to pump a little gas, we're going to grab a bag of chips, and we're out. All right. Well, they go to check the oil in the RV. Oh man, we're out of oil. We're stuck here. What do?
Right.
We need mankind to produce oil.
So what? They just needed a hit of oil and they took off, and then we're like, wait.
That's what I'm saying. So like they needed a resource, and in order to get that resource without exposing themselves, freaking people out, and doing the work themselves, they said, hey, we can manipulate these idiots into doing it for us. And so they said, here's a little sprinkle, and go produce oil and gold for us.
But that's not what's happening. We're using it.
Are we though?
Yeah, oil, yeah.
But
look around.
We have more oil than...
Zoom out.
Yeah, but they say that we don't have enough oil to sustain, but there's
because we use too much of it.
But there's more oil than we could ever use in our lifetime. So maybe the...
What? Wait, no, you went off center there.
No.
That's not true. Who told you that?
It's so very
Who told
true.
you that?
They say that. See, that's a manipulated thing that you've been told, because it is true, but they don't count for other reserves that are shut down. They go based off of what is available to us. There's actually more available to us. We just don't access it.
So in an infinite world, it would be infinite, is what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is I think there's a reason why we're not allowed to access the full amount of the resources, and we're only allowed to have this little bit of resources right here, because the aliens need the other resources, because they need to fill up the tank and they need to hit the road.
So like Behold a Pale Horse, we made a deal and we can't go back.
Yes. And if there's any aliens watching out there, please, I'd like to hitchhike. I got my thumb out. Please get me out of here. Okay. If you want to do the butt stuff, we can work something out, but I'd like to keep that off the table. But let's work something out, okay? Let's work something out.
He's lying. He'll do anything.
I'll try anything twice, okay? If we can keep the butt stuff off the table, I'm down. Take me on the road. Otherwise, we're gonna have to talk, because I don't know if I'm down like that.
How did that even come to? Is that like just
because the aliens do the butt probes thing?
Just because humans do some weird butt stuff does not mean every other.
It's okay.
Every other
if
entity
you look
does.
At all the different.
I read the Bible. That ain't in there.
Okay, what I'm talking about is people have said they've been abducted, right?
Right.
They're just like, hey, this happened to me. I was abducted. This is my story. This is what happened, right? And there's like been several, like some are like, oh, they stuck something up my nose. There are several that said they stuck something up there. You know who?
Maybe they were just like trying to make an excuse and explain to their wives why they were hurting, and they just made up the alien.
Trauma.
Yeah, what alien trauma?
Aliens.
I don't know how we got to this, but I'm just saying, like, that sounds like a confused husband who was like, oh man, I gotta tell my wife something and why I was gone for 2 days, and that's the story he came up with. That's what that sounds like.
I think, just like you were saying, is how they dissected the cows and the cattle and the things, and dissecting frogs, right? People needed to be studied.
Okay, but
so that it was a study.
So, and that's were they here to either help us or hurt us? And that's the thing.
I think they're stopping at 7-Eleven. Are you there to hurt the guy at the register at 7-Eleven? Only if you're robbing the place. Okay. So I think what it turned into was a routine stop for gas and chips, and they had catastrophic engine failure. Now they're robbing the guy behind the counter, emptying out the register, and about to jump in the Cadillac that's parked in the front.
I don't...
That's what I think. Tell me I'm wrong, chat.
But here's the
Prove
thing.
me wrong.
As technology,
Prove me wrong.
And the only reason that makes sense to me is because of the timeline. You can see it right there. The timeline clearly shows that we did not start creating things at a very high level until 1947 up until 1969.
Little sprinkle.
What I'm saying is it to help us and maybe push us in the right direction? Because look, we were taking way too long to develop anything because humans are kind of stupid. So look, that's 3,000 years of nothing, no progress, no anything, and they were looking at us like maybe we should help them out.
Have you ever played Civilization?
I have played Risk.
You in Civilization, you're growing from, you know, starting fire and war with sticks and rocks all the way to launching a
Like
shuttle into space,
to
right?
civilians.
Right. So, like, there was a time where I played the game and I didn't quite understand the game very well. All right, so my first time around, I was fighting with sticks and stones, and there was tanks rolling up in my backyard. So my civilization was underdeveloped, okay? But once I learned how to play the game and use it more strategically, then I was able to play it and master and be a power structure in the world, right? But it took knowledge in order to do that. So it is a possibility that they did give us knowledge in order to boost us up from using sticks and stones, right? And maybe that's for the sole purpose of adding us to the Galactic Federation. But the thing is they cannot.
You're just not. You're not going to get away from that.
They
are you?
cannot interfere with
Star
us.
Trek.
They can give us a little sprinkle, but they can't interfere. They have laws and rules that they have to abide by, right? So, in order for them to actually come forward and say, "Hey, we want you in the Galactic Federation," we have to become a one world government, because our planet would be the state in a vast, you know, majority of other planets all over the galaxy, all over the universe, not just the galaxy. So,
but wouldn't that still be interference?
That's why they have to let us naturally do that.
If you put sprinkles on a cupcake, you can't unsprinkle it.
I think there are rules that they have to abide by. And I think that what they're doing is they're like policing us. So we've created nuclear technology because of World War II, which is around the time things started happening, and we started seeing the sightings. We saw where all of the nuclear facilities across the world all shut down at once by something. No one knows what did it. So it's a possibility that they are here to observe us, learn from us a little bit, and help us to grow enlightenment so that we can join the Galactic Federation.
If that exists.
They have to come in and say, whoa, hit the brakes, y'all be blowing each other up. All right, you can't be scorching the earth here. Okay, you can't be lighting matches at the gas pump because we're trying to fill up our tank right now.
But okay, that still doesn't make any sense.
Why?
Because you're saying, oh, they're giving us this technology so we can join. If they've been watching the human race, then they knew what direction it was going. So if that is the case and they're creating all this nuclear, at any time they could come in and stop it, right?
I think they could. I think at any time, because I think they have rules. They cannot interfere.
It's like
unless it's for our safety.
It can't be both.
Or maybe they want to eat us and they can't have us be radiated. They need fresh meat. You know, you can't take the meat.
Did you really just say that?
You can't take the meat.
Are we steak? Did we just become steak?
I think we're steak. Oh,
I don't think we're steak, but
I think we're steak.
You understand how that can't work. It can't be both. Either they gave us technology or they're waiting for us to evolve enough to be part of it. It can't be both, because then that's still interfering.
Okay, let's go back to 7-Eleven. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
My RV breaks down. I pull up to 7-Eleven. I'm there to get gas and chips, but the RV breaks down. Okay, and I need to fix it, but I have the part to fix it, right? But I need to fill the tank. I need to get some water. I need to take the dogs out to go poop. I need to do all the different things, right?
What kind of alien are you?
I'm just saying, like, think
That
of
makes
it as
no
like,
sense.
no, you're supposed to be putting your mind in the thought of if
That's
I'm
a human thought.
Right, but you're traveling cross country in an RV. It is the same. It's akin to aliens with superior technology traveling across the galaxy. This is what I'm trying to say. So think about this. If you're in an RV and you pull up and you need gas and chips, okay, but you find out that you're low on oil and you need new spark plugs or whatever it is that's wrong with it, right? There's something wrong with it.
You think it'd be here on Earth?
I've got to walk the dogs and take them to poop and pee.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I gotta let all the kids go to the bathroom and run around and pick flowers and stuff. Okay, I got things I gotta do, right? I don't want to get greasy under the hood right now. I'm in my nice shirt, you know, and I gotta wear.
I need you to get to your point.
I gotta
real
wear
quick.
this shirt across the galaxy. Okay,
It's very intricate.
so why would I do it myself when I have a whole race of people that would be gladly able to do the hard work for me just to get to understand some of the technology? So if there's something that needs to be done with the RV, the mechanic that is at the gas station may not work on RVs, but I'm just like, hey, here's the part. This is what I need you to do. Get it done for me.
No.
Yes.
No.
It's 7-Eleven.
No, get
Earth
off
is
the
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven. Because the reality is resources on all planets are completely different. Whether it goes to radioactive, volcanic, the amount of gravity, all of it is different. And the reality is that if they came here, nothing we have is beneficial to them. That's just a fact.
Or they're hungry.
The things that are on Mars are not here, and the things that are here aren't really on Mars.
Who said they're from Mars?
What I'm saying is, in the wider sense, every planet, and this, we only know what's in our galaxy and our solar system. But my thing is, in other planets, they're not made the same way. They're not going to have the same resources. Why in any world would they come here without having enough to get back? Because we're not going to have what they need. They need something else.
Because shit happens.
That is.
Sometimes you gotta let the dog out to go poop.
Give me an actual answer.
Sometimes you gotta let the dogs out to go poop.
No, because
you gotta stop and grab a bag of chips.
Illogical. If they're really a higher species, that's completely illogical that they would
Or
make that
maybe
mistake.
they planned that, hey, we're gonna stop at 7-Eleven 4 or 5 times along the way. Let's see here. Meet Damon says, what if the UFO crashes were alien teenagers crashing daddy's UFO after going for a joyride? I think you're right. And they showed up at 7-Eleven and were like, hey.
Oh, he's behind the slushy idea.
Can you help me out? My dad's going to be so mad. I will totally give you my cell phone. I know you don't know what that is.
Tell, man.
But just don't tell my dad
Learn
I took
how
his...
to make a cell phone. Make this for me.
Yeah, exactly. Here's some technology. Fix my shit. I'm gonna be in trouble. That's what I think. I mean, that's actually a great analogy. That lines up with the 7-Eleven idea. Earth is 7-Eleven.
No.
And we're the steaks in the freezer.
No. That's not it. Then that doesn't make sense because of your interference argument. It can't be both. I believe that.
I think they're allowed to interfere to a point. I think it lines up with your thing and it lines up with my thing. They're allowed to give us just enough to get the boost, but they're not allowed to reveal themselves to the public and the population. It has to happen organically and naturally. They have to create it, right? And then the only time they can step in and stop us is if we're trying to blow each other up.
I think they're still here.
I think they are here. I think they're still broke down at 7-Eleven.
No, I think they're in the tunnels.
They're in the tunnels.
Where nobody can see. How many tunnels have been, and you can look up all you want.
I mean, there's got to be a reason why we're not allowed down there. Only
because
like
we're not going to be
people.
saved when the freaking when everybody blows everybody up.
I mean, I've been
be
in
a
there, but
select
I had to
few.
have, special clearance to get
You
in.
not anymore because they don't like you.
I have to send my moles in there. No pun intended.
But as long as
I
it's
have
not somewhere
moles.
weird. But think about it. All the underground tunnels, who are they protecting themselves from?
It's an
The
alien
actual
fugitive
people
getting
around-
chased by aliens. That's what Meat Damon says. It's a fugitive. It's Rick and Morty. Rick is crashed on the planet and he's about to get resources. When has Rick ever been like, here's some technology, make this happen for me, I'm lazy? It's Rick and Morty.
So cartoon is your source.
Yes.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't considered that.
I'm here to
So
speculate.
Stewie Griffin has a time machine. Do you see how that doesn't work?
I mean, when I was his age, I had a time machine.
No.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. No.
I did.
It's just not realistic. Like in a factual
Okay.
way.
So
It's
what
not
is the
realistic.
most,
The
in your
computers-
opinion,
Okay.
what is the most realistic scenario?
They landed in Roswell, and it's been continued since then. Crashes in Utah, Montana, Arizona, New Mexico, and plenty in California. And this can be seen in San Diego. If you look it up, the red lights, which is a program to discredit that there's aliens that exist. And so
Why would there be a program?
to hide it.
Okay.
Because that's where they're getting their technology from. Humans are arrogant. They have an ego. They want to be the first to do anything. So my thing is that we have some sort of pact. We'll give you technology. We're going to take your humans. Look,
TikTok seller says, why the U.S.?
it's not just the U.S.
I think
It's all over the
I think
world.
they told us that it was going to be just the U.S., but they went everywhere.
They went.
and
You
they're
can look it up.
playing
It's
under the
everywhere.
table.
It's
Yeah,
absolutely
they're
everywhere.
making deals under all the tables and with all the different people.
And that was part of Behold a Pale Horse, was that the United States didn't know that they had all these deals with Russia, India, China, Japan, and then they were like, wait a second, but you can't fight something that's stronger than you, so you just let it happen. When it comes to the world, the weakest one always stands back.
So do you think they're nefarious or they're just
I think they're
self-preserving?
like a teenager. I think that's the best way to describe it. It's very self-serving, but also somewhat with a conscience.
Teenager crashed their dad's UFO?
That's not what I
think
meant.
that's it.
But that's stuck in my head.
Meet Damon for the win.
No. Teenagers did not crash, and they're like, shoot, my dad's gonna find out, and here's technology, don't tell. Because there's actual people who have been silenced, and not just in a way of they passed away at old age. They're gone. Accidental crashes, weird, suspicious unaliving, themselves. None of it makes sense.
I'll tell you what does make sense is that we are living in a world where basically we're looking for a one world government, a world superpower. And right now we have, the US, China, Russia, Israel trying to dominate that space, right? And I think in order to join the Galactic Federation, one of them has to win.
Here's the whole point of this conversation, is that we had help, we got to the moon, we were actually on the moon with help from whatever you want to call it, an outside source. And now to tell, like, all these people were lying, every single person in that room was lying. Buzz Aldrin, Michael Collins, they were all lying. Can you imagine skipping a rock 7 times and the whole world watched? And then after you skip that rock, they're like, didn't happen.
I've skipped a rock 7 times.
But I'm saying didn't happen. Wouldn't that suck? Like, you're on the moon, you do this incredible thing, and you leave footprints and flags, and then these kids are like, didn't happen, because it doesn't make sense to me. That's so insulting. I would be upset.
I'll tell you what.
So upset.
So let's reel it back in from aliens into the moon landing, and let's get into the thick of it, right? Did we go to the moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. How do I get rid of this thing?
No.
How do I get rid of this? It won't let. We don't need
up
this
another
one
picture.
anymore, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So
That's still on the moon, by the way.
oh, here we go. We slideshow.
Yeah.
So did we go to the moon is the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not it. Okay.
That's where the poles still are.
Okay. They can't see it. We
Okay.
can. Okay. So let's talk about the moon landing. Did we go to the moon?
Yes.
After what I've seen, I say yes.
Yeah.
We went to the moon.
But why do you think we went to the moon?
I think aliens gave us the technology to
Correct.
do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way.
Are we reverse engineered?
And here's the reason why I say aliens. This image right here. Chat, look at this right here. Let me pull it up for you guys. This is why. Okay. Computers at that time, this entire room is one supercomputer.
Correct.
And my phone today has more processing power than that entire room right now. We did not have the mathematical capability in computers at that time. Something had to. Now they did say, and what I learned is that they were doing it by hand on paper and not.
No, but look at that. That's from 10 years before, 5 years before, nothing like that existed. Nothing. Not even close.
Right.
They had the technology.
I just
but
don't.
Where did it come from?
I just don't see how they got to the moon with that processing power. It seems like too much guesswork, too much room for human error. They had to literally, their explanation for this, NASA's explanation for the reason that the computer, they admit that their computers do not have the processing power in order to make this happen. And their explanation for that is that they did it by hand. I think something else had a hand in this.
Right.
This is just the facade. And they actually had something more technologically advanced that was really working behind the curtain.
But I think that the mission wasn't just to go to the moon. I think it was to research what was on the other side or something that they thought was there.
Or maybe the Earth is 7-Eleven and the RV is broke down the road
on the dark side of the moon, and we have to go help.
Yeah.
Do you no? Not everything's 7-Eleven.
It's 7-Eleven.
No, it's not.
It's 7-Eleven, chat.
No, it's not 7-Eleven. The more realistic thing is that they're helping us, not us helping them. That makes zero sense.
Are they really helping though?
If they're not,
is it from a nefarious helping? Because like I can help you. I can say, hey, oh, you're in a lot of pain. Here, take these pills, and they will help the pain so much. But now you're addicted to them, and I can nefariously, suck resources.
But I don't have anything you want. That's what I'm saying. If that's the
I'm
case,
sure you got something I want.
Oh my gosh! Listen. What I'm saying is that we have nothing to give them. They have everything to gain. So it could be nefarious.
Unless they're at 7-Eleven, they need a bag of chips and they're hungry.
No.
Maybe they need fuel, gold, something. There's got to be some sort of resource that we have here that they need.
Or we're, what is it? Mousetrap.
What do you mean? What do you mean mousetrap?
The little mouse thingy where they run around to try to find the cheese. That's all we are. They're
so
just
we're
seeing
a science experiment?
Yeah. Like you said earlier, maybe we're just a science experiment.
They're like, hey, we totally found these things.
Weird things. Let's give them technology, see how long it takes them to exist.
Let's see how long it takes them to blow each other up.
The Manhattan Project.
Explain the Manhattan Project to me.
The splitting of the atom. No, they split it. I'm not going to explain it to you like you're 5 years old, because if there's 5-year-olds watching, we just ruined their lives. So here's the thing. Manhattan Project was one of the most substantial scientific breakthroughs that has ever happened by splitting the atom. How? You know, when that happened, when they were able to do that, the technology you would need to split an atom, which is something they can still barely do now. Where did the technology come from?
Well, I know, in times of war, right, we are actively seeking out new technology and different things, right? So that could have been accelerated by, war, could have driven us into that. Maybe that's what sounded the alarm and rang the dinner bell.
Isn't it crazy, though, that all of the theories, no matter how you look at it, none of them come down to, oh, humans totally did this on their own? I have not
something
come across,
had to be a part of
I have
this.
not come across anything that, like, even the astronauts, people who were working in the building were like, oh, it was a miracle. Okay, there's a fine line between miracle and reality, but not one theory is humans totally nailed it. Not one.
I mean, let's embellish that thought that maybe we did come up with it. Maybe things were just stagnant for a very, very long time. And then one day, someone smart enough had a breakthrough and thought outside the box, which set a chain reaction in motion, like the game Mousetrap, where one thing leads to another, the butterfly effect happens, and because of this one breakthrough, now we have progressed so quickly.
But it doesn't make sense.
I mean, I don't believe that.
No, not at all. It's a good theory. I mean, if you really believe in humans that much, but look in the little bit of technology they were given, how quickly they evolved it into something destructive. Within the last...
That's human nature.
Is it?
Yeah.
So why give us the technology? Why do the little sprinkle?
Or maybe
they haven't seen us doing awful things this whole...
They're terraforming the planet. The planet is good for us to live on, but not for them to live on. So what they need us to do is to basically eradicate ourselves, and it's an extermination. And they're basically just like when you put out roach bait and the roaches eat the bait and take it back and it kills the whole colony. Same idea, eradicating a invasive species on a resource that they need, but they need to terraform the planet. So maybe that, radiation fallout and blackened skies from, an Armageddon like nuclear fallout is the type of environment that they need to survive. Maybe that's the whole point, is like, hey, we'll give them this technology and we know that they're just going to blow themselves up.
There's not going to be anything left. What's going to be left for them to harvest or to have?
Maybe that's the environment they're used to living in. And they burrow underground and, live in the dirt. Do worms live in dirt?
That's a stretch, yeah, but they also live with, minerals and water and all the things that you need.
Maybe they're like cockroaches and they can survive after a nuclear blast. Haven't you seen Men in Black? Remember the cockroach guy?
Oh my gosh.
And he wears like the little suit of the guys.
Men in Black?
Yes.
Really? That's your source? What's your source?
I mean, yeah. And we're going to talk about Men in Black, but not today. But maybe it's, like I said, terraforming the planet. Maybe they have embryos and things that once the planet is terraformed, they can go and plant it on the planet, and then they grow, and then there's these different types of creatures and tree-like things that will grow in that type of planet ecosystem.
Deep sea things.
Yeah. All I'm saying is what if what they're doing is they're extermination through advancement in technology, and which causes terraforming of the planet, which gives them a planet that's more like what they're used to live on. It makes sense. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Why? Tell me one reason why. If you come from a planet that is nothing but radiation and all these different things, and like nuclear fallout is your planet, okay? that's your environment you're used to, and there are things that grow in that type of environment. There are, that thrive in that, and that's where you come from. That's your life, right? And you find this other planet and you're like, hey, it has the resources that we need, but it doesn't have the right ecosystem. So all we have to do is give a little sprinkle and plant the seed, and then it will terraform into what we want. If humans were to go to Mars, do we not want to? We've said this before. We want to create an atmosphere there and terraform the planet into something that we can live on, right? Why wouldn't another species want to do the same?
How's that going on Mars?
I mean, Elon's on top of it.
He hasn't created anything his entire career.
I know, but like, he's got the vision, the idea. Like,
okay, and everyone's had that vision for 70 years.
I know, but he's actually.
But how is it going?
He's funding it. I think it's actually going well, because if you look at the creation,
Elon's playing with toasters.
If you look at the creation of like electric vehicles and humanoid robots and AI and stuff, those are things that you need in order to colonize a planet.
Why would
I don't think it's good
now
for our planet.
Now you're going into a different direction, because if aliens gave us that technology for us to create AI, you're right, they never intended us to live.
I think you might
because
be right.
They made us create a system that will be smarter than us in like 5 years. Or
we develop the technology ourselves and we are trying to terraform another planet. What would we need in order to do that? We would need an AI to run everything. We would need humanoid robots. We would need, electric cars. Everything that Elon is creating with SpaceX and Tesla lines up perfectly with colonizing Mars.
What if AI purposely sabotages us so we can't go anywhere? Yeah. You're looking at it through these rose-colored glasses. That's just not how it works. That's not how it works. There's no gain for them to be here. There's nothing for them to have. It may be fun to watch.
What if AI is the alien?
That's what I'm thinking. It's biological, like a biological computer.
A biological...
Like they took a little piece and they found a crash and they were like, oh my God, this is it. AI was starting to be talked about back in the late 70s. This is not a new concept. It's been around a long time. It was perfected more. Think about late 80s, early 90s. AI has been around a long time, and now it's smarter than us. And not only that, found a way to put itself in everything we have and own. Teslas are terrible cars, 100%, and they're dumb. And especially the Cybertruck, they're freaking awful and ugly. And I said it. I said what I said.
I mean, they look like they're from Mars. I'll give you that. All right, if you're watching the show, make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe button, become a subscriber. It's absolutely free on YouTube. And if you're on Twitch, become a subscriber there as well to get an ad-free viewing experience. And thank you to everyone that is watching on Abstract. It is great to have you here with us. Don't forget to hit the like button. If you're watching on Abstract, there is a like button there as well. And those of you on TikTok, what are you still doing on TikTok?
Get your boot
Get
over
your
here.
booty over to YouTube. You got to the wrong place.
They can't help it. It's like
it's addicting. It's like
I want to say it, but it's like the best hit, like a dopamine hit.
It is. I get it.
Like it's like when you eat cheese and you just can't stop eating cheese. Oh my God! Now I kind of want some cheese.
I know. Why don't we have like a cheese?
Like
plate
we should
and
have a
snacks
charcuterie just right here.
Is that what it's called? A charcuterie?
Yeah.
Is that
charcuterie
like the
board?
Cheese and
yeah,
like
with the crackers and the salami
like
and stuff.
Grapes and like a glass of wine.
What did you think it was called?
I don't know.
I want
But
you to say it.
charcuterie sounds dirty.
Well, that's what it's called. It's called charcuterie.
All I heard was cooter. All right.
It's not a cooter board.
But I am for the
cooter board.
charcuterie. We need a charcuterie right here.
Charcuterie.
And we can. Honestly, I think this would be great over a glass of wine. This would be so much fun.
Right? Yeah.
And
then we'd get banned everywhere.
A little wine and some cooter. Who doesn't love some wine and cooter?
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, if you're watching on TikTok, you're missing out, guys. I'm sorry to say it, but you're missing out.
It's because Tesla's suck TikTok seller.
Let's see here. So back to the moon landing.
Wait, that was a good picture. That was good picture. Go back to that one with the other one with the other one with the shadows. Go back. Okay, you're just clicking buttons.
I can only go one at a time. Which one? Tell me when to stop.
Just go a little slower. Okay, that one.
That one. Okay.
Yeah, but that went up.
Okay, back to the we got on aliens and we're supposed to be talking about the moon.
I know. He's struggling with the keyboard. He's he's old.
So let's talk about this. People say that this is a shadow being cast the wrong direction right here. But if you really look at this, this is part of, there's like some of this like gold like material. There's like an antenna thing. This is part of the lunar module right here. Or it's like a berm. Either way, the shadow's being casted the right direction. But
that was people's biggest thing is, oh, it's slanted. Okay, look at that is slanted. So, and he's tipped over a little bit. That's why that shadow looks that
right.
way.
So these aren't parallel. And we also have to take into account that this right here is closer than this is right here. So he's actually standing further back. So because of that, it causes the shadow to have a slight different trajectory.
And not only that,
that's actually very normal.
It debunks the shadows are in the wrong place. They're not. They're in the exact place they would be if they were standing where they're supposed to be standing on the moon.
Right. If this was on the Earth, you can actually recreate this right here. Hello, everyone that came to YouTube. You guys are the real ones.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Remember, that was one of the big ones that, oh, look at, they're not parallel. They're not even the same shape.
I know, but they say that this is a shadow right here.
It's not.
Of this right here. It is not. This is actually,
you can see the metal if you zoom in.
Yeah, there's something laying on the ground
like
right here.
Something to
or
hold
it's
it
a
down.
berm of dirt and then something laying right here.
No, I think it was like, like something sticks into the ground so it doesn't move.
There's some kind of like maybe antenna right here or something. This is something for sure. Like this this is not this leg right here casting a shadow. It's too small and it stops too soon. It only goes out this far.
Right.
There's no way that that's what that is. Okay. The sun is over here and it's shining this direction. Everything is right. The only reason that this line right here and this line right here are not perfectly parallel is because they are not. He is further back and this is further forward. So that's the reason for that.
Also, the footsteps. And people were like, oh, well, when he stood, there wasn't a puff. There's no wind. So when he made the footsteps, there's just footsteps. There's no big poof or anything like that. And
so here's another picture of the shadows, right? So his shadow is projected out this way, and then this one is like kind of at an angle. And that's probably because whatever this is that is throwing a shadow,
the pole,
is further or closer away, right? So this shadow is right at his feet. He's holding the camera. So whatever this is probably further behind him, could be quite a ways behind him.
Right.
That's casting this signal, or excuse me, this shadow, and that's why it appears to not be in parallel. So that is debunked.
Right.
The shadow theory is debunked.
Just to be clear, I came into this like it's fake. None of this is real. Right. And then I had to do I was deep diving into everything, and there was so many scenarios, so many theories. But the more I looked at the footage and the more I looked at the technology and the timeline of how technology evolved, and when it started, it made more sense that we went as this big publicity stunt, and it's not. It was us like, okay, I think they needed to retrieve things off the moon. I think we were given access to it. I don't think it's really ours. I think other people colonize it. And this is the motion. The same thing with Mars. We have to make friends with the people that colonize it. I don't like when they're like, there's no human activity there. They would lie. They wouldn't tell us the truth. They would not tell us. because they'd go there to make to, like, they're the first ones that are going to leave when this whole place burns up.
I think we went, but we had help.
Absolutely.
Or I think we went in like a flying saucer and got a bunch of moon rocks and brought them back. And then it was filmed in a Hollywood studio so that they could explain why and how they got them.
Explain what is that and the silence.
What do you mean the silence?
In the video of one small leap for man,
one
whatever.
Small step for man,
one big leap for
one
mankind.
Giant leap for mankind.
Whatever. They're in that video. If you listen to
Really?
it in its entirety, listen. I didn't believe it was real until a couple days ago.
Really?
Was that it cuts out for almost 30 seconds. He goes, "What is that?" Cuts out, comes back, and everything's hunky dory. What was that about? And why didn't they ever talk about it? And even Buzz Aldrin and the rest of them, they're just like, don't know what you're talking about. Don't remember that. It's weird. Maybe they just didn't hear it correctly.
So there's a missing clip.
I don't think it's missing. I just think
Is that
it's
when,
zoned out.
Did you ever see Apollo 18?
The movie?
Yeah.
No.
Where they go to the moon and then the aliens eat them.
And okay, so that's a segue. How many times have movies told you this is happening and then it happens?
That's what I'm saying is, like, I think they tell us the truth through fiction.
Like Close Encounters, there are people that are swear that this something similar actually happened to that. And they were just...
TikTok seller says it's the first minute of the Epstein clip.
Shoot, probably.
I'll tell you, there is something missing though from the tape, right?
Right.
And if you think there isn't something missing
the
from
message
the tape,
was redacted,
then you need to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. If you're watching on TikTok, you need to come to YouTube to get the full experience. That's at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces.
And we know they
Come
redact
join
stuff
us.
all the time. Like, we're clearly seeing that now in our own, what's happening in our climate, redacting names, redacting statements. Like, clearly that's not a new practice.
They wanted to
world has done
redact
that
like
forever.
the entire Epstein files. They wanted to redact basically
all
everything.
of it, right? And so
anything that had Trump's name on it, so it was basically all of it.
So one of my things, though, is the biggest thing, and I was talking to Elon about, was that the human ego would never admit their arrogance, the ego, especially those in power, the elite, would never admit they had help. Do you know what I mean? They would never admit aliens were like, okay, influence.
You know what? I agree with that.
Because they wouldn't admit, be like, oh my gosh,
oh my gosh,
oh my gosh,
oh my
gosh, I had help. They don't say that. They're like, oh, what is it? Lift yourself up by your bootstraps, my butt. That's not what happened. You had help.
Yeah, it seems unfeasible that we did it on our own. All right, let's look at this one here. We got another image here. Let's take a look. So this is the other thing, right? There is a radiation belt around the Earth. I'm going to pull it up here for you guys to take a look at. Now, do you guys see it? This is the radiation here. And the red right here in the middle is like really, really strong, and like it can basically kill you, right?
Even flying through it, it could actually destroy whatever you're flying. It could just zap.
And we don't have any rockets that are strong enough to basically lift off the air the amount of lead it would take to stop that radiation. So there's no way that there's tin foil, gold foil is not going to do it. Okay. But from what I saw is what they said was that they basically left from here and exited out this way, right? So they went at the shortest amount right before where the red is and just went through this small little section right here, and then they were out. So they only traveled this far. However, and I think they said that they were in the radiation for about an hour. That's where they were traveling the fastest, is through the radiation. if you're in the military, I mean, we literally Agent Oranged our own military, right? If you're an astronaut, you're in the military. It's a branch of the government,
yes.
right? So the thing is they didn't care about the astronaut safety. They knew damn well what they were going into, and who knows? They probably all have testicular cancer. For all
Oh my
we know.
gosh!
I'm just saying, if they won it all, okay, or they went in some alien spacecraft and they were completely safe and shielded, right? Maybe they got beamed up there in like a beam, like in, the beam thing. The beam.
No.
Like Star Trek, right?
Oh my
Beam me up, Scotty.
Not everything is Star Trek.
Everything is Star Trek.
No.
Okay, listen. All the technology that was in Star Trek exists today, except for cloaking devices, and I think that does exist because how
Or
would we
space
know?
travel.
How
like
would we
actual
know if
space
cloaking
travel
devices work or
through
not?
light years?
And technically, we do have cloaking devices. We have like the radar. The bombers.
That doesn't make
that
you
can't be-
invisible. That just makes you untraceable. There's a big difference between invisible and untraceable.
Well, what about the cloud that looked like the Enterprise?
Different time. But my thing is that it's very logical if they have the right equipment that they'd be able to push through in an hour.
I think they could push through in an hour. I think it's
But
plausible.
that was the first time I realized after watching and researching is that how much radiation. That's why when meteorites hit us, it just dissolves into that radiation
Here's the
and
thing:
doesn't
is
really hurt
this
us.
is the U.S. right here. Cape Canaveral's like right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically from the equator, which is where it's the widest. So
That's-
they would have had to come up and go like that.
Right. If that's where the moon was.
Maybe that's why when the rockets take off, they curve because they're headed towards the out of the radiation. Ocean Gate. Where's Ocean? I want to know what the Ocean Gate was doing. You're talking about. Oh, I know what Ocean Gate is. Well, we can do Ocean Gate. Absolutely. Drop a video in the Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord already, make sure you join the Discord. The link is in my bio. And click that, join us, and there's hashtag down the rabbit hole, and you can leave your conspiracies, your videos. If you have a story you want to tell, you can leave it there. If you'd like to come on the show as a guest and tell us your ghost story, your alien encounter, your trip to the moon that you had, come on the show. And we'd love to hear about your trip to Uranus.
I would love someone who was abducted. That would just make my day.
I'm working on it. And, or if you were involved in like true crime, like missing persons type thing like that, anything that has mystery that surrounds it, we would love to hear from you.
That makes sense, TikTok seller.
I am working on getting a few gentlemen from Hollywood that have been in the tunnels to come on the show. They've sent me videos. TikTok seller has seen the video because any videos or images that I'm sent that are sensitive like that, I'm sending them to multiple people that I trust for them to upload onto drives. So,
just in case.
Just in case, right? So we have a
because just to be clear,
security plan in
we
order.
talk about stuff that just doesn't land good on certain people or certain environments, and so we back up everything just in cases.
Yes. So if you're gonna Charlie Kirk me, you're gonna have to do better than that because we have backup plans. Okay.
Okay, not that.
You
Don't
can't
say
JFK
that.
me, baby.
Don't.
I mean, you can, but it ain't gonna work.
Isn't that odd? Like the Roswell JFK, he gets assassinated right before they go to the moon after he announces it.
That explains the magic bullet.
I mean, weird, right?
The magic bullet.
He's like he was always about honesty and transparency, and he would have told everybody. He would have told everybody, been like, the people have the right to know. He had so many things stacked against him that he wanted to be honest and good for the people and civil liberties, and they were like, he's gonna tell. Get rid of him.
He's gonna tell on us. Don't tell on me, chat.
Please don't do better than that.
All right. So the radiation thing kind of debunked, but basically it's like they went through radiation and
it's a yes and no, maybe.
The government doesn't care about you.
No.
They
left a guy in the freaking shuttle to leave just in case. Now, when they say, oh, he was there to make sure everyone got home safely, no, he was there to make sure all the resources got home safely. If he had to leave, he was going to leave. What?
I'm just reading the chat on TikTok. It says front mount Fremont. Oh, now his front face. I don't know. If you're on TikTok and you're chatting, I can't read it. It's too small and far away. You're on my phone. You got to be on YouTube, baby.
We're on YouTube.
We're on YouTube. If you want to chat, you got to come to YouTube. Unless you're just talking to other people on TikTok, that is totally fine. All right. So radiation, I wouldn't say debunked. I think they just don't care about people. Like,
I mean, how many Apollos have blown up?
How many Agent Oranges have they set on? Poof. You know, Camp Lejeune. If you were or anyone you know stayed in Camp Lejeune, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Right?
Did we just what?
All right, so the footprint. Here's the footprint, chat. And don't forget, if you're on YouTube, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. I know most of you guys are just listening, but spam the chat with emojis and give us some engagement, you know, because engagement does help us. And same with TikTok. Those of you on TikTok, thank you. We do still appreciate you, but eventually you're gonna have to come to YouTube if you're on TikTok. We will not be here.
The stuff we talk about.
Yeah, and we will have to end the live stream at some point so that we can talk about things that we just can't say here. And I'm not gonna leave it up and not say what I want to say just so that two other people that don't want to get on YouTube can get what they want, right? So I'd rather have what I want, and that's to have the freedom of speech.
Footprint.
All right. So here's the footprint.
That's the one that's still visible today.
Still visible today.
It's still visible.
And that's because they have the rover, right? That goes around, takes pictures all the time.
Right. And that footprint, because remember, there's no air, there's no wind, there's no, I mean, not air, you know what I mean? There's no wind up there. So a lot of these footprints are still intact. Now, granted, the moon gets hit by stuff all the time. It's usually a nice barrier for the United States, or for the world. But that footprint is still there. From 1969.
Here's the conspiracy behind this.
Oh my gosh.
So they have Buzz Aldrin's. This is Buzz Aldrin's footprint right here. This iconic picture. This is a picture taken by Buzz Aldrin of his footprint.
No, this was okay.
This is him. He took this picture in his spacesuit on the moon. Okay, this is Buzz Aldrin's footprint. Okay, Buzz Aldrin's his spacesuit is in the Smithsonian right now, and there's a picture of it. And I had it earlier, and somehow it got deleted. But you can look it up, and you can see that the bottom of the suit, the footprint does not match. So it looks like a regular boot with like a cowboy boot.
Do you really think that things in museums are what they are? Do you really believe that? The Mona Lisa that is on the exhibit isn't even really there.
I mean, that's a possibility.
Stop acting like the government tells you the truth. Please stop, okay?
Like it wouldn't be in the museum's best interest to lie about it. Like, say, hey, we have a spacesuit here.
Look, this is the story. And do you, you really think they're like, oh, this is total? No, that's ridiculous.
So NASA's official statement on this, because the shoe print is different, 100% different.
Doesn't mean it was the one.
But here's why. So they had special boot coverings that went over.
I did see that.
The spacesuit that they had, and they left them behind on the moon to save weight and room to bring moon rocks home. So they left a lot of things behind.
I want to know what that dot is over the sun. Have you guys seen that? I know.
We heard about it. I haven't been outside to look with my own two eyes. Has anyone seen the dot above the sun? I think it's the
Isn't that
A1
the meteor?
Atlas. The
Isn't
Atlas
that the meteor
thing.
that's coming? It's gonna hit.
That's what it is.
It's gonna hit Mars and kind of go kind of just shave right across us. Is that the one you're talking about?
I think that's what it is. It's A1 Atlas
Mhm.
is what it's called. So that's what you're seeing, I believe. You have to point your phone camera. I believe because you can't look at the sun.
I think he's talking about your thing, but we're not talking to TikTok. We're talking to
Yeah,
YouTube.
TikTok's on timeout. Okay, we love TikTok Shop, right? TikTok is amazing.
You can't see it with your
TikTok
eyes.
Shop.
Well, I know what you're talking about because I was reading 2 articles about it, and it's supposed to just mostly hit Mars, which is, again, I don't think they would allow us to go there.
I do want to cover this story. Maybe we'll do this like tomorrow. So there's some anomalies with
Anomalies?
that thing. Anomaly.
No, that's
You remember that song?
no, and
Who was that? Who sang that song? Anomaly. Anybody know what song that is? I want to hear it now.
I
I'm gonna look
definitely
it up.
don't. No.
Just kidding.
All right.
Okay, so boot print seems plausible.
Doesn't mean
Debunked.
anything.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
doesn't mean anything. Yeah, the spacesuit. Maybe they have a fake spacesuit, like you said, or what seems plausible is they had a boot covering that went on the spacesuit that they wore when they were out on the lunar surface that they didn't wear when they were inside the ship.
Exactly.
That they left behind to save weight and room for moon rocks.
Correct.
Checks out to me. Seems plausible. I'm gonna go with debunked. All right, what am I looking at here, Jesse?
Camera.
Okay, there's the camera.
Because people are like, well, how did they take these pictures and videos? That's it right there.
Right.
I didn't know. I had to research the camera, and they were actually training how to use this camera in the setting that they would be in for over a year, so that they knew how to take the pictures. And that's why some pictures aren't
Right, they
so
took
great.
it to like family events.
Right,
and
they
things
took it
and
to all these
everywhere they
places,
went.
and I had no idea about that, but they showed videos of them doing it, and so now it makes sense. And that's why some of the pictures are a little blurry, some are kind of okay, because they're taking them with this camera that's just attached to their chest.
And one of the theories is like, oh, you have to be, how did they get perfect exposure and perfect focus with these? They had special thumb tabs on it.
They did.
And they were preset for, close, medium, and far away.
And scan, like one of them just kind of moves it, like the thing, he could move it like this.
Right.
And, and it could at the speed of rate it was at.
So we got these iconic photos that are in perfect, focus. That's because they had the focus. This was a special camera that was preset with focus settings, just like your phone is now. It has, preset focus on it.
The one thing I did have an issue with that they brought up was that camera wouldn't be able to survive that environment or the film.
That is the one thing
I can't explain.
That I can't explain. I agree with that. That is the one thing is film.
The film
would be destroyed in the radiation belt.
In the radiation belt.
Going to and from.
So what was covering it? What kind of material did we not know about that we had was covering it? Or was it like you said, that's the only thing I have no answer for.
And we have a full list of everything that was on the craft, right? There's no list of a lead box that the film was held in.
No.
That is the only...
We couldn't find an answer for that.
And that's why I say aliens.
Yeah, they had some tech, or they were taking the pictures. I don't know, but they all 3 of them had the cameras on them.
Or they had a digital camera.
Like how would they know to use spacesuits?
How would they know to use spacesuits? I think they kind of assumed that there's.
Well, this was Apollo 11.
Right.
This isn't even the first one.
They'd been in. We'd had the space station at this point.
So this was 11. There were 10 other
we
ones
sent
and some not
dogs
successful.
into space
That was
first, right?
Russia.
And the dogs, you know, they never came home. I feel bad for the guy that was like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to send my dog into space."
First dog in space.
And they're like, "So when does he come home?" "Oh, he doesn't." I wonder if there's still a dog out there floating
like
in space.
On Doggy Planet.
Yeah. Have you heard of space junk?
Space junk.
Yeah.
No.
So every time they go into space and do things, all their different missions, they leave something behind and it stays in orbit, and it's like stuck in orbit. And they're
Not like when they recorded on the recorders and then they took these boxes and shot them in the air in case anybody ever got them, like their tapes and stuff.
I mean, there's some of that, like time capsule stuff.
Yeah.
There's also old satellites that are no longer in use, dead technology, things like that, that people, they put a Tesla in orbit. They put all these different things into orbit.
So we're littering. We're littering the Milky Way.
So there's all this space junk.
We can't
that's
litter on just
like
Earth.
flying around the Earth. And
Fantastic.
And now it's actually become a problem that's so bad.
It's littering.
That they're afraid that at some point we'll never be able to leave Earth again on a space mission, because if there is a rocket that is leaving, it won't be able to penetrate through the space junk without being hit with something.
That for real?
Yeah.
So we litter the planet, destroy it, and you're like, you know what? We could do better. Let's litter the Milky Way so we're trapped here forever.
Well, that's why Elon's trying to make the Dragon 5
He's
rocket
a problem.
that flies up and then it comes back down and lands itself again, so that they don't leave that, because that's normally left in space.
Why don't you look how his little inventions are going?
With
just his
saying,
AI help.
I mean, I saw his rocket take off and land
Or is
itself.
it a way to make sure we never leave?
I think that could be part of it.
That is horrifying. That we're literally littering our own solar system.
He says, yeah, there's a shitty Tesla with a dummy in it, and on the screen of the Tesla it says, "Don't panic." Oh my god. You sure there's not a dog in the front seat?
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, so there's a bunch of space junk and it's actually become a problem, and now they're talking about having to send missions to basically knock things out of orbit to send them to burn up in
we can't even protect our planet.
And we're going to terraform Mars and do the same thing to it.
We got this. We're the most destructive things on this planet.
What they're going to do is they're going to have you upload to the Neuralink.
Nope.
And then you're going to live on Mars.
Nope.
And you're humanoid. And your humanoid is going to hang out, and you're going to think it's going to be all beautiful and terraformed, or you're going to be out, exploring Mars, right? For free, obviously, because they're not going to pay you to do that job. They're going to be, oh, you pay us and we'll let you go explore Mars for us because we need the info, but you're going to pay us for it. That's what's going to happen. You're going to upload your little Neuralink and you're going to go sit in your pod and get pumped full of bugs while you're checking out Mars in your little avatar.
Speak for yourself. I'm not doing any of that.
I ain't doing it. I ain't living in no pod eating no bugs.
Do you see how
all
this progress that they're trying to push is just 5 steps back? Every time they're like, oh, we did this, they already messed up.
I don't think that's it. It's 5 steps back. I think it's 5 steps forward towards leaving the world behind and going to a new place and starting over fresh, like Adam and Eve.
Why would they need to do that?
Because we've already poisoned our water and we've poisoned our air.
What makes them think they won't do that again? It's
the little people will sit in the pod and eat the bugs here, and the special classy people will be moved to the beautiful planet, and we shall be on the prison planet. It is not for you, sir.
Or something outside intervenes.
So the aliens come and they say,
because they gotta be mad, right? They'll be like, oh my gosh, we give them this technology and they're freaking littering it in the freaking atmosphere.
I think that's part of the plan. I think that's part of terraforming the planet.
No.
I
think they're pissed.
No, I think that it's exactly what they want. They want the planet to be unlivable, to kill us off because we are like an ant,
Or to be like, please help us. We need help.
We're the roaches on the planet that they're got to get rid of before they move in. They don't want to live
Or
in a
they gave us
roach-infested
enough
house.
technology to be like, they're going to destroy themselves and then we're going to come in right at the last minute and be their heroes.
Now that's a good hypothesis. I kind of like that.
The hero.
And then then we get accepted into the Galactic Federation.
Oh my gosh.
And they are benevolent because they did this. Like it's like mind tricks.
They did us a
right?
favor.
Yeah. Okay.
So you see how that could happen?
I can hop on board with that one. I can
go
hop
down
on
that
board with
road.
that. I'm about it. Okay.
Think about it. There, let us help them destroy each other. And then we're going to come in and be these big heroes that save them from themselves, and they're going to do whatever we want them to do.
They used to have 24/7 live streams on YouTube. I think they took the live down and basically hopefully they forgot. And that's from the space station. I used to actually watch those.
Wait, though, was that before or after it was called the Space Force? There's a big difference.
Ooh,
because
so Trump's up there.
Someone who keeps renaming things that don't need to be renamed, like Space Force, which is like a freaking 3-year-old would name it. But did it go down during Space Force time, or was it before that?
I like the idea of
to the
Space
Tesla
Force. I would join the
Corvette.
space.
Oh, yeah, because it kept exploding.
The Tesla Corvette.
It was like explode. Well, all his stuff explodes.
I'm sure there's something. It probably got hit by some space junk, and they're like, "Oh crap! It dented it. We can't have that on camera."
Dude, have you seen his robots? Like, they're not even real. He pays people to talk behind them to make them seem interactive. That's real.
I believe it. Have you seen how the Tesla cars one of them, like self-driving, crashed into somebody's house, and the Tesla alerted a tow truck driver to come pick it up
and took it away.
Within like 5 minutes, the tow truck driver was there, and the guy was like, "Hey, like you can't pull this out of here. Like I need to have the police come and take a police report or something."
Get there in time.
Yeah, and basically the dude looked at him and said, "Fuck you," and then took off with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He probably made a lot of money.
Yeah, silence is beautiful.
I should be a Tesla tow truck driver.
Oh my gosh.
That's what I should have done. I chose the wrong profession. All right, next image. Let's take a look here.
That's my favorite one.
What am I looking at here?
That's the official image that they used with the rover and the spacecraft behind it and him with the flag saluting.
All right. So did we actually go?
Yes.
I'll tell you this. Look at how far apart the footprints are from here to here.
There's
like they're not walking. They're
hopping.
Yeah, they're moving pretty far.
Remember they were showing that they were like hopping.
I think we went to the moon. I just think we had help from aliens. One of two ways. Either it was filmed in a Hollywood studio and we actually went in a flying saucer with the aliens, or the aliens gave us the technology to get us there ourselves.
Well, a lot of it, what people don't understand is a lot of the visuals that they see of it landing, it's actually the video of them, the video of them leaving is actually the video of them landing in reverse. And why they did it that way, I don't know, but that's just how it's presented. So people are like, oh, but look at this. It's because it's just backwards. And then look, the crispy flag. It's not waving. It's saying exactly like that. They're the ones who pull it because there's no air.
Right.
There's no
and
wind.
They show it like waving. If you look at it waving, it looks like it's in not gravity. It's not like wind blowing. It's on a pole
and it's stiff.
And it's and they're moving the thing around, putting the pole in. And that's gonna swing naturally. It's not like things don't move and swing when you touch them there. There's just not wind blowing it. It does not look like wind blowing it.
Exactly. And that's my whole thing. Like that, people are like, "Oh, it was blown." No, it wasn't. It's stiff. You can see it's stiff. Like, it's a weird, the way it's held together. None of that makes any sense if it was actually windy the way people said it was.
And if you're watching, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. If you're watching on TikTok, make sure you come over to YouTube. That's YouTube/Ozthecryptogoat or @Ozthecryptogoat. Come find us on YouTube and tell us hi, where you're from on TikTok. Because you're going to get the full view. So you're not seeing the images that we're putting up here. You're not seeing me and Jesse here next to me. Hi, Jesse.
Hi.
Jesse's actually here. So if you want to actually see the show the way it was intended to be, you need to come over to YouTube, because TikTok is not where it's at. It's just to let you know that we are live. But if you don't want to leave TikTok because you're addicted and you need your dopamine hit from TikTok, then I do understand it is one of the most addictive substances on this planet right now.
Next to cheese.
Yeah, so we won't blame you, but if you're there, make sure you're smashing the like button.
Yeah, because we can only see the comments on YouTube and Abstract.
Exactly. We won't be able to read your comments on TikTok, but if you do want to leave a comment, you can come over to Twitch, Abstract, YouTube, and leave a comment, and we will see them, no problem. If you want your chat to actually be on the recording of the live stream, then you need to come and do it through Twitch, right? So if you want the world to see your comments, make sure you leave them on Twitch. And we love TikTok Shop.
Not me.
I love TikTok Shop. TikTok Shop is incredible.
Nah.
All right. So next image. Let's take a look at this next image here. So what am I looking at here, Jesse?
Roswell, damn it.
Roswell. So it says RAAF captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region.
1947.
House passes tax slash by large margin.
Those ones don't matter.
Claims Army is stacking court-martial. Oh, it's stacking court-martial. Indiana senator lays protest before Patterson. Senator Jennifer.
You got way off topic.
I'm just saying, like, this looks really
Secretary
cool.
of War, yeah. That was
Secretary
happening
of War
too.
Patterson demanding a full investigation of the Army military trial procedure. Jenner offered what he said was documentary proof that prisoners are not being permitted to employ either civilian or military counsel of their own choice in the preparation of presentation of their defense. That's
I know
interesting.
that was happening too, apparently. The world's always been in chaos.
Yeah, the world's been on fire for a while, guys.
And so that's when it says no details of flying discs are revealed. But this whole incident happened in 1947. And that's when technology started to take off.
No details of the flying disc are revealed. Roswell hardware and man and wife report discs seen. The intelligence office of the 509th Bombardment Group at Roswell Army Airfield announced at noon today that the field has come into possession of a flying saucer. So the possession, according to information released by the Department of Authority of the Major J.A. Marshall, intelligence officer, the disc was recovered on a ranch in Roswell vicinity after the unidentified rancher had notified Sheriff Geo Wilcox. Here, I can read
that he found the instrument of his premises. Major Marcel and the detail from his department went to the ranch and recovered the disc as it was stated. After the intelligence officer had inspected it, the instrument, they took it, is pretty much what happens, close it, and the rest of the thing. And then it wasn't until a few weeks later that they came out and were like, totally was just a balloon. And it was a totally a balloon. Not a disc. I mean, I believe the rancher had no reason to lie. Like, he didn't want to be that guy. He didn't want to be like, totally aliens. You know what I mean?
I think aliens.
No,
I'm
but
leaning alien,
it's New
baby.
Mexico. He's on a ranch. He ain't that guy. Why would he lie?
I'm that guy.
The government will lie. But that guy, he had no reason to lie about what he saw. Nothing. But, you know.
I think you're onto something.
I know. Jesse, that alligator Alcatraz made me mad. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Is that our last image? It is.
Is it? Okay.
Perfect. So, what are you thinking? Did we go to the moon?
Yes. But we had a lot of help.
I think we went to the moon. And the main thing is the two things that really can't be debunked, right? One is the film.
The film, how did it survive?
Right.
Unless
there was a lead box it was in, right?
Even then, that would...
But why is there no lead box that they say, hey, this is where we kept the film, you know? Why is there no record?
And just to be clear, when people are like, well, the video came from the man that was still in the freaking spaceship.
Right, but when he took the first step on the moon, it was being filmed adjacent from something else. So someone else got off first, set up a camera, and then so Buzz Aldrin was not the first man on the moon. It was Neil Armstrong.
I think it was Neil Armstrong.
Or Buzz Aldrin was the first and Neil was the second.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because that's the only thing that makes sense. I know
either way they lied to us.
They lied about something. And I know another thing was that, the gloves wouldn't have been able to grab. And then I watched the video. The gloves aren't as thick as they made it seem on these, like, we're debunking this whole theory.
And then also, like, the gloves, like the camera was retrofitted with a very big button that could be manipulated. The focusing tabs were designed to work with those gloves.
Exactly. The Chinese weather balloon that flew around us for days. I know. And and everyone still sees these phenomenon, and that's what they call it, these spaceships or whatever. And they're never going to tell you what they really are. You could see it with your own eyes. You could probably see a Martian alien come out and they're going to tell you, you didn't really see that. It was this. And that's been like that. There's a picture, and you can look it up. It's from Germany in, I think, the middle 1600s. And they literally, in their news, with their drawings, have this spaceship battle that's happening, and they don't know what they're looking at. They're like, these firing things are happening. We don't know what they are. And it goes on for days. Like, this whole idea of aliens and spaceships and the technology, all of this has been around forever. The Mayans drew it on their walls, the Aztecs, almost every civilization.
There's a helicopter on the wall in one of, like, the ancient Egyptian
There's saucers
hieroglyphs
on the walls. Yeah.
Of
people writing in them. That's where a lot of, like, these Africa, they have these, they're almost like the same kind of writings, but they're the actual pictures of people that they try to emulate.
Interesting indeed.
Just saying.
Now, the other issue was, so the film, obviously, everything else has been debunked except for the one last thing was the computer processing
not being able to
power.
process the kind of information they were getting from the spacecraft on the moon to here on Earth.
And that's why I'm thinking aliens. The film thing, though, that's the one thing that makes me think that it was filmed in a Hollywood studio. And we did go to the moon. We got the moon rocks. We came back.
But then they
tested
added the audio later?
Yeah. It's called dubbing.
Okay. That's... Why is it if we didn't really have the technology to go there in the first place, that we wouldn't also been given the technology to do it live?
And also, they live broadcasted it.
They did.
I barely have the ability to live broadcast now. Like,
the walls they made with just hammers. I know, right? But that's what I'm saying. Like,
it seems like it was done in Hollywood. That's the only way they could have. You're telling me
maybe
that
they filmed on site.
how many miles away is the moon from here? It's like, what, millions of miles? You telling me they live broadcasted in real time from the moon to the Earth?
If you can believe they had the technology to get there, then why can't you believe the other thing?
Because they didn't have the technology to broadcast like that around the world.
What if it was at a like super delay and we just didn't know it?
It probably was. If it was, it probably
Wouldn't
delayed.
that make more sense?
Yeah. So
it was like on a 30-minute delay, and the way they presented it to the people, they did it on a 30-minute delay.
Abstract is on a delay.
Yeah, I saw that.
We're live streaming. It's on a delay. So like.
So why is that impossible? But we're only on a
But
delay
how did
by
the
10,
film
15
survive the radiation? It makes no sense. It seems like
they
it was
survived
done
in
Hollywood.
their ship there.
All right, chat. I want you to tell me, what do you think happened? How do you think we went to the moon? And if we did, was it in a Hollywood studio? Was it in, like we were being told? I don't know. I'm not buying it. I think we went in a flying saucer and we were taken there. We brought, the rocks back, and then they had to create this elaborate ruse in order to say, how did the rocks get here? Oh, it was aliens. No, we're going to film it and say that we went and got them ourselves. It seems like the most plausible.
The only reason I kind of think that is, one second.
It's the most plausible, scenario of everything that we've talked about.
Zoom it.
Hold on.
This
here.
is my only thing that I don't like. Why does that look like tinfoil that I would put over a pan?
Because it is.
Well, my thing is, what I looked and I looked and I looked, and there is some purpose to it. It's to reflect radiation, which makes sense because that is a big part of it.
This paper thin.
That's actual gold.
Okay. This paper thin gold foil it would take lead like 2 feet thick.
Well, look
stop
how
the
big
radiation.
that post is
gold
to him.
tinfoil.
But it's an odd thing, and it's not even like put on there correctly. It looks like someone, like if one of my kids, like my 10-year-old was like, you know what, I'm going to put this over a pan real quick. That's the only issue I really have. I don't know why it bothers me. I'm
leaning towards this was done at Universal Studios. Why do you think they showed the Earth in the whole thing with the Universal Studios logo? Like, it was filmed at Universal Studios.
Leaning toward a studio. I believe we went to the moon knowing aliens were there already. We went to recon the moon. They then filmed in a studio in case the aliens killed the astronauts, and to edit out the moon bases they saw over there. That is an interesting. I like that one.
I like him.
That is a very realistic, in the way we're speaking, way to look at it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying Michael Collins.
Right, they can't have people, dying on camera and live TV in front of everybody.
Michael Collins was there to make sure that stuff got back.
Remember?
Not them.
Remember, what was it? Apollo 8, where the people were cooked to death?
Yes. It exploded like on the floor.
And that had just happened recently.
Yeah.
They couldn't have that happen again.
Right.
Right. So maybe we did go to the moon, everything, and they just reenacted it in order to, just in case they don't make it. And
that's what I was saying.
And then this way we'll win the space race, whether we make it there or not, but we're actually going to go there and give it a try. And then we don't have to worry about the film.
But the alien factor's still in play. That's the whole thing. Nobody thinks we did this entirely, completely, unequivocally on our own.
Aliens were there. Yeah. Or maybe we went there first and came back and they were like, oh shit, the film didn't make it. There was a bunch of aliens there.
Because there is a moment where they're like, what is that? Then silence. And so what? And then it says, how bad would it be if they filmed it in real time, aliens on the moon killing the astronauts? Because I think they knew.
I agree. I think that they filmed it either before or after the fact. I'm going to assume before. Basically, there's a mission plan. Like, things are supposed to happen this way. This is what it's going to happen when you guys go to the moon, right?
Right.
They just filmed it ahead of time and then sent them, or didn't send them at all. And basically, in case something happened, like you said, in case there were aliens there, or in case there was they couldn't have that all happen live on TV, or they went before and came back and they're like, shit, the film didn't make it. It was all destroyed. All right, we'll just reshoot it down at Universal Studios real quick and we'll be all right.
So you're saying, okay, but what I'm thinking when he says recon, yeah, that would suck to have your astronauts go up there and then get totally destroyed by aliens when you're trying to find out if they're there or not.
The two damning things.
So was it, okay, is it the same 3 people that went in the first place and filmed it?
Possibly.
No, it has to be yes. And why would
I would
they
say
lie?
yes, but like they're in spacesuits. We can't see them. They could have done it live in the studio while they were actually
So
on
you're
the moon.
saying everybody lied.
I believe that's probably the most believable thing I've heard today is that everybody lied.
I listened to Buzz Aldrin talk today, and there's nothing about that man that screams, I'm a liar.
Hypnosis.
Oh my God.
Tell me I'm wrong. MK Ultra. These guys are deep in the military and all that stuff. And why not? Why not MK Ultra Buzz Aldrin? Why not? Like
people think like, oh, he's doing it because the press and yeah. Michael Collins was like, it was cool, and then just kind of vanished. He didn't like die or anything. He was just like, I'm gonna go live my life.
You think
now.
he would be more like, hey, I was there too?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't like, the other 2. He never got off on the planet. He never got to step down onto the planet. The planet you're saying they never went to.
Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. This is Down the Rabbit Hole with Ozthecryptogoat and Jesse. Thank you for being here. And if you're watching on TikTok, make sure you double tap that like button. And if you want to send a heart me or any gifts, much appreciated. It does help our algorithm. But if you want a better viewing experience, make sure that you come to YouTube to get the full experience, because Jesse is actually sitting next to me here in the studio. You can see Jesse, you can see the images we're putting on the screen, you can get the full effect. TikTok is just a tangent. All right, it is just there to let you know where we're at.
Yeah, it's controlled by the U.S. now, so it's not as fun.
And we can't say everything we want to say, and it won't always be able to watch it on TikTok. You're going to have to come to YouTube at some point, because when we hit a soft subject,
it's going to ban
off
us.
come the cameras. All right, this is going to be 86th, and you're going to have to be on YouTube to find out. But we're giving you an opportunity. We're hitting a few light subjects, the moon landing,
right.
For now.
One of the things we're like, oh, why didn't we go back? And that was my question too. And then they're doing research. We don't need to. We already know it's there.
We need to go back.
And
that's where Hitler's at. We need to get him and lynch him.
We already know what's there, and I think we're not allowed to go back.
Yeah, the aliens were like, you get to come one time, you can poke around, and then get off my land.
Get off my land. Because what else would be able to survive the dark side of the moon? Because it's not us. And not only that, zero communication. And I think that was, do you remember the Transformer movie? And they recreate
which one? They made like 11D.
Dark Side of the Moon. They recreate the scene, and then there's that radio silence. And so that was their opportunity to go on the other side, and they found a transformer.
Okay, do you know how long it would take them to travel from where the lunar module is to the dark side of the moon?
They faked the timing.
Unless they got beamed up by Scotty in the beam thing.
It is not Star Trek. But in that movie, that's always been the insinuation that there was something on the dark side of the moon that we're not allowed to be or go, because even for any kind of amount of time, it could be detrimental.
Hold on. I'm going to look something up. You riff for a second. I got an image to show you guys, chat.
An image, okay. It better be appropriate.
It's appropriate.
My delicate eyes can only handle so much. I'm an angel.
I still think that, there seems to be some sort of alien interference, just like the graph that you showed, that over time.
But Transformers tried to tell us, like, there's something on the other side. You might want to go take a look. Do you know what I mean? Like, we've been told by, and I know people are like, oh, it's a movie. How many movies in the technology that you've seen in the past is happening now? like all of
like
it.
Star Trek. Everything
oh my
is there.
gosh.
Everything that was in Star Trek
Okay,
is
you're gonna
there
have to
today.
start using freaking Star Wars. I am so tired of Star Trek. Use Star Wars from now
Star Wars is for the rebellion and the resistance.
I know.
Okay.
This makes me want to buy a telescope just to look at the moon more often. And you know what? We actually have one. And yeah, it's the company's. Anyways, and it's actually really cool. But I want one of those. I want to go to those ones in New Mexico where they let you go to like visit the observatoriums or whatever they're called. Oh no.
Hold on. There's an image I want to show you.
But they only let you look at so much. And what is it? We've only can look at, what is it, like 12% of the sky at any given moment with all the telescopes in the world. Which is why I know they can't track all planes and all that kind of stuff and aliens. They have no way.
There it is.
Oh no. I already see where this is going.
Oh.
You gotta go back to click pictures. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Right.
Is this an actual theory though?
Yeah. Here it is, chat.
Oh my gosh.
Here it is. Here's a rabbit hole for you. Look at this. This is supposedly what the moon is that it's hollow and it's a giant
a man-made or alien-made
like base satellite thing, and it's like designed to stop asteroids, to create the tides and different things that it does, right? It's perfectly positioned, and this is one of the ideas, right, of what it is. I've seen another one where basically it's like the front side of the moon that we see all the time looks like this, and the back side looks like, you know, like some space station thing, right? That
Right.
we can't see. Obviously, you know, whatever, but we do know this. The moon is hollow. It has been proven.
I know, but people think the Earth is hollow, and we know that's not true either.
The Earth is hollow. I've been inside.
All planets are hollow.
Okay.
No.
Maybe yes, maybe not. I think it's more like
had gone 100 miles
it's
or
not
so
hollow
under
like you think. Okay. Are we going to do hollow Earth theory now?
No, I'm just saying that doesn't make any sense because it can't be. And you could have never, nobody can know that. You know how deep under we would have to go? All they can go by is imaging, and that is even a stretch. We don't have that kind of technology. Now this, I understand why you would think that because of its placement, but there are plenty of other moons that are with other planets that you're gonna say they were all given a moon to help that planet work in the way it does?
Eric says there's a movie about it too.
What?
The moon base.
The moon base? Oh, I bet there is. Oh,
I'm sure.
100% bet there is.
It kind of looks like the Death Star. You said I had to go Star Wars with it, so.
You really think Anakin's in there somewhere?
No, I think what it is eventually one day the Death Star is gonna.
Do you think that like they're like hiding out there and they're just like waiting, and then they invade Earth?
Well,
and
they're
then
still building it.
No, but I'm saying like they invade Earth, and then the elites go into the tunnels, and then the rest of us just become claves, and we have to get destroyed.
I think, you know, remember Star Wars? They were building the Death Star, right? And then once the Death Star was finished, they practiced on, what was it, Endor, right? And Earth is Endor.
Yeah, but I do like Star Wars.
You said stop with the Star Trek, so here's the Star Wars, okay?
I do like Star Wars.
You wanted
but
Star Wars, you got
the
Star
difference
Wars.
is the light years. The reason why Star Wars works is that they can move through light years with zero
question
time.
Can the oh, now I'm brain farting it, the Death Star, can the Death Star move at the speed of light? Like,
no,
so it has to move slowly through space,
right?
Interesting. So how did they get it from here to there and everywhere? Just like
slightly
floats?
moves. Yeah, it floats.
Just floats.
Yeah.
And they just like,
Only ships with light speed. Imagine trying to take something that big and put it at light speed. That doesn't make any sense. Even something
So,
small would be very
what
difficult.
you're telling me is that
Here
the
we go.
Death Star cannot do the castle run in 12 parsecs.
Look at Han. That's not what we're talking about. Okay?
I'm just saying. That's
No,
that's what you're telling me
But if
right
that's
now.
your theory, no, it couldn't move that fast, which is why it does move at the state that it does. If you think that, which I think that's crazy, but apparently people believe it.
I believe it.
I believe you believe that.
I think Star Wars happened a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It told us so.
No.
Read your Bible, people.
Read your... That's not it.
Read your Bible,
That's
people.
not it. No. That's an interesting concept, but I also don't believe the Earth is hollow. Like, could be inhabited, but not hollow.
I think there are hollow places in the Earth. Look at all the caves and caverns, right? I've been in tunnels, man-made and caverns as well. There's a lot of hollow places that are very, very deep.
I know. I'm not saying that
How
there's not
deep-
holes, but does it mean it's completely empty? That doesn't make any sense.
All right, let's pull up the hollow Earth then.
Oh my gosh.
Here we go.
Moonfail is the name. Really good movie.
Moonfail.
Well, that's on my list.
Yeah, we're watching that tonight. You want to watch it before you go?
I don't know. I got kids. I'll probably watch it on my own tomorrow.
Oh, what did I just do?
Lost it.
I just oofed.
You poofed.
I oofed. You ever had a girlfriend named Oof?
Never had a girlfriend.
Oh.
I don't know.
I don't believe that for 1 second.
I'm an angel.
Sure you are. Okay, let's see here.
Hollow Earth theory.
Yeah. I think this is a good segue into tomorrow. I think we should.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, Hollow Earth.
I didn't know I was working tomorrow.
You're working every day now.
No.
Here it is. Better. There's a better image.
Hollow Earth theory. How can you believe that? Wait, there's tunnels. There's a show tomorrow, bro. What? I didn't know either, man. He just said that right now. I didn't know. No one tells me anything.
I think there should be a show tomorrow.
I didn't prepare for one. This one took me a week to research.
All right. Maybe we'll do like a every other day thing. We haven't come up with a set schedule yet, so maybe I'll do a crypto.
Well, because
show or
every subject that I bring up, it's like, no, not that one yet. No, not that one yet. YouTube's on that one.
Whoops. Oops.
Like, I need time to prepare. I'm a student. Like, I literally, look, I did all of this. There's 3 pages full of stuff that I researched.
She just wants to make sure that I pay her. She's like, look, I did work.
No,
You owe
I'm
me
a good
money."
student and I know I'm right.
All right. So here's a rabbit hole for you. A literal rabbit hole. Okay. So there is supposedly a hole in the North and South Pole. The Earth is hollow. And this is what?
Like another
Agartha?
I think I've heard that in like a kid's movie, a kid's tale.
And then there's like a central sun. I do not believe that the Earth is hollow in this way. I think this is nonsense.
I
now.
do believe that there could be some sort of terraforming life underneath. I don't know.
There could be, and maybe like, but a central sun, really? Like, we'd have to look into this more. We'd have to dig into this rabbit hole. Obviously, we're not prepared for this. But I think that we should cover this on the next show, because this is interesting.
This goes into the ice wall.
Right. Flat Earth. All that.
Earth is not flat. Trump went over the ice wall for so long, everyone thought he died.
Oh my God. What do you think, chat? Do you guys want us to do this one, Hollow Earth, and we'll do Flat Earth? And
it would be the ice wall as well.
We'll do, and then the biggest conspiracy that the Earth is round.
It is round.
No, every other planet is round, but ours is flat.
You're not baiting me right now without all my information in front of me.
I think they're all hollow. That's what
I don't think they're all hollow.
I don't know.
And they go by heat signatures. The heat signature is hotter the closer to the core. But still, even with that, how are they getting it? Our systems only go down so far, right?
TikTok seller says, I want to do Kirk, but I don't think that's going to happen.
You know
Captain
what?
Kirk, beam me up, Scotty.
Oh, here we go. Back to freaking Star Trek. We said Star Wars.
Captain Kirk.
You know what? We actually can, just because I don't care about TikTok. So
Right.
I'm down for that.
We'll do
TikTok
it on YouTube
seller. I don't
exclusively.
care. Yeah, we'll just do it on YouTube. We'll give them a minute to move over. If not.
I feel like it's too soon.
I don't.
All
Charlie, you won. You did
No,
it.
that's wrong. Don't do that. It's too soon for that. Give it.
It isn't.
Give it a few years. And
It's
then
like,
I'll laugh
okay,
at
so I
that,
can't
okay?
make jokes about
I mean,
Abraham
I laughed.
Lincoln. You did laugh.
I did laugh, but
And then you were like, I can't laugh at that.
at the same
Jesus is watching.
I'm just saying.
And the Grammy goes to.
Oh my god. I'm just saying, like, it is a sensitive thing, and like,
Is it though?
no one deserves that.
No one does. But I'm not celebrating and I'm not sad. That's the difference.
I mean, I'm not celebrating.
I'm sorry. Okay, here's
I'm sad that that's what this country's come to, but yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna just real quick.
All right, we'll do Kirk.
Real quick.
We're gonna do Kirk.
Real quick question.
Uh-oh.
Did anybody care about the people following Hitler when they died?
I did.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Nobody did.
I cried.
Nobody did. Nobody cared about them. Nobody cared about their family. Keep that in
They
perspective.
definitely cared about Hitler so much.
They
sent
cared
him
about
to the moon.
and the people who followed him. No one cared when they were gone.
So, off of the Hollow Earth,
I said what I said.
tell me about Hitler on the moon.
Okay, so that was his whole thing, was time travel and space travel. He was focusing, that's where the majority of his money went, not just obviously the military, but that was part of it. But his scientists, he literally had them working on it. He stole scientists from America, Russia, all over the world. Where if you don't do what I say, I'm going to off your whole family, lineage, whatever, because that's the kind of person he is. Because people who do bad things and preach violence and unsettling and telling people that they don't matter causes violence. So we'll just leave it at that. But my thing was the bell. The bell is a real thing you can look up, and it disappeared when Hitler was unalived.
Tell me about the bell. What is this bell?
You've never seen it?
No, I didn't
contribute to the conversation.
I looked into the moon landing, not the moon base.
Well, because that was a theory, the Nazi theory, that the reason we had to go to space was to make sure to the moon was to make sure he didn't colonize there and was still alive.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that the moon landing was because they knew that Hitler was there
They
had to go find him?
It's a theory that he escaped to there, that he never really died, and that their mission was Russia and the US got together to send people over there to send us to the moon to make sure that his bell didn't actually work. But it was gone. It just disappeared.
Wait, where's the bell? Where was it supposed to be?
It was in Germany, underneath a facility that would have been unbelievably difficult to get out if you didn't even know where the facility was.
So he time traveled. So he went to the year 2025 to dress like Donald Trump and run for president, is what you're telling me. Because that's what I'm hearing.
No. But it's an actual theory that he had established a top secret facility on the moon.
Right, a theory, but is that like an official theory, or like that's just people speculating?
I mean, all of this is speculation. Everything about theories, conspiracy theories, are speculation. Even the truth of it nowadays is speculation. But it is one that is regarded because of the technology that he did have and the things he was working on.
So the bell is like a time traveling device,
Or a spaceship or something. They weren't really sure.
They don't know what it was.
They just know as soon as they got there, it was completely gone, which would have been impossible.
I've seen some images of like the bell thing, And it was like basically, it looked kind of like a UFO, like a
Yes,
like
it
a
looked like a
flying
spaceship, yeah.
saucer. Okay. So that,
but it was called the Bell.
the Bell. The
That's
Bell
what they
of the
referred to it
Ball.
as, so people wouldn't know. Like they were like, "Oh, we're working on spaceship," and I'm like, "We're working on the Bell."
Interesting. And all their helmets were shaped like the bell. It's like that was their crowning achievement kind of thing.
I just know that they said when the United States infiltrated that they had technology they'd never seen in that room, but the bell was gone.
You know, there's supposed to be some sort of like scientific or spiritual thing about bells. You know, bells are
For whom the bell tolls.
right. There's bells associated with Santa Claus and Christmas. Bells, a copper bell to trap Krampus. There's a whole bunch of like mystique around bells, and then also all the bells around, like there used to be bells everywhere, and they've all been like removed or destroyed. Even the Liberty Bell.
I was just about to
cracked,
say that.
you know. And so we don't really have the bells anymore, and some people say that, like, you know, the vibrations from it, you know, caused like enlightenment or like a higher vibration and things
But they
like that.
still exist in very small rural cities.
Right. And
where almost no crime happens.
yeah. You know, I used to, growing up, we had a train bell. It was big. It was like big round. And you pull on it and go ding, 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 ding. I used to love that thing. But like, I don't know, like you don't see things like that anymore.
No.
You don't, you know, they almost seem non-existent.
It's like they disappeared. Like I noticed that with the onset of phones and devices and all that kind of stuff, that they slowly kind of took things and we didn't even notice because we were so busy. Oh, look at this new thing. Oh, look at this new thing. And things kind of slowly just moved out of our own reality. You ever notice that? Like,
I did know, like small incremental changes over time.
Right.
Even
right.
now,
that we wouldn't even notice.
Go to the store right now, Chad, and try to find a bell. And if you do find one,
that actually works. That's
yeah,
actual an
most
actual
of them,
bell.
Most bells that are out there, they don't actually. They're
They're
not
like these little tin,
they're super
crappy
thin
ones.
and like
yeah.
nothing to it. They don't cause any real vibration or any sound. They're really cheap,
like
and
a
crap.
solid bell.
I would urge you to go and try to find a bell. And I think the only place you're going to find one is like at an antique store. What are you saying?
The Russians drilled the furthest into the earth, and the drill couldn't withstand the heat and pressure as it went further down. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I know. And they were saying that they could hear the sounds of people screaming in torment from hell on the other side.
I don't think the Russians publicized that. I don't think
that's a real thing that's published. We can cover that one. Oh, that's for sure. I had looked into it. I've actually seen the hole. They also couldn't prevent the walls from the hole from collapsing in the gravity of the burying the drill. Cowbells are not used much.
Right? Nope. And it's like
all bells.
Yeah, it's almost like all bells. They just don't want them. And it's like one of the weird things. And now you're going to start noticing things in your life when stuff like this happens that are no longer there,
and there's just
or no longer being used.
That they've just started erasing.
Yeah, it's just like they're slowly rewriting history without the things they don't want you to have for whatever reason. I don't know if the bells give off a signal that they don't want it to go to certain places, or I don't know. I notice the older I get, the less I see certain things, which is odd.
Yeah. And this is a little off tangent, but one of the things that I do want to do for this show is the Mandela effect. Okay. And we
JFK.
Yes.
That's what you're talking
about. We're going to be covering that story now. I think
we're going to have to hide that damn thing. You understand that, right?
Well,
because it's an original copy.
I understand. But I think it's important. I think the most important thing to be here, and what I'd like to do is play the video here, but I'd like to also play the record.
We'll see about that. A whole corner of a building in the Bronx fell. I saw that. I
today?
saw that today. Yeah. Like it just
Out
the
of
corner. What, yeah. Yeah.
Was it a 747
Train
jet?
whistle. Huh?
Was it a 747 jet?
No, the Bronx, a corner of the building out of nowhere. It's like those big buildings. The corner just went.
Sounds like gentrification.
What are you talking about?
Sounds-
This is what do you mean? Like killing offing people?
No, you don't know what gentrification is? It's where they take like low income housing areas and they allow them to become decrepit and crumble and basically fall apart so that no one wants to live there and they all move away and then investors come in and buy it up for pennies on the dollar and then they turn it into super nice stuff. Yeah.
Got it.
They do it, and like it's like normal.
Even the train whistle isn't. It's weird.
Yeah, train whistles.
We hear them
There's
once
something
in a while.
more mystical about bells, and like if you look into like New Age healing and stuff too, like there's something to do with this audio and vibration. Being an audio engineer, one thing that I have learned is that there are
sinkhole.
You can actually heal the body and like with medicine with audio signals. That's why the New Age people, they have their bowls and they hit the bells and things like that.
Right.
That's a real thing. Like is studying audio.
That's what I'm saying. In the smaller rural cities, weren't really controlled by anybody. They still have them. We don't out here.
And I think that there's probably some sort of like healing or control or some sort of property to it.
Right.
And like that's another thing is let's cover audio and audio waves and things like that and how they've changed the frequency of music and different things like that. I think that would be fun.
The whole world is an electromagnetic force, which creates everything.
Right, but they changed like all the music that is produced today is at like 440 hertz, and it used to be at like 170 something.
You just want to talk about a subject that I don't know a lot about so that you can sound smart, and even though I'm smarter.
I'm just saying.
It's just the California way of burning all the houses, but the New York way. I mean, that's a different type of way.
Yeah, because they already had the New York fire. They can't do that one twice.
So just have the buildings kind of fall. I mean, in retrospect, I think the building was made of bricks, and that was a ticking time bomb. That's why they don't make them like that anymore, because they do collapse, they do deteriorate, and there's very little you can do to fix them so that they don't.
That's why
and it looked like it was in the hood.
They don't build houses out of brick in California. They're illegal.
We have too many earthquakes.
Right? So they collapse on top of people. So we don't have that here. If you find a building in California that is made of brick, it's
so
over 100
bells
years
must
old.
hurt the aliens.
Bells must hurt the. That is actually a theory.
Maybe it hurts their whole senses, like they can pick it up wherever it's at. That is a good job, Shelley. That is a great theory.
Or they're like Krampus and they can be trapped inside one.
Or they're terrified of them and they go away and then we won't get our technology.
Or the vibrations like mess with them and.
Huh. That's an interesting concept.
That was a win right there. I'm like devils scared of bells and horns. You know, we got to dig into this one.
The bells?
The bells. For whom the bell tolls, time marches on.
Get off my blanket.
And don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. I'm Ozthecryptogoat, and this is my lovely assistant, Jesse. And this is Down the Rabbit Hole. And if you're watching on TikTok, don't forget to double tap that like button and come to YouTube for the full audio video experience. And that way you can get the full enjoyment of the show.
That's true. It's like in a Spider-Man movie, vibrations is a weapon.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on Twitch as well.
Exactly.
Where the vibrations are like messing with you. Or they can sense it.
I need my butt cushion.
Is it because of the aliens? Did they get you?
Yep. There's a little hole in the back for probing.
And oh my gosh.
There we go. Oh, that's so much better. I can't sit in the chair for.
That's why I keep moving around.
Yeah, I just
can't sit very long.
I like this. This is comfy.
See, now you see why I sit on my
sit
feet.
like this.
Yeah.
You know, I like these new chairs.
Yeah.
These are comfortable. I could sit in them for a while, but it does take some getting used to. I'm so used to my other chair that this is completely different for me. I'm not happy about it.
In the same way, is this on Twitch as well in the same way?
It is on Twitch exactly the same way. So come on over to Twitch. That's at Ozthecryptogoat.
I have a serious bias against TikTok. So I'm tired of everybody that is ugly and disgusting. People that are on there, they're just so mean and awful.
They're so negative.
You know how many people I've blocked in the past since I was sick and I had nothing better to do? Because I couldn't really talk.
Every crypto creator I had to because they were all stealing my shit. Like I was like,
it wasn't even that. Like, you know, like we can hear you say things, right? Like we've never been disrespectful, but yet you can be, and then we're the problem. That's so stupid. Like I don't understand that whole psychology.
They're a wannabe cabal.
They think they are.
Yeah, they think they're something.
Military
They're
channel.
a small little bubble in so many other bubbles.
We're gonna let it go.
Yeah, we're gonna let it go.
All right. Military channel has future weapons, TV show, sound directed energy weapons. Interesting. And I gotta look into that.
There's so many rabbit holes to go down.
That's the great.
The question is which one?
That's the best part of this is we have so many infinite things to pick from. Although you need to give me a list ahead of time so I know what I'm researching, but there's so many things because we know we're not being told the truth. Most logical people don't take things at face value. Like you don't believe your kid didn't eat the cookie when there's chocolate all over their face. Like you don't believe it.
I didn't eat it.
But
didn't
it's
eat
the
cookie,
same thing.
I think, you know, it's good to
that's true.
Look at evidence. Like you can find chocolate all over a child's face, but there are some things that just can't be explained. There just can't be evidence. We just can't understand. The moon landing's an easy one because, you know,
there's a lot of variables. We weren't alive at that time, and I completely understand that. But for reasonable deduction of everything that we know and everything we can hypothesize is that they had help. They did go. In what terms? And was the actual scene that we saw from a stage in Hollywood, or was it real? But those things, did we go? Yes. Was it in the way we think it is? Probably not.
I mean, why else would Universal Studios use the Earth, you know, and the Universal thing going around the Earth, unless it was filmed there? I think it was filmed there.
But it wasn't called it wasn't called Universal Studios. They would have done it at MGM.
No, they would have done it at Universal.
No, MGM. Okay, you need to look up what studios existed at that
time.
They
would go to a small studio that was unknown or up and coming, so that.
But who would have more money to protect it?
The government. The government's paying the bill here. Daddy Warbucks is paying.
If something bad happens, they just say it's AI. Orange Man. So the bells have been taken down. Most of them have. I've not seen one out here ever.
Everywhere.
I mean, we live in California, so. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen them any. I'm not thinking about it now.
I would challenge you to look and try to find
like
a bell.
A real bell.
Even at the store to buy. You used to be able to buy the little bells.
Wind chimes aren't popular now. So I have
Remember
a friend
you used to have a bell you ding like this? Now they're electronic. You press a button, it goes ding dong.
Yeah. It's interesting that the wind chimes too, really kind of phasing those out as well, unless you're in a small rural community away from social media.
Or you make it yourself.
Or you make it yourself.
Yeah.
It's a lot of, it's weird, and it all has to do about sound. I have a wind chime, I win. You win.
You wind.
You wind? I like that.
All right, so let's see here. It's about 7:40. Is there any other topics you want to cover?
No, I'm right. We were were helped with aliens. We made it to the moon. We actually did go to the moon. And you know what I was thinking now? You're saying that the footprints were different because it was a different set of people that went up there.
Right,
so that
and Buzz Aldrin were the ground crew.
patsies, and then the real ones that went up there, the reason the boot was different was because that was the real shoe,
Maybe.
not the one that Buzz Aldrin wore. The footprint that's still up there, you can see till this